Good morning. So today is our first day, and we are starting with ancient medieval art and culture. Now, the lecture is going to be for 5 hours, 9 to 2, and if you allow me, we'll not have a break. If you don't allow me, we'll have a break. That is one thing. Secondly, I want to get some sense of the class before we move on to decide how basic I need to go. This happens every year that I start with hopes and expectations that students have read at least some basics. They know the timeline, and therefore I would have more space to go to higher echelons. But within a class or two, I come crashing down to the starting point. That has been my experience of almost a decade now. So before I have my expectations, I want to know आप क्या क्या पढ़ के आए हो, so that I will tune my narrative according to your requirement, and from there I will pick you up to the UPSC level. So anybody who has not read anything in history of ancient medieval culture ever? One, good. Okay. Anybody who has read somewhat ancient medieval NCRT, but that's all, nothing more than that. Almost half the class. Someone who has done some foundation course at some point of time in life and have not liked history as such. अच्छा पसंद आया है, ठीक है. So we have got, except for barring for one or two people, you have got some basic idea. However, I would still like to start with the basic thing, that is the timeline. History, in a very old school way, is a science of chronology. It means two things. The first thing is what happened when, to identify the exact events, how the events unfolded, कब कब हुआ, उसका sequence क्या है. That is one important part of history, and historians labor a lot, love of labor and labor of love both. Labor a lot to identify through documents, through archives, through other types of sources, what was the sequence of chronology, which thing take place at what time point of time. That is one part of meaning of chronology. The second part is why. One is what, second is why. When you discuss why, it means causation, why it happened the way it happened. The event that takes place at point A and the event that takes place at point B, is there any correlation? If yes, is there any causation? For example, Gautam Buddha emerges in 6th century BC, right? Why? आप बोलोगे why क्या बात? I have access to documents, some inscriptions, some manuscripts, based on which one part of history is to identify when did Buddha happen. And people debate a lot. Either Western historians want to put him in the 5th century BC, Indian historians want to put him in the 6th century BC. There is a gap of 100 years even today, which is unresolved. And then it cannot be resolved. Different chronologies are there. But that is about what and when. That is about locating Gautam Buddha in chronology. But the second part is why did he happen to be in that very century? And I have various explanations. Somebody would come and say it is axial age. What is axial age? In the 6th century BC, across the world, in various civilizations, great thinkers popped up. In Greek civilization, Aristotle. In India, you have Vardhaman Mahavir and Gautam Buddha. If you go to China, you have many other people. So this was a global phenomenon, and Buddha was part of it. So he had to be in the 6th century. Maybe this is a kind of a correlation, but not enough causation. Then somebody would say, "Dekho, Gautam Buddha is not alone. If you read the latest NCRT that came 3 months ago of 6th standard of social science, it is written by a new committee constituted by NCRT, which is headed by Michel Danino. Michel Danino is the professor in IIT Gandhinagar. And if you read that NCRT very closely, he has done a very remarkable thing. He has tried to decenter the 6th century BC of its importance. What he is doing is that 6th century BC is not unique. It is a long-term tradition that started before and continued after. It's 1000 years of rebellion and new thought, which started with Upanishads. And in that tradition, Gautam Buddha came. So it's nothing remarkable about 6th century BC specifically. It's a longer time duration. That is his viewpoint. But now the official viewpoint of Indian students. Then there is a typical classical Marxist perspective. Why Buddha happened in 6th century? They would say the new cities have come up, new coins have come up, new economy has come up, new states have come up, new bureaucracy has come up, new taxation has come up. All these things are very new. ये नया दौर है. In that naya daur, in that new age, the ideology also has to upgrade itself. But the problem is that ideas evolve slowly, the material reality evolves very fast. And that is true. Take, for example, in any era, like today, you have Chat GPT. Technology has changed, but the idea of UPC testing you has not changed. So, in any society, at any point of time, ideas evolve very slowly. Technology and social reality evolves relatively faster. And if that is the case, in the 6th century BCE, new cities have come up, urbanization has taken place, new states have emerged, but the religious ideas are still very old of Vedic era. So there is a mismatch. And in that mismatch, people don't feel that their aspirations are satisfied. So they want to promote some alternative idea, and Buddhism happened to be the one. So in every different viewpoint, you have different causation. My simple point was this, that one point of history of chronology is when did Buddha happen to be? And there is a lot of debate about it. And second is why did Buddha happen to be in the 6th century BC? So हम जब देखेंगे chronology, we have to look at both the aspects, and then only history becomes very lively. So let us look at the basic timeline first. That timeline involves of यहाँ पे PDF लगा दिए क्या आपने? Okay, of these things. Let us start with the basic terms. Now, you will have the handouts, lot of handouts, and I will not dictate things. Dictation takes time. And also, if I start dictating, it may happen that we may end up skipping some things because we want to cover a lot of ground. So you'll have everything in handout. Yet remember that while speaking, I may speak some things which are not in the handout, 10% extra things. So just note them down. Whatever you feel is additional, interesting, important, just note it in the bracket somewhere. Now we'll start with the basic idea. What is prehistory, proto-history, and history? I know that most of you have heard of this term, prehistory and history. What does it mean? Anybody? What is the basic idea, basic difference between the terms prehistory and history? Yes, you are right. So history is the era for which we have written material available, some manuscripts, some texts. And prehistory is before the writing systems emerged or have survived. Why do we pay so much importance? Why do we put premium on the writing system? Is it a right thing? Okay, you are right, because it provides evidence to the mind of a human being at that point of time. Correct. Is it the only evidence? Is it the right evidence? Is it a better evidence than any other evidences? Right. So, sorry. Uh, Let me take a contra point here. What she's saying is that written material is difficult to manipulate. So we have a better access to the existing reality of that point of time. The other side sort of material may be manipulated. What is the other sort of material? Oral history. Good. So oral versus written, there is a hierarchy. Written is important, written is more authentic, written is more original, written is more accurate, and oral is manipulatable. Oral is something that is less important. Oral is something that we should not trust in as much as we should trust the written material. That is what they mean. You're right. That is not what we mean to. This idea of prehistory and history emerged in the 18th century, 19th century Europe. Till that point of time, there was no such idea. Remember what is happening in Europe in the 18th and 19th. It's the Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment era. And in that, they are so culturally self-arrogant that they think that they're at the pinnacle of civilization. And whatever happened before is not of much use. So we are modern, that is pre-modern. That modern idea comes there. It is at that juncture only they talk of history and prehistory. That is one thing. They think that modern civilizations, we are the modern civilization. Whenever there is civilization, there is urbanization. Whenever there is urbanization, there is accounting and state formation writing system. If there is no civilization, there is no writing system. These are backward people. So inherently in the idea of history and prehistory, inherently in that of writing versus non-writing, there is a cultural self-arrogance. That writing system brings civilization, and that is superior way of life. And in 19th century, we Europeans are superior. Baki Indian Indian kya hai? That is the idea. So it is a very culturally Eurocentric concept. Nonetheless, we can take it as a very neutral concept. So prehistory and history. Now, when we talk of prehistory, everything that came before writing, when did writing emerge? Any idea? Which century, which millennium, which era, which region? So around 3,500 years ago, 3,500 BCE rather, मतलब 5,000 साल पहले, we have beginning of writing. Somewhere in Mesopotamia, जहाँ पे इराक है वहाँ. In India, you have the oldest evidence of writing. कौन सा? Mohenjo-daro is some, you are right, but that is undeciphered. The deciphered one, Ashokan edicts, right? Ashokan inscriptions are the oldest. They come from the 3rd century BCE. Is there anything older? We have some small potsherds in South India, in Tamil Nadu. And there are many places in Tamil Nadu and also Sri Lanka where we have the oldest small inscriptions of the same script Brahmi called Tamil Brahmi. They come 3 centuries before Ashoka and 2 centuries maybe, but they are not exactly datable because they are some small potsherds. So we have not been able to identify exactly to which centuries they belong, but they are definitely pre-Ashoka. Well, Ashoka ke inscription, if they're all across India, they presuppose that there are many places in India who can read. So it takes time for writing system to spread. So if Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE is going for all India writing, the writing system must have taken at least few centuries before that to evolve. How much before? So you know what is the word for script in Sanskrit? Script को संस्कृत में क्या कहते हैं? If anybody knows Urdu here, रस्मुल खत, स्क्रिप्ट को क्या कहते हैं? The word is लिपि. हिंदी में भी यही शब्द है मेरे ख्याल से, लिपि. So what is the oldest evidence of the word lipi? It comes from Panini. Panini's grammar. And that grammar belongs to 6th century BCE. Perhaps contemporary or before Buddha. So the word lipi is for the first time found in a manuscript that belongs to 6th century BC. And if the word exists, idea must have existed. So at least, and Panini belonged to which region of India? आजकल की दुनिया में हिस्ट्री थोड़ी अलग लिखी जाती है, तो पाणिनि वाज नॉट इंडियन, ही वाज पाकिस्तानी. ठीक है, तो पाणिनि बिलोंग टू अ प्लेस कॉल्ड शालातूर नियर पेशावर. ठीक है, सो दैट इज नॉर्थ वेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया, गांधार रीजन. सो व्हाई गांधार? बिकॉज इट इज हियर, यू आर ऑन द. आपको समझ में आ रहा है मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग व्हाई क्वेश्चंस. आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेक अ ट्रिप ऑफ जॉय राइड ऑफ थिंकिंग. आई विल कम बैक टू हिस्ट्री एंड प्रीहिस्ट्री इन अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम. So Gandhar region is at the intersection of India and Northwest, India and Central Asia, India and Iran. जहाँ पे ट्रेड होता है, वहाँ पे आइडियाज क्लैश होते हैं, intersect. So new ideas emerge there when you have intermixing. So there is a possibility that writing system first evolved in Northwest, then spread everywhere. That's one theory, one theory. But anyway, the point is that in India, it is the 6th century BCE in which the history is supposed to have started, because from there we have writing systems. And before that, we have prehistory. So for more than 99% of human past, what does it mean? It means that you have biological evolution also. The man or woman in Africa, आउट ऑफ अफ्रीका थियरी 1, आउट ऑफ अफ्रीका थियरी 2, जितने भी होंगे, from where you have all this evolution of Neanderthal and Sapien and Erectus and Homo sapien and whatnot, Denisovan, all these species, everything comes in prehistory. So prehistory is primarily about archaeology, primarily about the sources like bones, like pottery, like uh, tools, metal tools or stone tools, etc. And that is a very slow progress. It's very slow. The development of human society is like log curve. You know, log curve, logarithmic curve. You know, it happens very slowly initially, then suddenly picks up pace. We are in that part. And maybe after 100 years, we will see कि ये भी slow था. क्या पता. The point is that the evolution of geology, evolution of biology, evolution of human being, and evolution of society and culture, they are extremely slow in the prehistory. It takes hundreds and hundreds, नहीं, thousands and thousands of years for man to understand कि भाई पत्थर को ऐसे नहीं ऐसे पकड़ना है. Brain capacity is improving gradually. आपका physical structure, cranial capacity, brain size, your thumb, your eyes, everything are evolving gradually. So it's a prehistory is very slow, almost imperceptible change. When we talk of pre, we talk of hundreds of years, thousands of years. In history, we talk of 1 year, 1 month, even one day. That is one important part. So it covers 99% part of human past, is less than 1% of human past. So prehistory is actually much longer domain about which you have much less data. And historic period is much shorter duration about which you have most data. Then the main source of construction for past is archaeology, and here it is the written material. As I said, it is like self-presumptuous and arrogant to put premium on writing, क्योंकि इसमें assumption क्या है, पहले प्री हिस्ट्री होती है फिर हिस्ट्री आती. There is something called as pre मतलब before. Is it true for every society that people have forsaken oral writing or oral culture and taken to write written culture? Even today they have not. I'll give a couple of examples. Think of any traditional high religion like Islam or Hinduism. In Islam, if you know somebody is called as muhafiz, आप में से कोई हिंदी के अलावा कोई भाषा बोलता भी है? Okay. You, which language? Telugu, Tamil, and Telugu. Yes, Telugu, Marathi, Tamil. Anybody speaks Arabic, Persian? Nobody. अच्छा, मैंने कोशिश करी थी जमाने में, बट वो शुमा खूब हास्तित मन खूब मामून का गया ही नहीं. But anyway, the point is that is, so in Islam, there is a traditional belief that written material can perish. What does not perish is memory. So let us memorize Quran Sharif completely, verb to verb, phrase to phrase, lafz ba lafz. Same thing in Vedic religion. Vedas, as we shall see in a couple of days, were remembered, memorized. Vedic chanting actually is UNESCO intangible heritage. You have different type of methods of memorizing Vedas because they did not trust in the written word. So the person who has memorized entire Quran Sharif is called as Muhafiz, rather Hafiz. Why Hafiz? Because he had kept Quran Muhafiz. Muhafiz is safe. तो आपके दिमाग में safe है. So there is one way where the oral culture, the memory in human body is given more importance than writing even today. So should we call it prehistory? The second method, I will go to Aboriginals in Australia. We have tribal people. They don't take to writing down. Even after being exposed to the so-called urban people like us, there are many communities which refuse to write down the things because once you write it down, it loses the charm, the magic, the power. That is also there. So will you say that there are some communities who are still in prehistory? They have not begun their journey towards history. ओरल छोड़ के, ओरल मतलब बैकवर्ड, रिटर्न मतलब फॉरवर्ड. ये थिंकिंग जो है ना, ये थिंकिंग थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमेटिक है, लाइक मेनी अदर थिंग्स इन हिस्ट्री, बट दैट इज इनग्रेन्ड इन दिस फिलोसॉफी. वी कांट चेंज इट. जस्ट आई एम ट्राइंग टू, देखो, आई विल नॉट डू इट एवरी डे. आज पहला दिन है. I'm trying to make you some kind of thinking person. But as we go along, we'll pick up the pace. Access to complex thoughts and precise ideas is not possible today. It is very true. Because archaeology क्या होती है? What is archaeology? Archaeology is something that people have refused. Let us say you are a potter and आप मर गए. After 10,000 years, I come to you, I start digging your house or your workplace. Will I find good pots? Maybe a few. But there is a more chance, more probability of me finding the potsherds that you have thrown away and discarded. And they will have the heap. The one which are good pots, you must have sold in the market, they're gone. Same thing happens in archaeology. Archaeology works on things which are refused, which are not consumed, which are rejected. And from there, you have to reconstruct what is major thing. It's very difficult. जैसे कि you may have in place called Hungasi in Karnataka, a place जहाँ पे people used to cut bones. Why? Because it was a place where animals would be cut to eat non-veg. So you would not find animals, you would not find flesh, you would not find meat, you will find those bones which are discarded. And from the discarded bone, you have to reconstruct the everything. So archaeology works on refused things. That is one. Secondly, archaeology works on things in daily life. And that is very interesting. And that is actually somewhat more interesting than writing kiska hota hai. Hazaro saal tak, for thousands of years, writing was not a mass culture. It is in 19th century it became mass culture for the world. Till the 19th century, most of the people in the world were illiterate. Literacy was not important. So most of the people in the world consume their knowledge, their culture through oral things, through visual things, through oral things, and not through written things. So the writing and reading was for only small elite, maybe some Brahmins, some religious people, maybe some accountants, some scribes, etc. So these Brahmins and scribes, the priest and scribal class, how many percent they would be? 2%, 4%, 5%, 10%. Do their ideas, their worldview, their profession represent entire society? Never. So even when we have access to writing in the historic period, that writing is created by and consumed by only small class of people. So even in the historic period, we need to go for archaeology because it talks about houses, the tools, the forts, everything that is material, everything that is tangible, everything that is connected to common life. So archaeology is important here as well as here. So that's why both archaeology and written material. Are you able to get me? Do you know all these things? Should I go into these details? Should I not go or you don't know? Okay. Access to comma. Measurement of time is approximate and relative with higher margins of error. Dating of events is relatively more accurate. I think that is self-explanatory. Here we fight in terms of years and dates. There is one place, I'll tell you, in Italy called Pompeii. That is the exceptional place where we have found in archaeology everything as it was originally. In rest of the world, in every civilization, in every place, archaeology deals with the refused and discarded material which is no more in use. But in Pompeii, there was nearby a Mount Vesuvius, which had Jwalamukhi, and all that volcanic ash suddenly erupted and dumped into the city. Entire city got buried in a time of moment. It was perhaps the night time, if you don't know. So everybody got buried alive, entire city. आज से 2000 साल पहले. And nobody knew that. When we discovered it, we were thrilled कि भाई देखो, मतलब people have been buried alive to such an extent that somebody is drinking tea, he's like this only. Somebody is in bed and that person is afraid, the emotions of fear are imprinted into ash. That ash has become stone. You can see the mask of that human's emotion. To that level, all the clothes and furniture and tiling and rooms and everything and gahne and sab kuch. That is the only exception in which archaeology is thriving based on not refused material, but material as it were. But that is one exception in the entire world history. Rest of the places, you have to work with refused, discarded things. Anyway, now the next thing is something called as proto-history. You might have heard of the word proto. The proto-history was originally not conceived. It was added as a term in later era in 19th century. It is supposed to come after prehistory and before history. When it is in between term, it means it's a transitional phase from prehistory to history. What is proto-history? Anybody? Written material is there, but it is not deciphered. Do you agree, all of you? It is one perspective and it is it is correct, but it is partial. It is in case of Harappa that we have seen Harappa as proto-history, in which case you have written the new writing system. It was perhaps not as prevalent, and if it was, we would never know because it was not perishable material that is lost. What has survived is very small fragmentary material, but the new writing, some kind of writing. So they are potentially history, but today we can't read it, so it is proto-history. If in future at some point of time we decipher it, अभी बीच में पिछले महीने हुई थी अफवाह बहुत बड़ी, हड़प्पा is undeciphered, rather deciphered. So that will become history. But till that point, but what is the meaning of proto-history? I'll give you another case. Think of European history. In Europe, we have Roman Empire at that point of. आज से 2000 साल पहले, 2000 years ago, we have Roman Empire. Roman Empire is a literate urban civilization. But to the north of Roman Empire, we have Germanic tribes who keep invading and attacking Roman Empire all the time, and they keep having fights. These Germanic tribes are tribal. They have not written down anything. They were not a literate civilization. They have not left their own records. But the contemporary Roman Empire had many observers, historians, bureaucrats, officers, kings, etc., who have written down about their northern neighbors. So for Roman Empire, they are in history. Germanic tribes, they are in technically prehistory, but because about them, other contemporary outsiders have written something. We have contemporary written source about it. So Germanic tribes would not be slotted into prehistory, they would be put into proto-history. So proto-history का एक मतलब ये है that they themselves may not have written down things. Somebody else wrote about them who are contemporary, which is fine. So we have a partial perspective. That is one. Second one, as he said, that you have writing, but that is not yet deciphered. The same thing exists today. Today we have a lot of Banjaras. Banjaras move. Do they have writing system of their own? Maybe not. They don't write their own culture, their own stories. So they are in proto-history. So there are a lot of cases in which you have the idea of proto-history. There is one more case that people writing का मतलब क्यों है? Writing is important because it has survived and we can read it. What if the story has survived? What if a poem which is not written down but remembered in oral culture has survived? So we have access to something to which you would have anyway access to through written material, but not through written material. समझ रहा है? The best example is Vedic era. Vedas, we know, were possibly composed and compiled in specific time bracket, let us say 1500 BCE to 500 BCE. At that time, they were not written down. Writing system was not evolved, but they were composed, compiled, and memorized and handed down over generations to which we have access to. So Vedic era history hai कि नहीं है? Vedic era is also proto-history. समझ में आ रहा है? So in case of India, if you go by different interpretations of proto-history, we have two major eras which are proto-historical. One is Harappa and one is Vedic era. Both of them are proto-history for us. But देखो इसमें कितना interesting twist है. Let us say one day in future, Harappan script is deciphered. Then what will be the sequence of the events? We have prehistory, we have history, then we have proto-history. Then again we have history, because prehistory is Stone Ages, then Harappa, which would become history, then Veda, which would remain in proto-history, and then you again have history in the Buddha era onwards. So therefore, this kind of unilinear thought that from oral to written you evolve, it is a faulty thought, but it is a thought. What can we do? Okay, this much the concepts are clear. Prehistory, proto-history, and history. Ma'am, okay. What's your name? Malavika. Where is Agnimitra? This is called history class joke. Okay. People are still struggling over connections. Anyway, now we have to go to next part. Before going to the next part, let me cover the timeline first. Now, let us start with prehistory. Then we have proto-history. In proto, you have Harappa and Vedic. Then start with proper history. History proper. Prehistory is all Stone Ages and Metal Ages. We'll see them in detail in a few minutes. Harappa, as we know, is the first urban civilization in Indian subcontinent. It belongs to Bronze Age, not copper, but bronze. And this Bronze Age urban civilization flourished in the northwestern part of India. And the area that it occupied was larger than today's Pakistan. It is such a huge and massive civilization. Perhaps the cities that it had also were tens and hundreds. The point is that Harappa is the first urban Bronze Age civilization that flourished on the banks of a couple of rivers. The problem is that we don't have access to script. Script is not deciphered, so we depend on archaeology. And the moment we depend on archaeology, we are in the realm of tentativeness. We are in the realm of speculation. So there are lots of debates and theories which are interesting about emergence, about features, about decline, etc., about which you may not have conclusive answer. But it is interesting nonetheless. The dependence is entirely on archaeology. Then you have Vedic era. The dependence of Vedic era is entirely opposite. We can't look at them on the ground exactly. We don't know in which part of this district or that district, this river or that river, this direction, that direction, kahan pe log the. We know somewhere in the northwestern India. Rigveda perhaps comes first. So it was somewhere in Punjab, and the other Vedas, Samaveda, Yajurveda, and Atharvaveda, they come from the later era, and they were from Western UP and Haryana region. That is what we know. But exactly on the ground, if you ask me, by dikha kaun se gaon mein likhe, I don't. We have a huge problem of locating the Vedic Aryans on ground, because what all we have is the religious elite compositions. So we are dependent on literature, which is exactly opposite of Harappa. We're dependent on only archaeology, no literature. In Vedas, we're dependent on only literature, no archaeology. And that has given rise to lots of debates and discussions. We'll discuss some of them as we move along. But Vedic era is fundamental for one reason. Indian civilization was perhaps reset. Harappa, we know there was Utpatti Sthiti Lay, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, the origin, sustenance, and decline. After declined, there was, as per the consensus of the eminent historians, there is a gap of a few hundred years. And then we have a restart, rebooting of Indian civilization, that is Vedic era. This Vedic era is primarily pastoral, semi-nomadic, less agriculture, but it created the profound philosophical systems of dharma, of karma, of moksha, atma, brahma, everything, and all that, even varnashrama dharma system, all that has taken place over last 3,000 years is on the foundation of Vedic era. But Vedic era, as I said, was primarily semi-pastoral, semi-nomadic. As it settled down, gradually it led to the usage of iron, usage of more agriculture, more productivity, more surplus. The moment you have surplus, you appropriate surplus, you have beginning of cities. And then you come to this next era, that is Mahajanapada era. In the 6th century BCE onwards till 3rd century BCE. Mahajanapada era is something like lots of new states have emerged, and these states have different ideologies. But one thing is common: they all want to create armies. They all want to create bureaucracies for taxation, and they keep fighting with each other. There are 16 Mahajanapadas, Shodasha Mahajanapada, as per Jaina texts. But there are many other Janapadas also. So many states, some of them are bigger states, superpowers. It is something like Europe today. In Europe, you have many nations which are fighting. In 19th century, 20th century, same thing you can see in the 6th century BC in North India. Many states which are fighting. So it's like international system of warfare and diplomacy going on. So this era is a brutal era. There are urbanization, there is war, there is emergence of massive state and armies and bureaucracy and taxation, there is coinage, and then there is brutal violence. In the background of that brutal international so-called violence, there emerges the idea of peace. And that idea is of Gautam Buddha and Vardhaman Mahavir. So Buddha and Mahavir also belong to same era. From this continuous fight between different states, ultimately emerges one superpower, that is Magadha. And Magadha, in due course of time, came to be ruled by a family of dynasty of Mauryas. They capture almost entire Indian subcontinent. So that is the next era. That is the Mauryan era. Mauryan era is India's first subcontinental empire. The dream of Akhanda Bharat came true for the first time. Now, in case of Mauryan era, what we will see is that we have lot of data and lot of debates. People used to think earlier that Arthashastra of Kautilya belongs to Mauryan era. Now that part is lagbhag discarded. You know that although some portion of the book may be of Mauryan era, the majority of the book comes from the post-Mauryan era. So we are not able to put Kautilya versus Ashoka in front of each other now, but we'll still do that because ideas persist. Then Mauryan era, after creating All India Empire, ultimately disintegrates. And then India enters a phase of something called as post-Mauryan era, which is of 500 years. 500 saal. And in those 500 years, there are a couple of ways of looking at it. The post-Mauryan era. In the post-Mauryan era, one way is to look at it as dark age. Dark age. That the empire is gone, the unity of Indians is gone. India is invaded by Greeks, Bactrians, Shakas, and Kushanas, and whatnot. India is under foreign occupation for large part of it. There is no political unity, infighting going on. So it's like we have receded into the problematic dark age. There is other perspective also, that we are the trading superpower. We are the commercial superpower. We are the soft power and hard power both in the world. So it is not a dark age by any stretch of thinking. So these are two radically opposite perspectives, and we have to discuss in detail when we discuss in North India all these foreign powers. In Central India, Shunga and Kanava. In Deccan, we have Satavahanas, the first Deccani state and perhaps the longest state. And in South India, we have Sangam era. So Sangam era may have started during and before Mauryan era also. But one thing is sure, that majority of the Sangam literature belongs to these 500 years. Majority, if not all. So we'll discuss Sangam era in this. So in post-Mauryan era, the best thing is we go from Central India to North India to West India to Deccan to South India. We traverse across India region by region and look at all the principalities and their contribution. But then we have to focus a lot on culture. It is in this era the cave architecture becomes prominent. It is in this era the stupas became prominent. It is in this era that Buddhism transforms into Mahayanism. This era is of Silk Route. This era is of Roman trade. This era, the monsoon becomes important. This era, entire India comes under monetary system. Sab jagah sikke, 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 coins, coins, coins. So this era is extremely exhilarating and extremely interesting. This era, bhakti starts forming. Bhakti as an idea. This era, the classical Hinduism takes root. The transformation of Vedic religion into Puranic religion begins here. This era, perhaps the oldest temples which have not survived come from here. So this is a very interesting era, post-Mauryan era. It will take almost 1.5 lecture of 6 hours, 5 hours, jitna bhi hai. Then we go to Gupta era. In the classical nationalist history writing, this is the golden age of Indian history. We have Kalidas, we have Aryabhatta, Varahamihir, Brahmagupta. We have all India, almost all, again reunited, benevolent kings and benevolent despotism. Sanskrit literature is at the peak. Science and technology is at the peak. The economy is flourishing. We have beautiful golden coins. We have Ajanta paintings. So all great civilizational heights come from Gupta era. Gupta era was portrayed as the golden age. So when we see Gupta era, we see a political history, yes, but we also see the cultural, artistic, technological, scientific achievements in detail. Then we go to post-Gupta era. This is an interesting era, post-Gupta. It's of couple of centuries, 550 to 750. 550 to 750 CE. In this era, you will see that North Indians have lost it. Perhaps in earlier time, aaj se jo 20 years ago history was written in that there was a king who was claimed to be great. His name was Harsha, the last great ruler of. But Harsha is now displaced of that honor. Harsha is now one amongst many kings. He is not unique. That's some kings like, many kings like. But he was one of the last kings. But if you see North India as such, after the invasion of Hunas, after the destruction of Gupta Empire, there are many small kingdoms who are fighting, and the cultural and economic greatness is no more there. Where it is located now? South of Narmada, in Deccan and south. In Deccan, we have emergence of the great kingdom of Chalukyas, the early Chalukyas of Badami or Vatapi. And in South India, we have beginning of Pallavas, and then later on Cholas, but right now in this age Pallavas. So Harsha in North India, Chalukya in Deccan, and Pallavas in South. Chalukyas give emergence to Vesara architecture, and Pallavas start the Dravidian architecture. So the cultural efflorescence, urbanization, economic prosperity, and religious transformation, all the center of gravity of India's civilization has moved from north to south. When north is just sustaining blows of invasions after invasion and fragmentation after fragmentation. So the vitality is now south of Narmada in the post-Gupta era. From there, you go to early medieval. Early medieval is a hodgepodge of lots of things. In the old nationalist histories, again, it was the era of brave Rajputs who are defending India against the Arabs and Turks. We have three great empires of Palas, of Gurja Pratiharas, and Rashtrakutas. All of them have given immense contribution to cultural revival, no doubt. And once these three keep fighting and destroy each other, there emerges 36 Rajput principalities, Agnikula tradition, Chandravamshi, Suryavamshi, and all. And India is again, North India specifically, is divided into lots of foreign people. But this is also the era in which you have great flourishing of temple architecture. This is also the era in which you have acharyas, Shankaracharya, Madhvacharya, Nimbarkacharya, Vallabh to baad mein aate hain, baki acharya. This is also the era when you have Nathapanthis. This is also the era when you have Vajrayan and Tantrayan. So in every religion, you have huge Shakti emerges to be Shakta sect, emerges to be Kalika Puran, etc. Devi, Durga, Mahishasura Mardini, all these goddesses become important. Agriculture is the mainstay of society and no more trade. India is, unlike the post-Mauryan era, in this era, it is not a trading civilization. Yet it is important civilization. That is all north. In south, the best powers are two. One is in Deccan, you have Rashtrakutas, but in deep south, we have Cholas, the imperial Cholas. And they are the most remarkable powers of this age for variety of reasons, from architecture to invasions and army. And देखिए अपने movie PS1, it's very confusing movie, difficult to follow the narrative. But anyway, then from early medieval, we go to proper medieval, where you have first of all Turkish invasions, then we have Delhi Sultanate, then we have Vijayanagar and Bahmani. Then we have other regional powers. Then you have Mughal Empire, and then you have 18th century. This is also a remarkable age. Medieval is a term, it means middle age. What is middle? Medieval, middle era. Middle between what? So in India, in the classical tradition, we have a thinking. That thinking is go to the roots of the word, etymological thinking. If you are habituated or habitual to etymological thinking, it will help a lot in history at least. When you say medieval, middle era, middle between what? From ancient and modern. So the idea is simple. It is again Eurocentric, that one European at some point of time thought, I am great, I am modern. But I have taken a lot of inspiration from ancient past, Greek and Roman tradition. They were classical people, ancient people. But between Greek and Roman and between me, उनका बीच में जो है वो क्या है? Dark age, backwardness. The era when Christianity was important. The era when church reigned supreme. It's a dark age. The great empire of Roman Empire was gone, and now we are creating new empires again. बीच वाले हजार साल हम डूबे हुए. That is medieval. So medieval is by default associated with prevalent of church and prevalent of darkness, feudalism, backwardness. That is the connotation of the word medieval. But is it true in case of India? Are we backward in Middle Ages? Is there no cultural progress, no technological achievement, no economic greatness in Mughal era? We cannot call Mughal medieval. Can we call Vijayanagar backward? We can't. So the applicability of this term is very suspect in case of India. But if you denude them, strip them of their connotational meaning and go by just as some name place, then let us use the word medieval. Doesn't matter. But understand that inside this medieval era, we have great achievements. Here, Turkish invasions, we have to look at Ghazni and Ghori and the impact in long term. In case of Delhi Sultanate, we look at the 5 dynasties and their contribution. And then we look at the Indo-Islamic architecture, etc. In case of Vijayanagar and Bahmani, we go to South and Deccan. There is again, it's a Renaissance state. There is great cultural efflorescence once more. In case of regional states, we are not much interested in Odisha, in Kashmir, in Rajasthan, in some part of Karnataka. Many states are there. We can't study history of all the regions, but what we focus instead on the spread of art and culture, spread of languages, and the emergence of Bhakti movement in North India. In Pallava and Chola, Bhakti started in South. Here it spread everywhere else. And then you have a lot of Bhakti sense of Sagun, Nirgun type coming in this era only. And from there, you move on to Mughal Empire. Mughal Empire, everybody knows. Teaching medieval has becoming more and more difficult with every passing year because students have seen lots of content on YouTube and they come with a lot of preconceived notions about what is good, what is bad. And therefore, we tend to have sometimes very interesting heated exchanges in the class. We'll do that. if you are interested. No problem. But this is about the medieval era. In medieval era, we'll again focus less on political story. We'll focus more on art and culture and religion. Now, this is actually my takeaway for this year. Till see, when I started teaching art and culture, till 2020, I used to teach art and culture exclusively without teaching political, social, economic history because उस समय वो trend था यूपीएससी का. In last 4 years, I started to teach art and culture along with political, social, economic once again. But if when I do that, I end up giving 70% space to political, economic, administrative, social, and 30% to art and culture and religion. This year, I'm going to change that. This year, I will focus on all aspects, but I will focus extra on religion, art, and culture in every era. Because look at UPSC's trend. UPSC asks around 15 questions, 15 to 18 questions in prelims on history, which puts together ancient, medieval, culture, and modern everything. पिछले 2-3 साल से ट्रेंड मॉडर्न का कम है, 2-3 सवाल आ रहे हैं. इट मे चेंज एनी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम टू स्टडी एवरीथिंग. But about 12 questions are being asked on ancient medieval culture. Of these 12, you will see that 9 to 10 questions are from culture and religion. 9 to 10. And 2 to 3 questions are from ancient and medieval. If this is the ratio, we can't maintain that ratio because unless and until we study in detail political, administrative, economic society, we can't understand culture properly. But I will not go in a traditional way where I teach all parts of politics, administration in detail. We'll try to understand the essence of that in every lecture, but at least 50% time of every era will be given to religion, art, and culture. Is that fine? I think that will help restore the balance to some extent. Okay. Now, any doubt so far? Look at the comments. अभी तक मैं comments नहीं किए. Okay. So now let us come to 19th century Europe. 19th century Europe thinks that we are superior. Indians are backward. दुनिया पूरी पिछड़ी है, हम बस अगड़े हैं. And in that sense, they create lots of terminology. They create sociology, they create anthropology, they create political science of modern, they create economics, they create psychology in the end of 19th. All these academic disciplines that we study today are actually especially social sciences, are outcome of 19th century. And it is also true for the most of the syllabus of sciences, physics, chemistry, biology. Most of it comes from 19th century originally. So 19th century, they were the superior people and they tried to determine everything. In one of that attempts, there was Darwin. Darwin उसी जमाने में था, mid of the 19th century. He came with the idea of evolution. That started the battle to next level. If the idea of evolution is true, if humans have come from hominids and monkeys, etc., it means the Bible is wrong. But till 19th century, most people believed in the Bible as if it is every single word is literally true. Bible says that man was created 6,000 years ago or 6,000 BC. आपने बाइबल पढ़ी है? बाइबल नहीं पढ़ी. अच्छा, there is a religion called Christianity and there is a book called as Bible. Bible has two parts, Old Testament and New Testament. Old Testament is much older. New Testament comes from the time of Christ, which was later written down later. New Testament has Gospels, Matthew's Gospel, John Gospel. In the Old Testament, we have some old chapter. The first one is Genesis. Genesis is दुनिया के उद्गम कहाँ से होता. So in the chapter of Genesis, it is said that it was created 6,000 BC. God created. Creationism is a part of almost every religion except for Jainism. Jainism is the very honorable exception in the world history which does not believe in creationism. Almost every other religion believes in creationism. For some reason, at some point of time, the world was created. In that, it was said that at some point of time, humans were created. उसके पहले क्या था? Humans नहीं थे. So that idea goes against the very idea of Darwin's thesis of evolution. कि धीरे धीरे there is biological evolution. But that idea struck root. Because there was a lot of evidence that was gradually coming to prove that thesis. Hypothesis, pathesis, जो कुछ है. So it is in that intellectual atmosphere, people started to think of human evolution. Not only biological, but also sociological, but also cultural. It is there you have some people, one person called Thomson. Thomson was a curator in Denmark in some museum. which later became museum. And यहाँ पे people had started to assemble lots of curiosities, bone tool, stone tool, pottery, and started to arrange them. देखो ये जमाना कौन सा है? This time they have no technology of dating the past artifacts. Radiocarbon dating, जो हम we take by default as normal today, was invented in 1940s, 1950s during and after World War II खासकर. ये उसके 100 साल पहले 100 years before radiocarbon dating, they have no idea of dating them. They have no idea of stratigraphy, so they just decide ki bhai, which must be older, newer. They just think, they just postulate. And he postulated at that point of time, 100, 120 years before radiocarbon dating, that perhaps there is evolution not only of biology but also of technology. In that, he came with the idea of 3 ages: Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. The older people use stone, then they improved a little bit, then you have bronze, and then they improved even further, they have iron. So based on this classification, he decided there is technological evolution of human culture. Later on, we have another person who was even more explicitly impressed by Darwin. He came with the idea of within the Stone Age, old Stone Age and new Stone Age. There is a thinker, उसने कहा एक जगह, what is science? Or how the knowledge enhances. The enhancement of knowledge is nothing but progressive refinement of terminologies. आपके terms जो है उनको अब अधिक अधिक define, अधिक अधिक narrow, अधिक अधिक progressively refine करते जाओगे. That is the mark of increase in knowledge. So initially we had only past. Now we have prehistory. In prehistory, now we have Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. Within Stone Age, after a decade, we have person who calls Paleolithic and Old Stone Age and New Stone Age. We know Stone Age is a huge 99% human life. It's very millions, it's thousands and lakhs of years. So we have to categorize them even further to increase our knowledge. So we have Old Stone Age and New Stone Age. Old मतलब जो नीचे है पुराना है, new मतलब नया. Then that was also not found sufficient. Somebody added next year into that Middle Stone Age. आप भी करो Nikhil Stone Age. The point is they are refining the timelines and adding more sub-components as per the characteristics of the age over time. That is the only thing. Ultimately, today, there is a lot of debate about these terms which we don't need, but ultimately today what we have is this. There is Stone Age, which is a very long era. Then we have Chalcolithic or Chalcolithic age. Chalco, जो बोलना बोलो. If you come from St. Stephen, Chalco. If you come from Marathi medium, Chalco. ठीक है. So whatever you want to call it. And then you have Bronze Age and Iron Age. Now, let me refine it a little bit for you and define all the things. The longest duration is Stone Age. When you call it Stone Age, what does it mean? It means the primary material you use is stone tool. Is it true? Let me tell you one very interesting dictum of history. Absence of proof is not proof of absence. Absence of proof is not proof of absence. Understand this always. Today, what has survived is something which is non-perishable, that is stone. So आज आपको हजारों पत्थर मिलेंगे, but it should not mean that stone was the primary material that they used. Stone is a very hard material. It's not easy to prepare. हर दिन आप stone नहीं बनाओगे, हर दिन आप लकड़ी बनाओगे. So it's very plausible that more numerous than stone was wood. और लकड़ी को बनाने के लिए, तराशने के लिए आप पत्थर यूज करोगे. पत्थर is harder. So stone is not the primary tool. It is a tool to make the tools. A tool to make other material, and that other material is being used in most way in daily life. But everything else is gone. It has vaporized. The point I want to make is, therefore, calling it Stone Age is from our point of view. It is not from their point of view. For them, stone is like one amongst 10 things that they use. Therefore, many historians or other archaeologists have suggested another name for it. Let us call it Paleo-oxalic age. Oxalic is wood. Paleo-oxalic, old wooden age, to reflect the reality of the time. But wood, we have no access to it, has not survived. Chhod do. Let us call it Stone Age. It can be proven very well. It's not just a hypothesis. If you go for micro-wear analysis using spectrum analyzer and spectroscopy, etc., for the stone and look at the wear and tear marks, they clearly indicate it was used to prepare other tools. It was not used for like butchering. It was not. So stone is the tool of the tools, but it has survived. So Stone Age. Now within Stone Age, as I said, we have Paleolithic, we have Neolithic, we have Mesolithic. Paleolithic is the longest within the longer Stone Age. And uske andar bhi you have three ages: lower, middle, and upper. Why do we call it lower, middle, upper, and not old, middle, and new? हमने यहाँ पे कह दिया old and new, so we can't use the same terms again, right? It's not the only thing. Actually, it depends on excavation. In excavation, as you go excavating deeper and deeper, you go older and older. So lower, the lowest strata is the oldest strata. So lower Paleolithic मतलब सबसे नीचे वाली layer, मतलब सबसे पुरानी layer. So lower Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic, upper Paleolithic. Then you have Mesolithic and Neolithic. Now, what are the characteristics of each age we have to see in detail. But understand one thing well, that throughout the Paleolithic age, there is parallel to cultural evolution, there is also biological evolution of human being. The modern Homo sapien comes into being in upper Paleolithic, 20,000 BC. We have other Homo species there before him. So biological evolution bhi dheere dheere ho raha hai, in which we are not interested in this class. It's not a class of biology. Okay. So we are focusing only on cultural aspects. But anyway, you have old Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic, upper Paleolithic, then Mesolithic and Neolithic. Neolithic is nothing but the beginning of the agriculture, Kisani. So once you have agriculture, you need to settle at one place. It means you start creating villages. So villages of small communities appear on the face of the earth for the first time in the Neolithic era. So यहाँ से things start becoming perceptible to us. So domestication of plants, that is agriculture. That is the characteristic of Neolithic age. But what do you think started first? Domestication of plants or of animals? पहले क्या हुआ? Animals. So animal domestication started before plant domestication, and that era in which it began is called as Mesolithic. So Mesolithic era is the beginning of animal domestication, and Neolithic era is the beginning of plant domestication. ठीक है? पक्का? आपका नाम क्या है? हेमंत. Then you go to Chalcolithic. Chalcolithic, Chalco matlab copper. So it's the age of copper. And then you have age of iron. Now, why do you think is copper age and iron age? Is sequence में everywhere in the world, in every civilization, on every continent, copper comes first, iron comes later. ऐसे कभी क्यों नहीं हुआ? That कोई ना कोई पहले iron use कर लेता और फिर copper use कर लेता. हाँ, iron is better than copper, no doubt. It is harder. There are lots. It is better available in every part of the world. सब कुछ है. So iron is something that helps you take off. It helps you upgrade your entire technology compared to copper. So iron is superior. That is okay. But why did no people on the face of the earth started to use iron before copper? Why? Correct. Melting point. You for smelting, you need to have furnace. Furnace needs to have higher temperature. Once you start developing your technology of better furnaces, better bloomeries, you start reaching temperature 100, 200, 300, 400. At somewhere around 700, 800, you start smelting copper. Copper comes out. And uske 200-300 degree baad, iron comes out. So in the development of furnace technology, obviously copper will come out first. It would take much centuries to develop higher, better furnaces, and then iron will come out. Okay, so obviously copper comes first and iron comes later. Now I want to tell you one more thing. That is about Chalcolithic age. This is India. Where do we have Harappan civilization? In this part. What is there in the rest of India? Andhera kayam rahe. It is not. Historians, archaeologists have been obsessed with the urban character of Harappa, that we have relegated rest of India to darkness. It is not true. Actually, the story is like this. That from Stone Age, we go to Chalcolithic age. Everywhere. What is Chalcolithic? It is copper. When copper technology develops, some people discover bronze technology. Bronze is a copper alloy. Copper plus tin equal to bronze. But that's a very difficult smelt, difficult alloying technology. It's not easy. It's very high tech at that point of time. Not only it is high tech, it is kept well secret for many years. So those people who discover bronze, they become Bronze Age. And those who don't do that, they remain Chalcolithic. Bronze Age people, because of the better material, ultimately end up creating cities. More surplus, more economy, more trade, more power, more everything more. So Bronze Age becomes Harappa. Rest of India remains Chalcolithic. So here you have Neolithic, you created some villages. In Chalcolithic era, villages spread across Indian subcontinent. And of that, one part progresses to create cities. That is Harappa. Rest of India is still having villages. Then Harappa declines. Once it declines, it comes back to Chalcolithic. And then you have beginning of iron. So this is the actual story. That while Harappa emerges, sustains and declines, rest of India continues to remain in the Chalcolithic phase. The Harappan urban people, when they decline, they again go back and merge into vast Indian land of villages. They re-merge into Chalcolithic village communities, farming communities. And then we have the restart or rebooting. This is the actual picture. Is it clear? So Chalcolithic comes before Harappa or after Harappa? Both. It is also come during Harappa, and during Harappa they have trade with each other. So Harappan people may be trading with people in Rajasthan, in Maharashtra, etc. So Chalcolithic communities and bronze communities are interacting with each other. That is the picture. Is this clear now? Timeline? So chalo, let us begin the journey. एक घंटा हो गया इसके लेक्चर शुरू कर देकर. I'll be very forthright with you. UPSC is not in the habit of asking questions from this chapter of history, that is prehistory. There are very few questions, दो तीन सवाल पूछे हैं in last 20 years. And those 2 3 questions actually come from very factual aspect of these site locations. Site in the last page you can see I have given you PYQs. दो ही पूछे मेरे ख्याल से. In last 20 years, only 2 questions. But if you look at these questions, it will suddenly appear, Bahapre, do I remember all the sites? There are hundreds of sites, so you don't. What you do instead is our way, that you study the concept, study the context. If you know the context, the text becomes easy. If you know the story, the sites become easy to remember. They will become logical to you. You can guess very easily. So we have to look at the story, and through the story, we understand the concept, by which thereby you will automatically end up remembering some important sites of every era, which are iconic sites. That is our purpose. Okay. ये क्या हो गया? Now come to the evolution of Stone Age. In the Stone Age, we go from Paleo to Meso to Neo. In Paleo to Meso to Neo, you gradually evolve. When I say you evolve, what does it mean? We have access to the tools. So tools evolve. When you say tools evolve, what does it mean? They became better quality tools. So Paleo, Meso, Neo, all of them have specific tool type. And based on the tool type, you can determine ये कौन सा era है. Is it 1 lakh years before present? Is it 50,000 years before present? Is it 20,000 years before present? That is determined by the type of tool. Now, why does in the first place tool have to evolve? मेरा fundamental question, तो evolve क्यों कर रहा है? Correct. Needs are evolving. Why are needs evolving? It is not only desire of betterment. The reality is changing. In the Paleolithic era, as I said, it is a very old age. It is a long age. Paleolithic era is before the Ice Age. अब पता है Ice Age सुना है डॉक्यूमेंट्री मैमथ वगैरह उसके पहले वाली बात उसके साथ साथ वाली बात सो इट्स द एरा ऑफ ड्यूरिंग एंड बिफोर मैमथ्स इट्स द एरा ऑफ ड्यूरिंग एंड बिफोर आइस एज तो यहाँ पे द नेचर इज डिफरेंट द atmosphere is different. There are no forests, there are no lakes. It's ice age. There are also there is also no monsoon like today. There are no flowing rivers like today. So the tools that were evolved were to suit that kind of environment. When you evolve your culture, when you evolve your civilization, one aspect of it is evolving your tools to better control the nature. It's a in a very Eurocentric way, it's a struggle between Prakriti and uh, civilization rather, Sanskriti. Not in the philosophical way, Prakriti and Sanskriti. Sanskriti is civilization for Europeans and Prakriti is nature. It's a constant fight. Sanskriti is trying to tame the Prakriti. हम चाहते कंट्रोल ओवर वाटर सप्लाई बेटर एयर बेटर मिनरल्स ये हमारी इच्छा है so we are trying to control nature further and further in that process we refine our tools but what if nature changes tools will also have to change that is the basic idea so in this long evolution of thousands and thousands of years nature is changing geological time in the beginning of this kind is the great ice age it's extremely cold it's extremely cold and at that point of time our survival was like that so what I have done is divided this Pleistocene era or ice age into three parts lower middle and upper now in this part you also have the story of biological evolution as I said the story in which we are not primarily interested but couple of facts are important one fact is that humans did not evolve originally in Indian subcontinent they came from Africa that's the main hypothesis बट डिड दे कम एक बार निकले यहाँ पहुंच गए क्या नो जैसे आप घर से निकल दिल्ली आ गए हो ऐसे नहीं होता अफ्रीका के बाहर जब ह्यूमन निकला he when he went outside Africa he was still evolving and outside Africa he kept on evolving so the first human which came to this subcontinent is Homo habilis and Homo erectus यहाँ पे आके फिर वो बस गया so earliest human fragment that is a skull cap that is located in one place in India, जहां मिली है in 1980s at a place called Hathnora. Hathnora is a place in Madhya Pradesh on the banks of Narmada. So that skull cap is found. It is the oldest, possibly oldest human skull cap. It was found by a person called Arun Sonakia of Deccan College. And that is perhaps the skull cap of Homo erectus. Perhaps Homo erectus. Now, once the point is that we come to know that Indian subcontinent was inhabited by humans in the lower Paleolithic era. That is a more important. Now, what happened is that he came to India, that is out of India one. He stayed here for some thousands and thousands of years, but then he vanished. vanished. We don't know what happened, but further evolution did not take place here. Then, after some time, we have in Africa, to human hai he is evolving there. After a few thousands and thousands of years, there is another wave of migration to India. The second out of Africa theory. So the more evolved version now comes to India, and that is Homo sapien. So from Homo erectus to Homo sapien, there is an evolution that did not take place in India. At least so far, we have not found any evidence of that. So first out of Africa, Homo erectus came to India. He inhabited some parts in lower Himalayas, in Deccan, etc. Then he vanished, or what happened, we don't know. There is second wave. That second wave came about 70,000 years before present. And this time, the man which came was Homo sapiens, and then he recolonized Indian subcontinent. So it's out of Indica 1, out of Africa 1, out of Africa 2. But it's a very complicated story in which we are not primarily interested. But I think you should know this idea. We have found one skull cap in Narmada. It is the oldest skull cap. ठीक है, बट वो हमारा पुरखा नहीं है, हमारे पुरखे ये है. Now, what was man doing at? See, I have a habit. I was born in 1988. I was schooled in 1990s. So I still have not caught on to all this woke culture. So I have habit of calling he and not she. So please, उसके लिए मुझे माफ कर देना अगर आपके सेंसिटिविटी के खराब कोई ऑफेंड हो रहा है तो. I will call he and man, not she and woman. वो आदत पड़ गई और कुछ नहीं. ठीक है, I am not patriarchal in that sense. Food base. So what was the food base at that time? Basically hunting and gathering. Hunting of which kind of animal? Please improve video quality. Danish, I think there is some problem at your end. And you also, do you have the access to PDF? It is uploaded, no? PDF is uploaded. It's not about video quality. ये font बहुत छोटा है. I can give you this like this. But the point is, I have put up so many things in this single table. I want the table to be visible entirely. इसलिए मैंने font काफी छोटा किया. ठीक है? Only for this lecture. So hunting was of animals like mammoth, जो बड़े बड़े big and woolly animals. Why are the animals big and woolly? Because they want to conserve the heat. Why do they want to conserve the heat? It's an ice age. In the ice age, animals need to be bigger and larger, big and woolly. So hunting भी जो था उन्हीं का था. Secondly, because it was ice age, man couldn't live everywhere. So habitat also is very restricted where there is some kind of place जहाँ पे आप रह सकते हो गुफाओं में वगैरह. So the location of humans is not widespread. You can't find humans across Indian subcontinent, only in some parts. And the kind of animals he would be hunting would be big and woolly animals, and you need tools for that. यहाँ पे 3-4 debates आते हैं. Was hunting more important or gathering? Because once you say hunting, it means non-veg food. Once you say gathering, it means vegetarian food. India is a unique country on the entire earth. जहाँ पे we have many people who are voluntarily vegetarian. So we have that thinking, was veg food more important for humans or non-veg? It is important because you have some animals who have only this kind of teeth. We have some animals who have only this kind of teeth. We have both canine teeth and other teeth. So biologically, we are designed to eat both veg and non-veg. Bakri non-veg नहीं खा सकती. Lion veg नहीं खा सकता. They can't digest. We can digest both. It is a unique evolution of human. You can digest both. So what was more important? Hunting or gathering? Veg or non-veg? Both. ये तो सरकारी आंसर हो गया. Why gathering? Store तो ऐसे भी 2-4 दिन चलेगा और क्या होगा? Storage is not the point here. Everything is perishable. There is no private property. Easy to gather. See, hunting is difficult. To kill a mammoth, शायद आप खुद मर जाओ. है ना? It will take time. You have to gather a team of 10-20 people. You have to try. आपके पास हथियार क्या है? भाला, तीर, कमचा. How will you hunt? It is not easy. Once you hunt, there's a feast for 10 days perhaps. But to be able to hunt, it is not easy. Gathering is everyday activity. It is easier. So gathering was perhaps more important food source than hunting. Hunting was more dramatic. So, if this is true, then should we call it hunting gathering or gathering hunting? Important term should come first, no? So technically it should be called gathering hunting and not hunting gathering. But naam pad gaya so pad gaya. Kya kare? There is another point. There is a stereotype of gender where people say that hunting is done by men, gathering by women, because women are physically frail. And in all our mental images we have, जैसे कि हमने देखा अफ्रीका में 4 लोग हैं हाथ में भाले के हाथी को मार रहे हैं, they are all male. That is what image that is fed to us by media. Do you believe in that stereotype that hunting by men, gathering by women at that point? What do you think? Was there gender division of labor? Might be, could be. Anybody else? Yes, there is no society. I understand there is no larger group of people, 100, 200, but there are small groups of 5, 10, 20 people, right? In that, they have both the genders. So within that, would they have division of gender? They might. Well, that is a prevalent thought that they might, but in last few years, we started to find evidence against it. Because it's just a theory. But the evidence recently, in I think a decade ago, we found, 2013 में शायद, we found a skeleton of a woman from lower Paleolithic era or some Paleolithic era in Peru, in Latin America, where she was buried. I think it is upper Paleolithic era. She was buried with hunting toolkit. जब आप किसी को दफन करते हो and you have grave goods with that person, those grave goods are either for that person to have afterlife or the beloved thing, उसकी प्यारी चीज तो उसका दफन कर दे. So if hunting toolkit is buried with a woman's skeleton, it means it was her toolkit. It means she was a hunter. So we have some evidences now where women also were hunters. We should not go into gender stereotype. Okay? So that is another thing. And one more question I have, that is a typical Yuval Noah Harari question. If humans started to eat non-veg, which part of animal body they started first eating? पहले क्या खाया हो? Chicken breast, skin, क्योंकि पहले बाहर होती है वो. See, humans are weak. हम किसी टाइगर को, किसी जेब्रा को वन ऑन वन नहीं ले सकते. It's very difficult, extremely rare. So it's more plausible that some other hunting animals killed other animals. They ate that killed animal to some extent and then they left. And humans, जिनको बहुत भूख लगी थी, वहां फिर पहुंचे, बचा कुचा खा लिया, scavenger की तरह. That is more plausible. And if you are a scavenger eating somebody else's remaining food, the main flesh, main meat is all gone. What remains are bones. So possibility of humans eating first non-veg is bone marrow. Exactly ulta. Skin के exactly दूसरे direction. सबसे अंदर वाला part, bone marrow. That is what Yuval Noah Harari is thinking, that if humans ate non-veg for the first time, could be that we ate somebody else's का खाना. तो बचा कुचा क्या था? Bone marrow था. And from there we gradually gathered strength to start hunting. That's a good hypothesis to have, but who knows? Anyway, so hunting and gathering was more important part of food base. Then the kind of tools that you have. Now tools, because you have to evolve them between lower, middle and upper, which is actually based on the tool type. Tools are also of 3 types corresponding to each era. For the lower age, you have something called as core tool. Core. Quartz was the material. It's a typical metamorphic stone or rock. It is hard. It is crystalline. It is brittle. So it is hard. You need a hard tool to use. Brittle. So it is easily breakable if you hit on it. And it's crystalline. If it is crystalline, when it breaks along crystal line. It breaks along it gives a specific shape, the desired shape. Therefore, quartz was very important. It is hard, crystalline, and brittle. Therefore, it can be chipped to create sharp edges. along crystalline होना बहुत जरूरी है, वरना कहीं भी टूट जाएगा वो. So you have primarily core tools. When I say core tools, what does it mean? It means that you have a stone जिसको आपने तोड़ के जो उसका मेन पार्ट जो है, बड़ा पार्ट, कोर, that is something that you use. And how do you use it? As hand axe. And what is hand axe? It's a fashionable term for saying sar pe marunga. That's all. Hand and axe. So it is not a cutting tool. It is not a scraping tool. It's a hitting tool. Thak, thak, thak. That's all. Hand axe मतलब पत्थर को हाथ में पकड़ना है और सर पे मारना. So they are using the core tool for hard hitting. That's and primarily hand axes. That's why heavy tools for brute force. Now there are four sites which I want to discuss with you. From this, there are hundreds of sites perhaps from where we have gathered tools. Tools are generally the surface finds. But four sites are interesting. The first one is Pallavaram and Atirampakkam. Pallavaram is the most important because it is here in 1860s, a British officer called Robert Bruce Foote found India's first hand axe. पहली discovery वहाँ. It's near Chennai in Tamil Nadu. Pallavaram. And very soon afterwards, the similar things was found also at Atirampakkam. So Pallavaram is something that you should memorize. Why it is important? Because till this point of time, British thought कि यार इंडिया में क्या है? We came to India to grieve सब कुछ. यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था. The moment we found hand axe, अच्छा Indian subcontinent was inhabited by humans even in the lower Paleolithic era. इंडिया की इतनी पुराना इतिहास है. ये उनको हजम नहीं हुआ, करना पड़ा. So Pallavaram is important and Robert Bruce Foote is important. Today, in India, there is a profusion of stone tools, especially in the period of 8 lakh to 2 lakh years before present. Then you have Isampur. Isampur is remarkably dense concentration. It is in Karnataka, जहाँ पे in some valley and some foothill, etc., you have lots of like littering of stone tools, hundreds and thousands of stone tools. Perhaps it was an industry area. When I say industry, it means यहाँ पे stone tools were manufactured and then they were used elsewhere also. So you have Isampur in Karnataka as important. I have used on Achulian set. Achulian कुछ नहीं है, ये फ्रांस की साइट है. The same the, that type of tool making and process and tool was first found in France. उन्होंने अपना नाम चिपका दिया. अब दुनिया भर में जहां भी जाओगे Achulian बोलोगे उस. That is what you get when you are a superpower. You get to name the things. So they named it Achulian. जो कुछ है. And then there is fourth site that we should know. That is Jwalapuram. Jwalapuram is an interesting site. It is in Andhra Pradesh. एंड यहाँ पे देखो स्टोन टूल्स में क्या होता है ना, इन स्टोन टूल्स यू डोंट नो हाउ टू डेट इट. देयर इज नो कार्बन इन इट. इट इज नॉट, so you can't go for radiocarbon dating. It is not burnt and baked. You can't go for argon iron dating. There are lots of techniques of dating depend on some or other thing. None of them is applicable to stone tool. Stone tool dating इतना आसान नहीं हो. So there is always a debate कि stone tool 2000 साल पुराना है, 10,000 साल पुराना है, 1 लाख साल पुराना है. That debate never ends. But there is one interesting thing that happened at Jwalapuram. आज से 74,000 years ago, in Southeast Asia, there was an eruption of volcano called Toba. Toba. Toba volcano in Southeast Asia. That volcano, it's in Sumatra in Indonesia, and that spread volcanic ash to vast region, including India. So we have a layer of volcanic ash deposits. And wherever in Asia, in China, Southeast Asia, India, you have that volcanic ash deposit, we know that it belongs to Toba. Volcanic eruption 74,000 years before. Agar, if you start digging at any place, you come across that layer, and there is a tool that is above that layer. It means it is newer than 74,000 years. If a tool is couple of meters or couple of feet below that, beneath that layer, it means it is a few hundred years older than 74,000 years. At Jwalapuram, we have found incontrovertible evidence of tools which are older, which are at the lower level than the level of volcanic ash. So there is incontrovertible evidence that some of the tools of Paleolithic era are older than 74,000. Why this 74,000 important? Because remember, the second wave of out of Africa humans coming to India is around that time, 70,000 years or so. So these tools belong to the earlier human being, not this human being. So dating के लिए, we have this Jwalapuram site, very important. Is it clear? Now, as you improve your tool technology, you start gradually increase using the other parts of the stone. I have a figure here. You can see this. So what we have here is a stone. जब stone को तोड़ देते हो आप एकदम ये करके hit करके, this is the core. So you use this tool as a core during your lower Paleolithic. And what you have coming out, which you throw away, is called flake. This flake now starts becoming important. The year in which man learns to use flake, the age, that is the middle Paleolithic. So middle Paleolithic में हमने इसको यूज करना शुरू किया, flake tools. And then as you improve even further, जो छोटे chips निकलते हैं, they are called blades. So in the upper Paleolithic, we use the blades. इतनी सी बात, जो यूज कर रहे हो फेंक दो, जो फेंक रहे हो यूज करो. But even for that much of thing, humans took 1 lakh years. 1 लाख साल लगे हमें समझने में. 1 लाख, 1 lakh. It's not a joke. Why do you think it is so that humans took 1 lakh years to understand कि भाई इसको थ्रो करो, इसको यूज करो, नॉट कि वाइस वर्सा. इतना कॉमन सेंस नहीं था क्या? करेक्ट. Your brain is improving, your thumbs are improving, your cognitive capacity and biological capacity is changing. It is evolving with time. उसके साथ साथ you understood what is better. So tools are evolving with biological evolution. These are going hand in hand. Okay, so this is very simple. You should remember that lower Paleolithic means core tools, middle Paleo means flake tools, and upper Paleo means blade tools. Easy. Then you come to dwelling sites. There is nothing much here. Initially, because humans did not know perhaps how to make घर, हाउस बनाना आता नहीं, तो natural dwellings थे, cave में and rock shelters. Generally, humans used to reside in caves and rock shelters. Caves and rock shelters are found at foothills or at the hilly area. They are nowhere in the river valley. वहां पे धोखा होता है, कोई जानवर आ जाए खा जाए तो. So for the safety purpose, you don't live near the rivers. Similarly, if you require tools which are made of stone, so stone ka supply, the kind of quartz that you need, which is metamorphic rock, you tend to find it at foothills and rocky area and not in the alluvium plain. So for the supply of raw material and for safety both, humans tended to live in the natural dwelling caves and rock shelters and not in artificial houses on the river bed. River bed में शुरुआत में नहीं, रिवर के नदी किनारे रहना ये बहुत बड़ी बात आती है आफ्टर थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ईयर. That is one thing. So therefore you find the sites are there in most of India, but you will not find them in the alluvium river valleys. जैसे कि गंगा जमुना प्लेन में आपको एक भी साइट नहीं मिलेगी, except one. There is one honorable exception, therefore you should remember it. There is a place called Kalpi, Jalaun in UP. It is in the Ganga Yamuna plain, and यहाँ पे we have found some tools. And that is very interesting because tools are not local. Today, if you want to construct a house in Delhi, दिल्ली में घर बनाना है, पत्थर आपको बाहर से मंगाना पड़ता है. दिल्ली doesn't have the पत्थर, यहाँ तो मिट्टी है सिर्फ. So आज से हजारों साल पहले कहाँ पत्थर थे? यहाँ तो पत्थर ही नहीं थे. पत्थर came from Himalayan foothills or Rajasthan Aravalli hills. So even then, the stone was not available. So we do not find a site. But one exception is Kalpi. Therefore, exception side is Kalpi. जहाँ पे on the surface of the earth we have found some Paleolithic stone tools. Why did they come there? We have no idea. We have no idea. Is it clear? Then you go to the society and religion of the Paleolithic era. In the Paleolithic era, human existence was largely solitary. There was no idea of community, no idea of samaj. We have very small groups of people which we technically call as band. We study in socio-anthro. Band. Band कितने लोगों का होता है? 20, 30, 40 maximum. Not more than that. So we have bands. But human existence was largely solitary and we used to fight each other, compete with each other for simple food sources and shelter. It is at this point of time, somewhere 50,000, 55,000 years ago, we have the beginning of control of fire. Now, fire के ऊपर control is second most important thing with the emergence of stone tools. Why is fire important? The first evidence कहाँ मिलता है fire का? Anybody? When I say fire, it means man-made fire. Where is the first evidence found? Hmm? No, not in India, in the world. It's in China, called Peking Man. So it is 5 lakh years, 5 lakh साल पहले. But that is in China. In India, we have what I have read is in Belan Valley in Uttar Pradesh, जहाँ पे you got first man-made fire का evidence. But how does fire help humans? Fire का फायदा क्या है? Keeping animals away, so safety, that is one thing. Secondly, night vision. रात में आपको ट्रैवल करना हो तो दिखाई तो दे कम से कम. That is second. So first is safety, second is night vision, and third is cooking. You can cook food. Why is cooking important? अच्छा खाओ, खा तो रहे थे, दुनिया खाती है, सब जानवर खाते हैं. Easy to digest. What happens because of that ease? Correct. Once you cook food, the pre-cooked food goes into stomach. You take less energy to process the food. It means more energy is available for other parts of the body, mostly brain. It is after man started cooking food, you see the brain starts developing further and faster. You have more energy available for processing of cognitive things. So it is a very important external aid in human evolution. Control of fire and eating cooked food. अच्छा खाना जब तक खाते थे हमारी अकल थोड़ी कम थी. That is the but anyway. Then you come to next development. Once you have better brain capacity, once you have more evolved version of yourself, you can start to have speech. It is in upper Paleolithic era we have perhaps the evolution of speech. What is speech? How do we know speech develop हुआ? Based on largely brain capacity only, we are guessing that. But उससे उसका क्या फायदा है? मतलब उसका क्या मतलब सिग्निफिकेंस है? Yes, हम उसी की बात कर रहे हैं. In the brain evolution, once you have speech, it means you have symbolic language. You can connect abstract with tangible. There are very few other species who can have evolved language because not because they can't, they don't want to, they can't. They can understand some symbols. You can understand hundreds and thousands of symbols. We can connect with some sound, some meaning. It's a symbolic meaning. It's abstraction. Abstract thinking के लिए brain capacity बहुत बड़ी चाहिए. It's not easy. So only after biology permitted that evolution happened that we can speak. Languages starting to evolve. Once the language is starting to evolve, we can communicate further, can create larger societies. We can tell stories. You come to back to Yuval Noah Harari. Stories and mythologies and gossips, right? So you have these things. So physical reality biologically improve हो रही है and imagined reality stories भी आना शुरू हो गई. So once we have those kind of imagined reality and stories, you can have many things. For example, religion. So there is a possibility of very faint beginning of religious thought. in the upper Paleolithic era. How do we know that? Because of couple of things. Firstly, earliest Bhimbetka paintings might belong to upper Paleolithic era. We have beginning of the art. आपके पास you have a plenty of leisure time. पहली बात तो समझो, एक आप किसी जानवर को मार दो, 10 दिन आराम कर लो. जब तक हम हंटर गैदरर थे, जिंदगी बड़ी आसान थी. Life was easy. It's not. It's proved ethnographically. People have done surveys in today's tribes to identify how many hours per week everybody works. In the hunting gathering era, humans on an average work for 20 hours a week. In the agricultural societies, humans on an average work for 40 hours a week. डबल काम कर दिया हमने. 20 घंटे से 40 घंटा मेहनत. हमें लगा कि हमें सिक्योरिटी मिल रही है, फूड सप्लाई मिलेगा, काम डबल कर दिए. तो टाइम दैट इज अवेलेबल फॉर योर लेजर, योर म्यूजिक, डांस, ड्रामा, परफॉर्मेंस, स्टोरीज एंड व्हाट नॉट, एंटरटेनमेंट वगैरह आपका घट गया. But in this time, it was, we have lots of intangible culture at that time to which we don't have access. We don't have access, but we know that there was a possibility. There was some possible beginning of painting. Painting, rock painting generally comes from Mesolithic, but शायद कुछ शुरुआत यहाँ पे हो सकती. And then you have Baghor in Madhya Pradesh, a place where we have found a typical stone given some shape. And perhaps it is the oldest known deity in India in upper Paleolithic era. उसका मैंने फोटो दिया हुआ है यहाँ. This is the photo. This photo in the red background. शायद ये कोई देवी है, पता नहीं. This is not a tool for sure. It is a human given shape also for sure. It belongs to upper Paleo also for sure. At Baghor in Siddhi district in Madhya Pradesh. It seems like some kind of abstract shape, possibly a god or goddess, some kind of ritual object. So it's a debatable thing. It's not confirmed yet. It's a debatable, but many people say it is possibly some kind of deity. If it is true, then beginning of art form, beginning of the religion also can be traced back to upper Paleo. Tentatively, but these are more prevalent in Mesolithic. So this is about Paleolithic. Do you understand Paleolithic? कोई doubt है इसके बारे में? And we have seen some sites, Baghor, we have seen Atirampakkam, we have seen Pallavaram, we have seen Isampur, we have seen Jalapuram. हमें पर्पस तो साइट्स याद करना, वो स्टोरी है तो आसानी से याद हो जाता. ठीक. Let us go to the next. That is the Mesolithic. Let me see if there is any doubt online. Why Britishers were doing excavation here? Actually, they were trying to collect all sort of knowledge for their colonial rule. Simple. And secondly, some of these stone tools are not excavated, they are found on surface. Not all things are excavated, there are sometimes surface finds also. But anyway, come back to the next era, that is Mesolithic. Now in Mesolithic, first of all, you have to understand why do you transition from Neo to Meso? That is because the atmosphere is changing. There is climate change. The Pleistocene era is passing away, and we have Holocene era coming. Holocene में क्या होता है? Ice caps start melting. The permafrost start melting. You have flowing water, flowing rivers, emergence of lakes, emergence of grassland and meadows. You have monsoon begin. So you have all this climate change. Climate is becoming warmer. Grasslands are coming up, and that leads to different kind of evolution in biological setup. Now you don't have mammoths. What you have is deer, antler. ऐसे से जानवर जो छोटे हैं और चपल है. You have smaller animals which are quicker and faster on the grassland. अब उनको आपको hunt करना है, वरना भूखे मर जाओगे. So you have to develop your tool accordingly. Everything changes. The habitat changes, the food base changes, tools change. ठीक है? So here we have grazing animals increase sharply. So you have different methods coming up. एक change major होता है, you have beginning of domestication of animals. अब यहाँ पे the first few animals which are domesticated are dogs, sheep, and goat. I have a timeline here based on the archaeological records, and the first animal ever to be domesticated was dog, very old. Then you have sheep, then you have goat, then you have pig, and then you have cow, etc. सबसे पहले dog, first pet that humans created. Why was dog domesticated first? We don't know. We don't know. Perhaps it was some kind of stories जहाँ पे fox type animals come near human habitat, and they are found to be, they are also scavengers. They help you hunt. They help you from getting hunted. So perhaps they help in hunting. And then you discovered other characteristics and traits of dog's personality also. Loyal है, वफादार है, दोस्त है, emotions, सब कुछ बाद में आ जाता है साथ. There is a possibility. We don't know how it happened exactly. There are multiple theories, but dog is the first animal to be domesticated. Have you seen that movie? I should not ask because मेरी generation अलग है. तेरी मेहरबानी है. किसने कहा? One person. यानी दो, और कौन है? उसमें एक हीरो है, जैकी श्रॉफ, उसका डॉग है. उनकी स्टोरी है. जैकी श्रॉफ मर जाता है, उसका बदला डॉग लेता है विलन को मार के बाद में, मतलब वो कैमरा लेके जो कुछ है. सो एनीवे, so dog is the first, and other animals. So animal domestication began before plant domestication. It means once you start domesticating animals, what does it mean? You domesticate them for what reason? For help in hunting, for safety, for emotional support, yes, but also for meat and milk. Primarily meat originally, milk comes later. तो आप पहले, एंड वुल ऑल्सो, अगर गोट एंड शिप है तो. सो आप पहले बन गए nomads, pastoral people. Before becoming agriculturalists, we became nomads and pastoral. So nomadic life, pastoral life, herding के herders बन गया. तो हर्डिंग की लाइफ पहले शुरू होती है इन मिजोलिथिया. द साइज ऑफ हर्ड में बी वेरी स्मॉल, वी डोंट नो, 5 2 50, वी हैव नो आइडिया. बट हर्डिंग began before agricultural began. That is important point. Also, I want to tell one thing here. Again, आपने बाइबल पढ़ा नहीं होगा. आज हम बाइबल की बात करेंगे, कल वेदों की बात करेंगे. तो इन बाइबल द स्टोरी इन अगेन जेनेसिस में, that we have Adam and Eve, then you have next generation, that is Cain and Abel, right? Cain and Abel दोनों भाई है. both of them want to impress the god. एक भाई जो है वो कौन है? he is a herder. दूसरा भाई कौन है? वो है किसान, एग्रीकल्चर. सो किसानी एंड हर्डिंग. तो हर्डर एंड एग्रीकल्चरल दो अलग सिविलाइजेशनल आइडियाज, कल्चरल आइडियाज, लाइफ स्टाइल्स है यहाँ. टेक इट एलेगरिकली. अंत में होता क्या है? एक भाई दूसरे भाई को मार देता है. एग्रीकल्चरलिस्ट भाई किल्स द हर्डर भाई. दैट मेटाफोरिकली शोज दैट एग्रीकल्चर अल्टीमेटली ट्रायम्फ्स ओवर हर्डिंग. ठीक है. इन बट नोमैडिक लाइफ नेवर एंड्स. इवन टुडे इट हैज कंटिन्यूड. Anyway, come to the tools and technology. Now we want to go for newer tools to kill these grazing animals which are smaller and chapel. So you don't go for this kind of core and blade. What you go for is composite tools. Composite tools matlab you bring multiple parts together and create a tool. For example, you have to have spear. Spear को भाला अलग होगा, सामने वाला harpoon अलग होगा. You want to go for some kind of axe. So you have a rod, you can haft the teeth on it. You want to go for bow and arrow composite. You want to go for lagori. So we have boomerangs, lots of things. So any kind of tool that is made of multiple parts together, it requires smaller parts to be constructed first, be crafted first, and then putting them together, arranging it. So you have geometric shapes of smaller parts put together in composite manner. That is a much higher level technology of tools. That is something called as microlith. Lith matlab patthar, micro matlab small. You have small tools. Micro, kitne small? May few millimeters also. Again, I have a photo here. You can see these are different microliths. एक microlith यहाँ पे इतना छोटा सा है, उंगली के ऊपर रखा हुआ. It gives an idea of some of the microliths are how micro. They are not literally micro. They are not in microns. Don't worry. They are micro matlab small, very small. They're small. And what do? They have sharp edges. They have geometric shapes. You can put them together in composite manner. What does it mean? It means that now you understand projectile motion. It's a great leap in science and technology. You understand projectile motion. And that's why you can increase the ability of hunting. And then the second technical change in this era is you have the beginning of pottery. Until recently, it was assumed theoretically that pottery becomes important after agriculture starts. Because once you have grain that you harvest, to store that, you need pots. Before that, why do you need pots? Pots की जरूरत ही नहीं है. So pottery was initially presumed to be the characteristic of Neolithic era. But now we have found evidences of pottery which are older than the beginning of agriculture. One famous site in India is Langhanaj in Gujarat, where we have found ceramic phase, that is pottery phase beginning even before the beginning of agricultural phase. Why do you think there was need of pottery before agriculture? What will store? Before agriculture. Mesolithic era, I don't have agriculture. You still have pottery. टूल स्टोरिंग के लिए पॉटरी क्यों चाहिए? करेक्ट. कुकिंग. You know how to cook the food. You need some utensils for cooking the, and then you need place to put the cooked food, store the cooked food. So cooking का indication यहाँ पे मिलता है that pottery began first for cooking, then for storing the crops from agriculture. But it is rare thing. I'm not saying that in every Mesolithic site you will find pottery. No, there would be many sites जहाँ पे pottery will start after agriculture, but there are some cases where pottery began before agriculture in this era, like Langanaj. So, हमें याद क्या करना है Langanaj site, but in the context of Mesolithic. Langanaj continued to remain important even afterwards in Neolithic era. It was also contemporary to Harappa era. बात वाली बात है, but it began here. Then you come to dwelling sites. Now you want to move everywhere. Gradually, you start building semi-permanent houses. Because of what reason? Now you can't stay in the upland. You can't stay only in the rocky terrain. Why? Because you are a herder. And for a herder, you need to feed your herd. You need to go to grasslands. Grasslands आपके रहेंगे कहाँ जहाँ पे पत्थर कम है. So you have to build at least temporary household in grassland. And the grassland may get exhausted. Season may change. You want to keep shifting, migrating seasonally from place to place. You need to build again newer houses at newer places. So your life is semi-pastoral, semi-nomadic, and you need to therefore create semi-permanent houses. So that is how. So you find many such places across India. This is just a list of some examples: Bagur, Bhimbetka, Chopani Mandu, Bir Bhanpur, Ballari, and Tuticorin, and many other places you have found such kind of Mesolithic sites. And these houses are generally temporary houses. When you say temporary, तो कैसे बनाते थे? Wattle and dog. What is wattle and dog? You have something like, आपको ये पता है, आपने सबने किया होगा बचपन में. You have this kind of arrangement of bamboo or wood. You create a matrix, then you take mud and then put on both the sides. बन गई दीवार. And that is wattle and daub. This is wattle and that is daubing. Yes. So these are temporary houses. Again, they would not survive, obviously. So we don't have evidences of them. We have evidence of tools only. But we guess, we reconstruct that. Apart from wattle and daub, there would also be some houses out of animal skin. Now we have better tools जहाँ पे animal skin and wood bark को निकाल सकते हैं. So you can go for debarking also. Therefore, you can create house material out of skin of animals and wood bark and such kind of wattle and daub. But these are all temporary houses. 15 दिन, एक महीना, 2 महीने के लिए. And then you move to new place. With better food, better technology, better climate, you have increase in the size of human society. So what we have is tribe. Tribe matlab more than 100 perhaps, could be 200, 400, 500 kuch bhi. Once you have that kind of size of human community, it means that it is becoming complex. हमें लगता है ट्राइब मतलब काफी इगलिटेरियन होगा, काफी सिंपल ना. इवन इन द पैक ऑफ वुल्फ वी हैव अल्फा मेल्स, राइट? तो ट्राइब में भी आप देखोगे तो देयर इज सम काइंड ऑफ hierarchy, some kind of reciprocity, some kind of inequality in some way. It is much more complex than band society. We have also in this era, for the first time, the beginning in artificial human burial. And that is extremely significant. Once you have artificial human burial, what does it mean? You believe in afterlife. And when you believe in afterlife, the first graves are found where? At places like Mahadaha, again in UP. There are some other places also. Mahadaha is one such place. We have places like Sarai Nahar Rai. Mahadaha, Sarai Nahar Rai, etc. They are in the foothills of Vindhyas in north. So यहाँ पे you will see that you have belief in afterlife. What does it mean? That the abstract thinking has gone to the level where you are able to imagine the life after life. Do you think many people have said that having burials means it is also coming with some kind of rituals, because they are burying in north and south direction? It means they have some belief in astronomy, some kind of belief in rituals. It's maybe some kind of process around it to which we don't actually, they're intangible things, they're lost. But the very fact that there is burial, the very fact that there is north to south orientation, it means they believe in afterlife. And it is an obsession with life, not death. But anyway, you also have profusion of rock painting. As I said, some historians claim that rock painting began in the upper Paleolithic, but that is slightly debatable. What is not debatable is that we have huge amount of rock paintings from across India, or rest of the world rather, in the Mesolithic era. And the most iconic place is Bhimbetka. Bhimbetka is not the only place, but it is the most iconic place. तो भीमबेटका की शुरुआत भी होती है आइदर अपर पेलियो से या मेसोलिथिक से. And all these things, different types of paintings, burial rites, perhaps some gods, etc., indicates the religion has begun. Religion has begun, and what kind of religion it may be, we have no idea. But based on our guess about other tribes that exist today, we can imagine them to be primitive animism. What is animism? River gods. You believe that animism, matlab some kind of spirit animates entire nature. A tree हो, river हो, पहाड़ हो, इन सब में कुछ ना कुछ spirit है, and you worship trees and पहाड़ and river. ठीक है, that, and it's very primitive, because primitive animism, nature worship, etc. You have those things. So what is the crux of the Mesolithic era? It is that you have microlith, you have pottery, you have animal domestication, you have tribes beginning for the first time. That is the crux. And religion and art form takes firm root in human society since then till today. Okay. Then you go to next era, and that is the Neolithic. Now, Neolithic is a very controversial era. Dogs are loyal than humans. Danish, it is true. Although I'm not a pet lover, I agree with you. Now come to Neolithic. In Neolithic, Holocene climate continues. The climate becomes even warmer. And now you go to the next phase where you have agriculture beginning, domestication of plants, and not only animals. Now, ये बहुत ही consequential चीज है, plant domestication. It has defined us since then till today. Plant domestication. In causes and consequences, it is very fundamental. There are lots of theories and lots of debates regarding this, which we don't need to know. I will indicate at some of them just for a moment. But first time agriculture started, barley and wheat were the first crops to be domesticated. Soon it became the most important source of food. The moment, पहली बात तो, why did we start having food cultivation, plant domestication? इसके बारे में, what is the trigger point? Is it increase in population? Is it some kind of oasis theory? Is it some kind of this and that? हजार theories के हैं, and there is no conclusion. It must be complex set of factors, some intentional change, एंड परहैप्स सम अनइंटेंशनल ऑल्सो, हो गया गलती से कि आपने कुछ बेर लेके आए थे, थोड़े खा लिए, थोड़े फेंक दिए आंगन में, अरे हो गया. So there could be some unintentional and some intentional also. We don't know, but set of factors came together. So we don't need to go into why we went into food production. But the second thing that is associated is where it happened for the first time. In the colonial era, in 19th century, when all these things started, people were quite racist, quite Eurocentric, and they believed कि भाई सब ज्ञान पहले हम पैदा करते हैं फिर इनको देते हैं. That was their idea, that we produce knowledge and everybody else consumes knowledge. And that must have been the thing since ancient time. तो पहले एग्रीकल्चर कहाँ शुरू हो गया? मेसोपोटामिया, इराक में. That is our civilization. Everybody else just copied it. So they used to find dates. अच्छा हमारा पहले, आपका बाद में, तो आपने कॉपी, आप कॉपी कैट हो. That is called as diffusion theory. Diffusion is theory that there is monogenesis. The same invention cannot be done by two different people at two different point. जो पहले है वो ओरिजिनल है, जो बाद में है वो कॉपी कैट है. Now this is a very inadequate and illogical thinking. It may happen that the same plant can be domesticated by two different cultures in different places at different point of time. They may not have communication with each other. It's totally plausible. So in the old school theories, you will see they used to call diffusionist theories. कि भाई सबसे पुराना ढूंढो, and that is the point of origin, and then from there the ideas spread everywhere. लोग चले गए, idea चले गए. But we don't adhere to that kind of thinking anymore. Now we think that there is multi-origin. The similar plants can be domesticated by different societies at different point of time in different, like rice. Rice cultivation perhaps started for the first time in China, no doubt. China is the first one. But in India, it has started independent of China. थोड़ा बाद में है, but हमने independently खुद से किया हो. Like brinjal, हमने ही किया, दुनिया में किसने नहीं किया. So wheat was domesticated at different times and different places. So we have discarded this diffusionist paradigm altogether. Now come to the sites for prelims. You have Mehergarh. Mehergarh comes in Balochistan, northwest of Indian subcontinent. It is, if you go for radiocarbon dating, 7000 BCE. भारत देश का पहला गांव. The oldest known village in Indian subcontinent is Mehergarh. First of all, it's a archetypical Neolithic site. You can see the photo on the left side here. This is Mehergarh. Excavation in Balochistan. Pehla gaon. Why do you need a gaon? Because once you start agriculture, you can't be nomad. आपको वहीं पे रहना पड़ेगा 4 महीने, 6 महीने, 1 साल, आप वहीं गांव बनाओगे आपका. So now you have created settled lifestyle. That's why you have emergence of villages. And the oldest village that we know of is Mehergarh, Bharat ka pehla gaon. Typical Neolithic site. And then here you have wheat and barley. But again, the crops that you domesticate depend on the type of atmosphere you have, the climate, the soil, the water, everything. So if in northwest of India, you have wheat and barley, in UP and eastern UP and Bihar, you will have rice. So in Mirzapur district, a place called Koldi Hawa. In Koldi Hawa, we have found the oldest rice, 5500 BC. हाँ, ये है that this is 1500 साल late. Wheat was domesticated first in Mehergarh 7000 BCE में, but in Koldi Hawa 5500 BC में you have independently rice cultivation, domesticated rice there. Recently, we have found another site in Sant Kabirnagar district in UP called Lahura Deva. In Lahura Deva, we have found again a rice cultivation that goes back even 1000 years. 6500 BC, मतलब 6500 7000, I don't see much difference now. 500 साल इधर हो जाते हैं ऐसे तुरंत, इसमें क्या बड़ी बात. So the point is, the point I want to make is twofold. First point, even today, you see in Punjab, wheat ज़्यादा खाया जाता है, रोटी. If you go to Bihar, चावल खाया जाता है. It is not a new culture. It is since the time of Neolithic revolution, the local food. The second thing I want to make, that it should not be presumed by Northwest India कि भाई हमने पहला गांव बनाया, हमने पहला हमने पहले शहर बनाए. हमने आपको सिखाया, आप बाद में आए ईस्ट इंडिया वाले, ऐसे नहीं. There is also relatively simultaneous progress towards Neolithic phase in different parts. But there is one exception, that is South. In South, it was not the domestication of wheat or barley or rice, it was millets, jowar and bajra, etc. And that happened quite late. So South India, south of Narmada, Deccan and South India, for some inexplicable reason, transitioned from Stone Age to Neolithic age quite late, 3000 साल late. So around 2000 years BCE, 2500 years BCE, when North India में बड़े बड़े शहर बन गए हैं, it is at that point of time you see the transition happening to the Neolithic era. South थोड़ा timeline में अलग लेवल पे चल रहा है उस समय. And one more thing I want to add, that once you move to agriculture, does it mean that you only eat agricultural food? No, you eat all kinds of food. This is an additional food. So once you move to agriculture, does not mean that you start eating non-veg. You continue eating non-veg. You continue eating domesticated non-veg. You continue eating the jungly hunted non-veg, and also now food and fruits and berries and everything. So it's all the basket of the food supply is now becoming more complex and therefore more robust. Then you come to the tool and technology. Here you have a couple of interesting things. Mandu is important Neolithic site in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Danish, you're right. Mandu will see when we study Harappa, tools and technology. So now you have more development in terms of polishing and refinement. Instead of quartz, we move to igneous rocks. Igneous rocks are more made of basalt and granite, therefore they're better tools, they're harder, and now you can use them. Secondly, you start using celts. Celts matlab, now you have lots of handles. So tools with handles. You don't anymore have hand axe. You have proper axe with a proper handle, and that gives you lever arm. Lever arm, जानते हो lever arm मिलता है आपको. So application of force becomes even more proper. So you have not only sharp tools and new material of tool, you have different types of tools, Celtic tools. Then you have emergence of wheel. Wheel is altogether different thing. Why do you need wheel? One thing is for pottery, but other thing is for transportation. The wheels that were at that point of time, मतलब क्या है, आपके पास बैलगाड़ी शुरू हो गई, आपके पास बैलगाड़ी शुरू हो गई. अब wheel का use is being done for transportation. The moment you have transportation, it means that now you can travel larger distance. Maybe you have these villages, but not all villages are of same importance. Some are larger villages, जहाँ थोड़े थोड़े लोकल मार्केट बनेंगे. आप ग्रेन ट्रांसमिट करेंगे, यहाँ से वहाँ ट्रांसफर करोगे. So you have these different isolated tribes and communities which are settling in their own places, gradually talking to each other. There is intercommunication in different parts. You don't have to physically walk all the time. You can go on wheels. So you create larger trade networks. Although these are very rudimentary compared to later era of Chalcolithic age, but you have beginning of larger trade networks. And then you have pottery of better type, the wheeled and fired pottery. फायरिंग मतलब बाद में जो बर्निंग करके उसको पक्का बनाते हैं, एंड व्हील मतलब व्हील पे गोल बनाते हैं. अगर इफ यू डोंट गो फॉर फायरिंग, हाउ डू यू गो फॉर इट? सन ड्राइड. Sun dried will not be as robust as the fired pottery. So fired pottery and wheel plate will have better shape. So that begins here. And then you have proto writing. Matlab some kind of symbols on pottery, potter's mark, some graffiti. It's not a full blown script yet, but you have some sort of beginning of writing system, some symbols emerging. That also shows how complex you are becoming. So you don't only have village society, you have village society, settlement, you have, and all this technological, this actually creates the base for future urbanization. So we have, perhaps erringly or non-erringly, some people calling it Neolithic revolution. It creates technological base for future urbanization. Now we doubt it, but it was said at one point of time. There are many, many places across India. I will not name the names here, but in many places. And then we have society and religion changing. We have emergence of sedentary life and settled villages that we discussed already. Mud brick houses. Mud brick houses are more permanent. Obviously, you are taking mud, creating bricks out of it, so it is more permanent. You have evolution further from tribe to chief. So in Paleolithic era, we have band society. In Mesolithic, we have tribal society. Now you move towards chiefdom. Chiefdom में क्या होता है? You have even more. एक कोई नेता होता है, कोई बाहुबली होता है ना? And he starts to have more power. We call him chief. And then why does it emerge in the first place? Because you have agriculture. Agriculture में you have थोड़ा सा saving, थोड़ा सा surplus. The moment you have थोड़ा surplus, which is not perishable, you have inequality. And that inequality gets reflected into resource allocation also. So ultimately, some people become relatively more powerful than the other people. So you have society becoming more complex. We have possibly movement towards division of labor and some amount of specialization here and there. कोई भाई मैं बस I just make bricks. I just go for cultivation. I just go for some sort of tool making. So you have some specialization. So you have inequality differentiation. I think so. It is not the emergence of proper government yet. There is no government. There is no state. There is no taxation system. There is no standing army. कुछ नहीं है. But still, we have a larger society which is relatively more complex. It's still a barter society, but we have some people who have more power than the other. So we have chiefdom emerging. Very simple language. And then, because of all these things, some surplus, some will, etc., we have technological progress prepared the ground for emergence of civilization characterized by intense agriculture, large cities, and extensive trade. So ultimately, you are going towards something called as Neolithic revolution. It creates the base for better technology, more surplus, and then city emergence, जो कि होगा बाद में हड़प्पा में. Is it clear? कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है. Look at some of the photos. We have this burial at a place called Burzahom. Now, Burzahom and Gufkaral are the two places in Kashmir near Srinagar where you have Neolithic sites. And these sites are quite interesting for three reasons. Firstly, they are Neolithic, so they show the transition towards agriculture. Secondly, you have a dog burial. पहले अब dog burial मतलब pets का burial आप कर रहे हो. It is also interesting. We have not found dog burial at this point of time anywhere in India, but only in Kashmir. That's a great thing to have. तेरी मेहरबानी है. And then third thing at Burzahom is that we have huge rock boulders. They are something called as megalith. We'll discuss megalith later after 2 lectures. But you have huge rock. आपको आपने देखा है फोटो Stonehenge in England. So Stonehenge is a megalithic structure. Mega मतलब बड़े, with मतलब पत्थर, megalith. Burial sites, etc. So you have megalithic rocks also at Burzahom तीसरी बात. So first was Neolithic, second was dog burial, तीसरी was megalith. Chauthi was you have pit dwelling, which is a discarded theory. They are not pit dwellings. Pit matlab gadda, dwelling matlab रहना. So there are some pits underground कमरे हैं, and theory ये थी कि people used to live there in the winters. But now it is seen that it is not possible to live there in the winters or anywhere because वहाँ पे कुछ भी how do you know लोग रहते थे वहाँ पे? रहते इसलिए थे कि वहाँ पे कुछ चूल्हा जलाया था, तो चूल्हा जलने का कुछ धुआं है तो वहाँ पे ऐश का एक्यूमुलेशन है. बेस्ड ऑन दैट पीपल क्लेम कि दिस इज अ रेसिडेंशियल प्लेस, ड्वेलिंग प्लेस. बट अगर आप चूल्हा जलाओगे और पिट बंद है तो आप धुएं से मर जाओगे. सो द पॉइंट इज perhaps they were occupied for some time but they are not primarily pit dwelling. It is a neolithic era. जो अनाज उगता है आफ्टर हार्वेस्ट उसको स्टोर करते थे गड्ढे में. It is actually storage place rather than pit dwelling. But the pit dwelling word has stuck because it was believed for so many decades. उसको pit dwelling कहते हैं. ठीक है, pit dwelling. But that is the fourth characteristic. So Neolithic, dog burial, megalithic, possible pit dwelling. And पांचवा है वहां पे you have got some art also. graffiti. And one of the art is a engraving that looks like this. उसका image ये है. And this is a very interesting art. यहाँ पे क्या है? You see very closely, you will see that you have two people. एक के हाथ में भाला है, एक के हाथ में धनुष्य बाण है. They're trying to hunt this animal, perhaps some antler, है ना, deer, some antler. And then there is a dog. So dog is assisting them in killing, in hunting, perhaps. And then you have this design. And this design is very interesting. These are two stars. एक बड़ा स्टार, एक आधा स्टार. Perhaps sun. Do you have two suns? आसमान दो सूरज हो सकते हैं. You can't have two suns. Why there are two suns? There is. It is claimed by some people in TIFR that this is an documentary evidence of supernova explosion that happened 4600 BC. In 4600 BCE, we have supernova explosion. And it was supernova क्या होता है? एक dying star burst हो जाता है. Simple massive explosion for dying star. So at that time you must have seen two stars in the sky. एक सूरज and दूसरा equally bright एक और star. And perhaps people were hunting, उन्होंने वो उसको document किया हुआ है. So this and date also comes very close. It's Neolithic 4600 years BCE. So date is not very wrong. So it's possible that they have documented an event in sky. It's possible, who knows? But the point is we should remember this is the fifth or sixth thing about Burzahom. So Burzahom is a very important site. That is my only point. It belongs to Neolithic era. Is it clear? There is a type of site, Burzahom to north में हो गया, come to south. As I said, south में agriculture started a little late. The crops were different. But there is another thing about South India. They have, especially Deccan, a kind of sites called as ash mounds. And these are quite interesting. Ash मतलब क्या होता है? Ash. And mounds मतलब उसके mount, ash mount, which today have become kind of small hillocks. You can see in the photo, you start digging, you have found huge ash. Why is there so much ash? And it is not one site or two sites, there are hundreds of sites in Deccan. We have sites like Utnur, Budihal, Upgal, Sangankallu, Tekkalkotta, many sites in Andhra and Karnataka. Hundreds of them. Huge amount of ash. काय की ash है ये? A lot of theories. एक जमाने में कहते थे ये महाभारत के जमाने के राक्षस जला दिया यहाँ. Typical anything पांडव रहते थे, महाभारत चलता था. Then somebody said no, in Vijayanagar era, lot of wars took place. Mass sati used to take place. Mass sati उनके burial sites में. इतनी छोटी हो सकती है mass sati. So their old theories are discarded. What we found out recently in last not couple of 100 years or so, is that these are actually ashes of not human beings. This is a dung, cattle dung. Cattle dung को जलाया गया है. अब इतना जला, इतनी cattle कहाँ से आ गई? So perhaps these are herding people who have huge herds which stay at one place, and वहां पर उनके cattle pens है. In the cattle pen they keep their cattle 50-100-500 जितने भी होंगे, and उनका सारा डंग जो है वो जला देते हैं. So the cattle dung is burnt, that has prepared this ash. But why do you have to burn so much cattle dung? अगर ये है तो लोगों का घर कहाँ पे? अगर 1000 कैटल यहाँ पे थी तो भाई 200-400 लोग तो होंगे, वो कहाँ पे रहते हैं? We have not found a dwelling site. It is possible that nearby places where dwelling sites were not found. So it seems that they were primarily herders. But there is also the possibility that they were herders and agriculturalists. क्योंकि tools मिले वहाँ पे, implements मिले हैं पत्थर के, which indicate कि भाई किसानी करते थे. So these are both the same people are agriculturalists and herders. That's why they don't migrate much. They have single place where they accumulate the cattle. Cattle dung get accumulated, and then they have some rituals, community rituals. कि भाई इस बार आके हम होली करेंगे. उस टाइप का कुछ. जहाँ पे they collect all this dung and burn it. And we have such ash mound, hundreds of ash mound sites are found, which are unmistakably associated with early farming communities in Deccan. So they are called ash mound sites. ठीक है? This is very unique to India and especially Deccan. ना नॉर्थ में है ना पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है, बस इंडिया में ही बस डेक्कन में ash mound sites. Examples are Utnur, Budihal, Upgal, Sangankallu. Add two more sites. And Tekkalkota. Is it clear? So what we have seen is prehistory. In that we saw Paleolithic era, Mesolithic era, and Neolithic era. And आपके जाने अनजाने में we have seen at least 20, 25, 30 sites. ठीक है? चल, let us go to next part. That is prehistoric art. थोड़ा बस मैं पानी पी लूं. ब्रेक नहीं मिलने वाला इतनी जल्दी. लेट मी फिनिश द डॉक्यूमेंट एटलीस्ट, देन विल हैव अ ब्रेक. पढ़ने की आदत आपको है ना? Now let me tell you the most iconic site in the world about rock paintings is a place called Altamira in Spain. Altamira in Spain. Most UNESCO World Heritage best known site. And this photo is from that site. वहाँ पे बहुत सारे paintings हैं of Mesolithic era. But this photo is most iconic. ये क्या है? वो हाथ के ठप्पे. जैसे छोटे बच्चे होते हैं ना, घर में दीवार खराब कर देते हैं, हाथ में कुछ क्रेयॉन लेके कुछ भी लाइन लकीर खींचो, कुछ भी कर दो, ठप्पा लगा दो, वैसे लग रहा है ये. एंड ये डू यू कॉल इट आर्ट? इज इट एन आर्ट? ठप्पे लगा दिए, ठप ठप ठप, उसको आर्ट कहोगे? व्हाट इज आर्ट? पेंटिंग, क्रिएटिव एक्सप्रेशन. बट हाउ डू यू नो टुडे इज क्रिएटिव और नॉट? ये शैतानी है बच्चों की. Yeah, I know one thing that if I just put, I have not been to Spain by the way, but if I go there any day, I would want to put my hand on top of it like this. Across the time of thousands of years, I'm touching the person who existed so many thousand years ago. That itself is thrilling. It's like Inception movie. So that to me as a student of history is very interesting. But the point is that how do I call it art? I don't. एक तो पहली बात समझो, in the prehistoric era like today we have different types of art forms. Some of them are tangible, some of them are non-tangible. कोई गाना गाता हो, dance, music, drama, those things have not survived. We know they existed. How do we know? Because in some of the paintings you see they having masks. Some of the paintings you see they have ornaments. Some of the paintings you see they are forming circle and dancing. So you have access to the inner culture of performing arts through the paintings. Very rarely, but we do. So we know those things existed logically also and evidentially also. Yet what we have access to is primarily the tangible form of art, that is painting वगैरह. And if you go by that art form, I can definitely say, yeah, this is the childhood of civilization of human being. Culture की शुरुआत हो रही है, तो आर्ट की भी शुरुआत ही हो रही है. If small child does art like this, it is the childhood of civilization also. तब की आर्ट ऐसे ही होगी. We cannot relegate it to it is not abstract enough. It is not refined enough. तो refinement का तो concept जो है वो तो subjective है. So it is creative and it is expression. It is an art form. But जिसको हम आर्ट आज के दिन में कहते हैं कि एक पेंटिंग बनाओ, I want to sell in Sotheby's for millions of dollars. Right? It is not art for the sake of art. Perhaps there is some functional aspect attached to the art. So we want to dig a little bit deeper and go into intention. We have what constitutes prehistoric art. उनका intention क्या था? We know it is not purely functional, but it is also possibly not purely artistic. They may have in some cases. So I have a table. We are trying to speculate. इनका purpose का leisure time. In the Mesolithic era, they work for 20 hours a week, not more than that on an average. क्या time pass करते चलो. So they have extra leisure time. They want to tell the stories. Tell the stories to भाई मैं खड़ा हूँ मैं कहानी बता रहा हूँ मैं कुछ बना रहा हूँ बोर्ड पे होगी आर्ट. So it is about the communication between the people, telling stories to each other. कोई होगा वहां पे आदमी कहानी खोर और कहानी बना रहा है वो. That's why you see lots of paintings tell stories of hunting etc. And sometimes they are not only hunting stories, they may have some belief कि भाई अगर मैं पहले पेंटिंग करूं और फिर शिकार को जाऊं, if I paint first and then go for actual hunting, then perhaps I will get a good hunt. Some kind of ritual, some kind of belief, superstition. We don't know. But it is quite plausible that in many of the cases, the art form is associated with some rituals. And how do we know that? Based on these 3-4 things. पहली बात तो, in some of the caves where art form is found, those caves are not inhabited caves. वहां लोग रहते नहीं थे. You'll find कि there are 20 caves, उसमें से 5 केव में लोग रहते थे, 2 में जहाँ पेंटिंग बने रहते थे. Because you don't find any evidence of human occupation there. It means that अगर आप ऐसे सोच रहे हो कि भाई मेरा केव मेरा घर है, घर को मैं दिवाली है तो पेंट कर रहा हूँ. It is not that. At least in some cases it is not that. They are not painting their houses. It's not beautification alone. They're painting those places जहाँ पे रहते भी नहीं थे. So why are they taking extra pain? Not only that they go into new caves, they also go to the higher echelon जहाँ पे हाथ नहीं पहुँचती. You have to create some kind of scaffolding, take extra efforts to reach that place and paint there. Why? Not only you paint there once, you paint there again and again. First layer, second layer. So you have superimposition also. In some places भीमबेटका में 20-20 सुपर इम्पोजिशन, मतलब एक ही जगह 20 बार पेंटिंग किया है, बगल वाली जगह छोड़ दी. It means that location had some significance in their mind. Painting there is considered specially important for some reason which we don't know, but some kind of ritual must be there. So what I want to say is not all art is just creative. Some art may be creative, some for storytelling, some for beautification, some for time pass, some for diary. Sometimes they are just trying to keep the account कि मैंने आज एक मछली मारी, एक मछली बना दो. मैंने आज एक बाइसन मारा, एक बाइसन बना दो. They are just noting down what they are killing. It could be anything. But at least in some places we are certain that it is ritualistic art. जैसे रंगोली, रंगोली अल्पना जो है, अल्पना कब होती है? दिवाली के दिन बाहर घर के बाहर बनाते हो. So is it purely art? It's part of the religion, right? Are you able to understand me? We already know that religion is emerging in Mesolithic era, and these paintings are also emerging in Mesolithic era only. So they are correlated to each other. That is our guess. We can't prove it. But one interesting thing is that so far we have had access only to the tools, bone tools and stone tools. Now we have access to the mind of humans through the art form. We can get to see what they feel, what they want to talk about. So it is much better, much deeper, and a much visual source of history than merely stone tools and pottery. It's the paintings. But interesting point is the first question that I raised: what do you call an art form? Not all art form is only painting. If you see very closely, there are 4 types of art forms that are found. Rather, all art forms of this era can be categorized into 4 different types of arts. First is a portable art. मतलब क्या है? You have a bone, हाथी का bone, इंसान का दांत, some fragment of a egg. So egg fragment, bone, or any kind of thing. Here you can do some kind of design and then use it for your amulet. आपका pendant बना लिया मैंने. But it is a very micro thing. It can be taken from one place to another place. So it's a portable art. So first category is portable art. Engraved chert core at Chandravati in Rajasthan, We have found Bhimbetka में bone engraving, marked human tooth in Deccan College Pune. Human tooth के ऊपर engraving किया है. And then the most famous ostrich eggshell beads from Patna in Maharashtra. The place called Patna in Maharashtra, we have found, this is the photo or the schematic of that. Ostrich eggshell, ostrich Shaturmurg used to be there in Indian subcontinent. आजकल नहीं होता है, पहले होता था. तो ऑस्ट्रिच एग शेल वॉज यूज फॉर ब्यूटिफिक. अब इसका इस्तेमाल कहाँ करते थे हमें नहीं पता, बट दिस इज प्योरली आर्ट फॉर्म फॉर सम डेकोरेटिव पर्पज में भी. तो दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग, ज्वेलरी वगैरह होगा ये. पोर्टेबल आर्ट इज वन टाइप ऑफ आर्ट. सेकंड इज द क्यूप्यूल्स. दीज आर द क्यूप्यूल्स. क्यूपुल्स मतलब कप इंप्रेशंस, रादर डिप्रेशंस और इंडेंटेशंस. ये कैसे बनते हैं? व्हेन यू हैमर द सरफेस कंटिन्यूअसली विद अदर थिंग. पत्थर से मार मार के निशान बन गए. पागल हो गए हो? क्यों इतना मारा मारी कर रहे हो? Why do you want to keep hitting the surface with another stone all the time? What is the purpose? Perhaps you want to create some music. Perhaps you want to have some kind of ritual function. We don't know. But the most famous one, the place called Dara Ki Chattan in Madhya Pradesh, you have got many such cup impressions, cupules. The second type of art form. The first one was portable art. Second is cupules. The third type of art form is petroglyph. The petroglyph is nothing but, petroglyph is sometimes also called as geoglyph. Petroglyph or geoglyph, they are used interchangeably. They mean the same thing. Petroglyph or geoglyph मतलब जमीन के ऊपर या दीवार के ऊपर engravings. It is not painting, it is engraving. And we have found many such petroglyphs from across India. Most important recent one is Konkan petroglyph. We have found in Konkan from Bombay to Goa, जहाँ पे you have basalt का surface, huge designs of multiple meters. मैंने शायद फोटो रखा हुआ है. There was a documentary on BBC that came last year. 2 साल पहले documentary है जिसके ऊपर एक. This was new discovery. This is the photo. You can see on this photo you have human shapes, you have animal shapes, you have animal के ऊपर body design, you have some abstract shapes. This is the person sleeping over there, just for the sake of proportion for you to understand how big these are. And they are just engravings. Some of them are humanoids, some of them are animals, some of them are abstract. We don't know what is it. Can we date it? We can't. It could be pre-Harappan, it could be 10,000 years BC. We have no idea. You can't date it. This is now on UNESCO tentative list of heritage. जब accept हो तो हो. We have found hundreds of them in Konkan, but Konkan is not unique. In Ladakh, we have found them. In Northeast, we have found them. So these are called as petroglyph or geoglyph. Who were the people who did such kind of effort? We have no idea. कुछ नहीं पता हमें. But we have, again, huge amount of these things are found. But then comes last but not the least is your paintings, in which we are more interested. And those are called as petrographs. Petrograph. These are rock painting. Do not confuse petroglyph with petrographs. Petroglyphs are engravings. Petrographs are paintings on the rocks. Is it clear? So we have 4 types of prehistoric art forms. बताइए sir. Names of the 4 types. Yes, you at the end. Don't look there. Look at me. You're not paying attention. Why? Feeling sleepy? Coffee पियोगे? I can tell them. अजय सर, कॉफी पीते हो ना आप? पी के नींद उठ जाएगी ना, गारंटी है ना? सबके लिए तो नहीं मिल पाएगी, उनके लिए मिल पाएगी. अजय सर, मेरी कॉफी ठंडी हो गई बात करते करते. बट आई एम नॉट फीलिंग स्लीपी. एनीबडी एल्स? कोई बताना चाहेगा? मैडम आप बताइए. हाँ, 4 टाइप्स, शुरू से एक एक करके. गो सिक्वेंशियल. द फर्स्ट वन इज portable art. The famous thing is ostrich eggshell. from Patne in Maharashtra. Then we have Chandravati also and human tooth, human सब कुछ. The second thing, cupules. They come from many places, iconic places. Dara ki Chattan in Madhya Pradesh. The third thing is petroglyph or geoglyph. And the most recently famous example is Konkan geoglyphs. And the fourth one is rock paintings or petrograph. ठीक है. अरे सर नहीं आ रहे, आपको कॉपी देना नहीं चाहते शायद. दिनेश भाई आप हो क्या वहां पे? जो है प्लीज आ जाइए. यू कैन सी देयर डॉक्यूमेंट्री ऑन बीबीसी यूट्यूब चैनल देख लेना बाद में आप. 20 मिनट्स की है, छोटी सी है, ऑन कोंकण जियोग्लिफ, इंटरेस्टिंग है. In the context of India, the early paintings belong to the upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic era, mostly Mesolithic. अपर के बारे में डिबेट चलता रहता है. The first discovery of rock paintings anywhere in the world, first discovery of prehistoric rock paintings anywhere in the world was done in India by a person called Sir Archibald Carlyle at place called Sohagi Ghat in Kaimur Hills, today's Mirzapur, UP, Vindhya foothills. दुनिया की पहली, even a decade, perhaps a decade before Altamira in Spain. But the problem is it was not published. पब्लिश्ड इसके 40 साल बाद इन 1910 के आसपास बाय विंसेंट स्मिथ, वी एस स्मिथ. तब दुनिया ने जाना कि अच्छा पहले यहाँ मिला. तब तक अल्तामिरा आइकॉन बन गया दुनिया में, वरना ये बन जाता. बट द फर्स्ट डिस्कवरी एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड, एंड इंडिया इज exceptionally rich in rock paintings. Except the subject of their drawings were human figures, activities, etc. They come from all across India. You have, these are the locations where you have rock paintings. So far, 5,000 sites. There is a magazine being published by ASI. What is ASI? Survey of India. ASI published a magazine called Archaeological Review since 1950 till today. 75 साल हो गए. 75 साल में there has not been a single issue. I'm literally, not metaphorical, literally, or not even figuratively, not been a single issue which has not reported a new site discovery. हर साल, हर महीने नए साइट मिलते रहते. आज के पेपर में, द हिंदू में, आपने पढ़ा सुबह आज का पेपर, यह न्यू साइट ऑफ मेगालिथिक केरल में साइट मिल गई आपको. लिटरली हर महीने 2 महीने में यू फाइंड न्यू साइट इन इंडिया विथ रॉक पेंटिंग और रॉक एनग्रेव. लिटरली इन लास्ट 75, इतने साइट 5,000 के ऊपर तब तक मिले हुए. वी आर एक्सेप्शनली रिच इन दैट हिस्ट्री. एंड सम इंपॉर्टेंट साइट्स, लखुदियार. Lakhudiyar is one that is mentioned in the Art and Culture NCERT chapter 1 in detail. In Uttarakhand in Almora, या मांगरबाणी in दिल्ली, दिल्ली के आसपास मिले हुए हैं अरावलीज में. they are getting destroyed now because of urbanization. या लखानिया एंड लखाकिया caves, मोरहाना पहाड़ in मिर्जापुर. मिर्जापुर वाला जो पार्ट है ये वाला, this part is actually very rich into such kind of things. Then रायगढ़ in छत्तीसगढ़, भीमबेटका, दारा की चट्टान, कठोतिया, महादेव हिल्स, तिरंगी and चतुर्भुज नाला. In MP, these are चतुर्भुज नाला is a very important. अगर आपको कुछ 3 साइट्स याद रखने हैं पूरे इंडिया में, तो एमपी के 3 याद रखें. एमपी is exceptionally rich. First is भीमबेटका, no doubt, we'll see that in detail. Second is दारा की चट्टान and third चतुर्भुज नाला. इन वेस्टर्न एमपी में आते हैं मालवा में, नियर मंदसौर. इन चतुर्भुज नाला we have found micro paintings of 2 centimeter, 4 centimeter, and we have found a long series of them. इतनी long series, they go for multiple meters, tens of meters, hundreds of meters. हजारों painting, हजारों small paintings in sequence. So that's a different kind of painting called Chaturbhuj Nala. So you have, so that is the longest gallery of paintings. You have Bhimbetka, that is UNESCO site, Dara ki Chattan for cupules, and Chaturbhuj Nala. Then you have other sites also from across India. Let us look at Bhimbetka, which is the most important site. It is the richest collection of sites. It's from central India, and the most important site is Bhimbetka. Around 600, at some places they mention 800, but around 600 sites or caves have been found with prehistoric paintings. These caves were discovered in 57-58 by eminent archaeologist Vishnu Sridhar Vakankar. Now that story is very famous, Vakankar. एक कहानी ऐसे कि ही वॉज गोइंग इन ट्रेन फ्रॉम भोपाल टू इटारसी, एंड while गोइंग फ्रॉम भोपाल टू इटारसी somebody told him कि भाई वहां पे कुछ है, एंड ही ऑल्सो लुक्ड आउटसाइड द विंडो एंड सॉ कि टेरेन लुक्स लाइक वेरी ओल्ड, रॉक शेल्टर्स वगैरह यहाँ पे होंगे। तो कहानी के दो वर्जन हैं, एक में वो अगले स्टेज में उतर के भाग के चले गए जंगल में ढूंढने के लिए, एक में उन्होंने वो चेन खींच कर ट्रेन रोक के भाग के चले गए। जैसे भी हो, वी डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंड, बट ही वाज possessed with the intuition यहाँ कुछ मिलेगा, and he went into the jungle near Bhimbetka and actually discovered so many caves with so many paintings. He stayed there for many, many years, studied them in detail, and proved a continuous history from Upper Paleo to historic era. And thousands of them studied, and he specifically identified कौन से color, कौन से shapes belong to which era. उनका बहुत बड़ा काम है, 10-15 साल लगे उनको। He is called as father of study of Indian rock paintings. तो उनका उनको बाद में पद्मश्री वगैरह मिला। पद्मश्री इज अ बिग थिंग फॉर दिस थिंग। He is like folk hero in archaeology field and rock painting field in India. Vishnu Sridhar Vakarkar. And then this is the UNESCO. So what I do as a matter of rule in our classes, that whenever we study history, we study the relevant UNESCO World Heritage Site then and there. And the best way is to go to UNESCO website and pick up the citation and bring it here. So UNESCO has a method whereby in 50 to 100 to 200 words, they explain all the important features of the site. So minimum words, accurate description, and authentic description. So I pick up those UNESCO citations. So this is a UNESCO citation of Bhimbetka. Let us read that. You will come to know why it is important. The rock shelters of Bhimbetka are in the foothills of the Vindhyan mountains on the southern edge of central Indian plateau. Within massive sandstone outcrops, sandstone and not granite, sandstone outcrops above comparatively dense forest are 5 clusters of natural rock shelters displaying paintings that appear to date from the Mesolithic period right through to the historical period. The cultural traditions of the inhabitants of the 21 villages adjacent to site bear a strong resemblance to those represented in the rock painting. This line is very important. पहला तो ठीक है, from Mesolithic you come to the historic era. So these shelters were occupied or used for thousands of years continuously, but it did not end with historical. The tradition has continued till today. आस पास के गांव के जो लोकल ट्रेडिशन पेंटिंग जो है, घर के पेंटिंग, देखो इंडिया में परंपरा थी घर पेंट करने की। इफ यू गो टू ट्राइबल पाड़ास यू विल सी इवन टुडे लाइक वारली पेंटिंग घर के दीवार पे करते हैं पेंटिंग, हमने छोड़ दी। देखो कहाँ पेंटिंग कुछ है यहाँ। This is our tradition to paint the walls. If you go to Jaipur palaces, walls are painted. If you go to traditional houses in tribal, walls are painted. If you go to Kalidas, Kalidas कहता है कि how do you define that you are elite, cultural elite? आप शहर के शहरवासी, नगरवासी, कल्चरल एलिट क्यों हो? इसका एक जो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है कि आप पेंटिंग करना जानते हो। पेंटिंग वॉज सच एन एसेंशियल आर्ट फॉर्म फॉर इंडियंस। इंडिया का वो कल्चरल आइडिया था कि हर आदमी पेंट कर सकता है कुछ ना कुछ, तो लोग अपने घर पेंट करते थे, बंद हो गया। But here you see in the 21 villages around that still have painting tradition, and the designs that they use match with those of Bhimbetka. It's a continuity of culture. I am not joking. If you go to many Mesolithic sites where they have beginning of burials. In Deccan, we have places near in Karnataka जहाँ पे burial sites पुराने हैं, Mesolithic era के। वहां पे उसके बाद के मेगालिथिक स्ट्रक्चर्स भी है, मेगालिथिक स्ट्रक्चर्स। वहीं पे आसपास यू विल फाइंड अशोकन एडिक्ट्स, वहीं पे आसपास यू विल फाइंड द टेम्पल्स ऑफ लेटर एरा। तो द आइडिया ऑफ सैक्रेडनेस हैज नॉट स्टार्टेड टू कम अप रैंडमली। इट हैज, भले धर्म बदल जाए, इवॉल्व हो जाए, कल्चर चेंज हो जाए, बट एक जगह का स्थान का महत्व है, वो तब से लेकर आज तक चलता रहा है। Many old burial sites have become temples after 5,000 years, 2,000 years. So that is the continuity of tradition. भले आपका शरीर बदल जाए, आत्मा नहीं बदलती है इस तरह। So we have like, if you go to, for example, Badami, Aihole, Pattadkal, there you have megalithic structures. Why was that site chosen for temple? Because that site was considered sacred since thousands of years. It's a purposeful selection. So Indian civilization continues in different avatars, but it continues in that way. Same thing you can see over here. The painting traditions have not ceased. यूनान मिस्र रोमा सब मिट गए जहां से, अब तक मगर है बाकी नामो निशा हमारा. Right? So, anyway, color pigments is very simple. The colors are all natural. आपको अगर कहीं लगता हो कि दिस कलर्स आर क्रिएट फ्रॉम लाइक एग्रीकल्चर के पत्ते झाड़, ऐसे कुछ नहीं है. दे आर मिनरल कलर्स. दे कम फ्रॉम स्टोन्स एंड अदर थिंग्स. सो मोस्ट कॉमन आर व्हाइट एंड रेड. You use iron oxide or geru or hematite for red, white from limestone, and black from soot. And then let's use the green yellow. Blue is largely absent. Why blue is absent? Because blue is not found naturally in any rock in India. ऐसे कि हड़प्पा एरा में one of the major items of export was the beads made out of lapis lazuli. है ना? Lapis lazuli is blue in color and it is not found naturally in India. तो मैंने अभी पिछले हफ्ते ही I purchased one stone of lapis lazuli just for the sake of this lecture. I am not joking. Seriously. I thought we should all know. मैं आप separate कर दूं. This is lapis lazuli. So lapis lazuli was re-exported by Indians in Harappa era. आप बाहर से ले रॉ मटेरियल, प्रोसेस करो और फिर आगे बेच दो. बट इट इज नॉट फॉर नेचुरल इन इंडिया एनीवेयर. और देखना देख सकते हो. मैं इसको बंद करके दूंगा, गायब ना हो जाए. वापस देना. I was thrilled to hold it in my hand, lapis lazuli. Anyway, so we have seen the purpose, we have seen the locations, we have seen the colors. The next point is, what are they painting? It's a simple table. They are painting wild animals, hunting scenes, humans and societies, and perhaps some religious scenes. In case of wild animals, you have, matlab, I was amazed to see there are different animals. Deer, boar, bison, elephant, tiger, rhino, nilgai. Bhimbetka mein, you have a rock, a single rock called a zoo rock. On उसको zoo rock क्यों कहते हैं? On that single rock you have 29 species depicted. एक पत्थर पे 29 अलग species of animals. You have different animals. Secondly, you have different activities with animals. You are fishing, honey collection. You are killing animals. Animals are killing you. You are hunting animals. You are running away from animals. Animals running behind you. जो कुछ है अलग अलग. And you see those drama in those paintings. Beautiful. And weapons used for hunting. So you have paintings with the animals. Then you have family and related social. So you come to know that in Meso and especially in Neolithic era, how society was evolving. There are very paintings full of pathos. You have a thumb rule. The animals are naturalistic, full of flesh and full of muscles, but humans are like matchstick, stylistic. And secondly, you also have sometimes X-ray paintings. You know what X-ray painting is? अगर आपने मछली खा ली है तो पेट में मछली दिखाएंगे. If a woman is pregnant, बच्चा दिखाएंगे पेट में वो. So it's like X-ray painting. And you have different community occasions कि भाई एक झोपड़ी है, एक पति पत्नी और बेटा साथ में खा रहे खाना, family eating together. You have dancing ceremonies जहाँ पे 50 लोग हाथ में हाथ पकड़ नाच रहे और एक आदमी झुक भी है, एक आदमी गिर रहा है नीचे. You have sometimes burial of a child and others are mourning कि भाई इसको जल्दी दफन, जल्दी मर गया है. You have full of ethos and pathos, community. You have sexual positions also. So you have all different life compositions that is very lively. I think I have some of the photos here. You can see these people dancing together. Here you will see that this is a family feasting in a hut at Lakhojwar in Mesolithic era, where you have a woman, a man, a woman, and a child eating in a झोपड़ी. क्या खा रहे हैं? मछली खा रहे हैं. वहां मछली रखी हुई है यहाँ पे, इसके पेट में मछली एक है, इसने खा ली. देखो, X-ray painting, right? Then you have ritual dance. People that are holding hand to and dancing for some reason. Animals are shown either in X-ray or painted. Here you have burial ceremony and mourning persons. तो यहाँ पे किसी को गड्ढे में बरी कर रहे हैं, ये गड्ढा है और ये लोग रो रहे हैं. So when you think of paintings of Mesolithic era, don't just think of कि भाई ये जानवर बना दिया, जानवर भी है, but they are full of life, full of various life occasions and situations. Sometimes you have hunting scenes on horses. The moment you see horses, it means it is historic era. Paintings have continued. Not all of them are from Mesolithic era. Horse बाद में इंडिया में आते हैं, तो हॉर्स आने के बाद का पेंटिंग है ये. If you go to Lakhudiyar, interestingly, यहाँ पे you have lots of lizards. Lakhudiyar lizard. I don't know वो lizard की वहाँ पे पूजा होती थी, क्या होती थी. I once went to Tamil Nadu. I saw in some temples lizard is considered very important. Lizard को स्पर्श करके आगे जाते हैं, वो lizard की भक्ति होती है. So maybe it is there we don't know what ritual occasion is, but they have lots of lizards in Lakhudiyar. And then some paintings are clearly religious. Sometimes for hunting, when they go out with the mask. And mask is fully decorated. It is not just for fattening the animal, it must be having some ritual significance. We have sorcerers, जो भूत की तरह नाच रहे हैं, shamans वगैरह, composite or fantastic animals. That is interesting कि भाई इसका हाथ, उसका पैर, उसका सींग जोड़ दिया, एक नया animal create कर दिया. We have sometimes composite animals also. And most interestingly, we have at least at one place, Jawra in Madhya Pradesh, abstract painting. That is next level. Abstract language bhi hai, abstract painting bhi hai. I have put it here. This is the abstract painting. What does it mean? We have no idea. It may not mean anything. It may mean something symbolically. But the very idea that you may have abstract painting in itself shows how evolved human thought is. Now you will see, by this is the Earth's surface, this is something inside Earth. We don't know. We don't know. So this is about the rock paintings. Any doubt about rock paintings? And through that we have seen lots of sites already. Online, any doubt? Art is a form of pictorial expression of thoughts. Correct, Danish? Now do you want a break? Yes. ठीक है. How long? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? What time is it right now? तो हम मिलेंगे 12:10 को. 12:10. ठीक है, resume at 12:10. Okay. तुरंत. Okay. Hello. Am I audible? Online? दानिश आवाज नहीं आ रही थी क्योंकि मैंने वो स्विच ऑफ रखा था, मैंने अभी शुरू किया है. ठीक है. Now I think I am audible. Okay. Let us begin. Now, in the movement from in the three-age system, we started with the Stone Age. Stone Age is by and large over for us. I'm not saying completely, but by and large. Now we come to the Copper Age. But have you noticed that the Copper Age is called as Chalcolithic? And not copper. When you use Chalcolithic as the word, so Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic. So copper and stone. What does it mean? As I say, in India, you should be very much focused on etymology, Vyutpatti. That helps a lot to decode many things. In case of Copper Age, the term that is preferred is Chalcolithic Age. It means that to some extent, stone continued to remain important. So copper is a development, technological leap, yes, but it has not yet displaced stone completely. When we come to Iron Age, we don't call it ferrolithic. We call it purely Iron Age. It means that iron had the capacity to completely displace stone from all the major implements and weapons. Copper did not. So in case of Copper Age, copper and stone continued hand in hand. And why is that? Because copper is not as versatile, as hard, as useful, as utility oriented as stone is. Wherever there was movement from chalcolithic to bronze, there you see that people were able to create more surplus, better weapons, better tools, better implements. So there we don't use bronzolithic. We use bronze. Although stones were used, but bronze is clearly dominant. But in case of rest of India, copper, although it's improved, it is used in conjunction with stone. So chalcolithic is the term. That itself shows that copper is inferior to iron. Right? Now come to the chalcolithic age. In the chalcolithic age, you don't have much of the change in one way, that the pattern of life which started to emerge during Neolithic continued. It became perhaps more intense, but largely the life system remains same. What we have is agriculture, like Neolithic era, and also you have pastoralism. They continued hand in hand. So what we have is agro-pastoral communities. They are living in some of settled villages. But the point of interest over here is that these farming cultures, these villages now appear all across India. We have seen earlier that the Northwest India became settled first, then perhaps North and East India, and last South India. But once Chalcolithic age starts, you will see that all across India, you have settled farming cultures and villages. Society is becoming complex. पूरे देश में गांव बन गए, ग्रामीण संस्कृति का उदय हो गया, which actually started in Neolithic but not became prevalent and widespread everywhere. That is one. The second thing is that this society is actually much more complex and diverse than you can think. You have microliths continued, we have ash mounds continued, we have copper hoards, copper tools now coming up. So we have lots of diversity and lots of complexity of culture, much more than the earlier simple villages. For example, one village may be more important and more populous with population up to 1000, 2000, 3000, and other villages in the nearby periphery would have small population of 100, 200, 400. And then little bit further, you have 30, 40 houses, that's all. So you have emergence of something called as settlement hierarchy. Settlement hierarchy. You have villages becoming complicated, and therefore you see the naming of these cultures also is various. There are different ways in which we have named these copper age cultures. Sometimes we name them based on the region in which they are located. For example, we can call them Malwa culture. Malwa kahan pe hai? Where is Malwa? MP? Yes. There is one more Malwa. Punjab. So this one is from Western MP wala part. Okay. So Malwa, it's name of a region, not of a place. Malwa culture. And you can have Ahar culture. You can have Gilund culture. You can have Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture. So these are the names of, you can have Jorve culture. So if you have this type of name, Malwa culture, etc., it means the name is from the region. You may have sometimes naming not from the region, but from one site. The type site, the most typical site first discovered, उसके नाम पे रख दिया आपका नाम. So जैसे कि हड़प्पा, Harappa was the first site discovered by that thing. So हम सबको हड़प्पा ही बोलना. These people may not know what the term Harappa is. They may not have called themselves Harappa. हम उनको बोलते हैं हड़प्पा. Because it was the first most typical site discovered. It's a convention in archaeology. If you don't know the original, this thing you will decipher Harappan script. And in that, if they have used their own name, that they will start calling them by that name. Tab tak, we have to create some name. Similarly here, Jorve was the first site found, first type site found in Deccan. उस नाम से culture का नाम. So we have names of a region, sometimes names of site, sometimes names of pottery. Now the pottery is prevalent. You don't go by stone tools, you go by pottery. Different types of pots are used. It adopts a diversity of pottery. Based on that, नाम अलग लगाते हैं PGW, NBPW, BRW, B and RW. You have different types of potteries. So sometimes you identify them by pottery style. But समझो इसको, pots are not people. Pots are not people. What does it mean? जब आज के दिन आप जाते हैं, टुडे यू गो एक्सकवेट, यू फाइंड कि हाँ, दिस 5 sites हैव दिस पॉटरी एंड दिस 10 sites हैव दैट पॉटरी. मतलब ये कल्चर अलग, वो कल्चर अलग, ये लोग अलग, वो लोग अलग. मे बी दे हैव सम काइंड ऑफ इंटरेक्शन, सम काइंड ऑफ एक्सचेंज एंड बिजनेस, बट दे आर टू डिफरेंट कल्चर्स. इज इट ट्रू? It may be, it may not be. It may happen that these 5 sites may have two different cultures having sharing the common pottery type. It may happen that both of them are same but different pottery type. You cannot substitute कि pottery different है मतलब लोग अलग होंगे, pottery same है मतलब लोग same होंगे. It is not necessary. आप भी जीन्स पहनते हो, अमेरिकन भी जीन्स पहनते हैं, क्या आप अमेरिकन एक हो? नहीं हो, right? No, we have access to pots, not to the people, but we cannot take pots as the proxy for the people and community and culture. But nonetheless, my main point here is that in India, you have different farming cultures across India, and they are named differently in different cases. Sometimes we call them by the name of region, sometimes type site, sometimes by pottery. So it's mix and match. Its society is becoming very complicated across India. Now, one more point before going onwards, I want to claim. This is map I have given you. Map दिया हुआ है. This is the map of the major sites. You will see that, as I have said, that Chalcolithic culture started before Harappa, it continued during Harappa, it continued after Harappa. Rather, Harappa का उगम जो है, Harappa has emerged out of Chalcolithic. It thrived for 1,000 years or so, and then it merged within Chalcolithic. Right? So, which are the other cultures? For Jorve culture, Aitha and Malwa culture, Ahar culture, Ganeshwar, there are many other cultures, but these are the four major cultures which started parallel to Harappa. But यहाँ पे क्या है? They did not know the technology of bronze. They were not as trading as Harappa was. So Harappa could become urban, these remain rural. But they know each other. They trade with each other. Sometimes these people provide some kind of copper to them. Like यहाँ पे Ganeshwar Jodhpur is a very famous place. यहाँ पे you have copper mines. And Harappans require copper for bronze. They procure copper from these people. इसलिए आज भी होता है, एक सभ्यता डेवलप्ड होती है, एक ग्रामीण होती है, and there is inter-exchange. Same thing happening here. There is a professor in Cambridge called Dilip Chakravarti, a very famous archaeologist. Chakravarti साहब की बड़ी famous किताब है ऑक्सफोर्ड की, The Handbook of Indian Archaeology. In that he has said very clearly that unfortunately Harappa is so dazzling that Indians and across the world everybody is obsessed with Harappa. उन्हीं के contemporary rest of India को हम भूल गए. We have not given enough attention to study the other farming cultures which are contemporary to Harappa. हो सकता है और भी कुछ मिले हमें. पूरा ध्यान लगा है हड़प्पा एंड सिटीज के ऊपर पिछले 100 साल से, एंड एग्जैक्टली 100 साल. 1923 इट वाज अनाउंस्ड डिस्कवरी, आज 2024 आए, 101 साल हुए. फुल फोकस इन हड़प्पा प्राइमरी. वेरी फ्यू पीपल वर्क ऑन अदर कल्चर्स, बट दे आर ऑल्सो इंटरेस्टिंग. दे आर विलेज कल्चर्स, दे आर नॉट एज अर्बन, बट दे आर इंटरेस्टिंग. Chalcolithic. Now let us look at some of the characteristics of this culture. पहली बात तो ये that what kind of technology they used to use. They use stone tools with copper tools. इसलिए Chalcolithic. Secondly, what kind of tools? Hand axe, copper angle, copper boards, knives, pins, hooks, rods, etc. Especially in Ganga Valley of and Madhya Pradesh, hundreds of thousands of objects in copper hoard sites are found. अब ये एक नई चीज हमें मिलती है इस जमाने में, that at some random place suddenly we find बड़ा सा हंडा and some stash. यहाँ पे सैकड़ों copper objects होते हैं. They are just put together and buried, by whom we have no idea. And what kind of copper objects? Like this. Here you have hand axe. You have, this is a harpoon. This is anthropomorph. यहाँ पे लिखा है anthropomorph. You have anthropomorph, like such kind of tools, and you have 100, 200, 400 items साथ में. मेनी पीपल जस्ट थिंक अच्छा कुछ है, चलो उसको पिघलाते हैं, लेट अस यूज इट, चोर बाजार में बेच दो. So lots of stuff is gone like this. For the first time when we found it, it was found at a site called Gungeria. Gungeria in Madhya Pradesh in the 19th century, in 1870s maybe. And it was a great discovery by you found so many copper objects, all belonging to very old era, thousands of years ago, and it became a sensation. And within a few months, each and every object was sold in Chor Bazaar, black market, and all of them were purchased by some Europeans and they left India. आज गुंगेरिया के कॉपर होड का एक भी आइटम इंडिया में नहीं है. All of them are smuggled into Europe in 1962. In British government got frustrated भाई कैसे होगा, because the moment we started to find more and more copper hoards just on beneath the surface, in कोई किसान हल चला रहा है, कुछ मिल गया, copper hoard मिल गया. We have hundreds of such sites in Ganga Valley, Madhya Pradesh. The moment this happened, government of India in, in, एक कानून लेके आई, इसका नाम था इंडियन ट्रेजर ट्रोव एक्ट ऑफ 1878. It is the first act by British government to safeguard Indian treasure और हेरिटेज और एंटिक्विटीज. क्यों? ये गुंगेरिया का पूरा कॉपर होड यूरोप में गायब हो गया. Now they are in different private collections and museums everywhere. We don't have it, our own culture. So now this act came in 1878, as per which it was said that whatever is of heritage value found beneath the surface, भले जमीन आपकी हो, वो चीज आपकी नहीं है. It belongs to government of India. It's a national property. You can't sell it, you don't own it. So that was the act that came. अब वो कानून supersede हो गया है. We have many different acts, but this was the first act that came in the context of the copper hoards. Anyway, that's the story of conservation. We don't need that. My point is that we find such stash of hundreds of copper items. They belong to this era of pre-Harappa, Harappa, and post-Harappa, and they have such items. Now, ये items क्या है? It's a harpoon. What is this harpoon? Harpoon is supposed to come at the end of bhala. जो spear होता है, उसका जो सामने वाला जो edge होता है, it is called harpoon. So it is supposed to be for शिकार. शिकार किसी करोगे? मगरमच्छ की. For doing shikar, it needs to have some weight. Its weight is very less. Even if it is 1 kilo, 2 kilo, you can't kill anything. Especially because look at the teeth. Teeth उल्टे हैं. तो वो ऐसे भी मतलब point is that it's not easy to hunt using these kind of. And look at this anthropomorph. Is it like a boomerang in Australia? कि जो घूम के पंछी मार के वापस हाथ में आ जाए. No, it is not that also. It is just anthropo मतलब human, morph मतलब shape, human shape. We don't know, but it appears that more than being tools, they were ritual objects. इनकी पूजा होती थी. शायद some deities है, शायद some ritual. We don't know. We don't know. But they look like more of a ritual object than actual tools and weapons. If you go for microwave analysis, they are not used for any work as such. So there are now two theories. One theory says they are implements and tools or weapons. Some people say no, they are not implements and weapons, they are ritual objects. We don't know. We have not found anything with them to corroborate either this or that. They're just theories. But we have found hundreds of such sites. The most important site is Gungeria only, the first one. These are called as copper hoard sites and they belong to Chalcolithic era. Then you look at the settlement of these. In the settlement, you will see that you have increased occupational diversity. We had seen already that in Neolithic era, some are hunters, some are farmers, some are potters, some are tool makers. Now that thing becomes solidified. गांव में हर किस्म के लोग अलग अलग काम शुरू करते हैं and there is barter between them. So people used to hunt, domesticate animals and cultivate their food, and different animals are eaten, different crops are eaten, so food subsistence base is diverse. But the problem is that agriculture in this era is actually not very good. By that, what do I mean? What do I mean is that they are not able to produce lots of surplus. अगर surplus create कर पाते तो शहर ना बनाते. So those who were able to create surplus made the cities in Harappa. The rest of the people remained villagers because they were not able to produce lots of surplus. Everybody had to keep producing food to some extent. So agriculture is there, but it is not very good. because copper doesn't allow it much. In the black cotton soil of Deccan, for example, copper से क्या ज्यादा करोगे आप? नहीं कर पाओगे. So agriculture is there, it is limited. Then other important occupations were secondary activities and tertiary activities increasing. So gradually you have some crafts, some arts, etc. Now, mostly what we see in the excavations is that these villages have houses, and in the houses you have some kind of implements. मतलब वो लोगों की cottage industry है. They don't have like this is my industry area जहाँ पे मैं business करूँगा and this is my घर जहाँ पे मैं आराम करूँगा. No, घर के अंदर ही वो काम करते हैं. So they have work from home. ठीक है. So cottage industry is going on. If you look at living pattern, you come to see that there is some kind of socio-economic hierarchy inside the settlement and up between the settlements. How do we know? Different house sizes. Some houses are circular, some are rectangular. There is a convention in archaeology. I don't know ये कहाँ से आया है, but ऐसा माना जाता है कि circular house is of the people who have communal property, and the private rectangular house is for the people who have private property. अब ये कन्वेंशन पता नहीं यूरोप में कहाँ से आया होगा, but this is a convention. You see both types of houses here. And then distinct settlement hierarchy emerged. Ki one village is important at the center and larger, and other villages are smaller. So you have settlement hierarchy also. So within the settlement, you have human hierarchy, and outside settlement, you have settlement hierarchy. So you have inequality and hierarchies emerging. That shows that there is some surplus, but not enough to create cities. There is also beginning of private property. Inamga western houses smaller with no enclosure wall, while on the eastern side houses are larger and less in number and have enclosure wall surrounding them. It shows that there is some kind of inequality. Inamgaon is a place in Maharashtra, another important site. Then you have almost all houses had animal enclosures. What does it mean? हर 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 घर का अपना उठा तबेला जो कुछ है वो है. क्यों है? It means the animals are owned not by the tribe but by individual families. The private ownership of the animals is there. That's why every house requires a different gotha, different tabela, different cow shed, cow pen. And then you have burial goods. When somebody dies, you bury the person along with the grave goods. More often than not, these grave goods belong to that person. It shows private property. Not only that, when you have private property, you tend to inherit it from generation to generation. तो मैंने ज्यादा पैसे कमाए, बेटे को दे दिए. बेटे ने बिना कमाए उसको पैसे मिल गए. How do we see that? If there is a burial of a child with some kind of costly precious metal and material, the child wouldn't have time to earn that thing. मतलब it is inherited. मतलब it is inequality. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Now you have to derive some things from archaeology. And then have some Chalcolithic settlements have protective walls around them. Example, Nagada in Madhya Pradesh. Now, why do you need protective walls? Perhaps there was warfare. These people used to fight with each other to take away their property, their cattle, their whatever it is. There must be some kind of disputes. You need protection. There is other possibility. The protective walls are required against the forest animals. So there are both the possibilities, but you have such kind of things. And high infant mortality rate suggests malnutrition and lack of medicine. So again, because as I said, agriculture is there, but there is not enough surplus. Tools are there, but they can't replace stone completely. You have some hierarchy, but not enough stratification. You have agricultural crops, but you don't have enough malnutrition. You have malnutrition, इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा infant mortality है, IMR है. We know from that. We know that from skeletons. That shows that these people are struggling to create a prosperous society. They have not found the solution yet. So they are there in somewhere. And then they used to trade with Harappans, which are contemporary to them. For example, in Rajasthan, we have Khetri mines. Khetri mines used to supply the copper, and in other places. The second thing about this is that there are different types of potteries. The most important pottery of this age is called OCP, ochre color pottery. Ochre color pottery. So taking this occasion, I just want to पूछा नहीं आज तक UPSC ने, but you should know which pottery belong to which era. So here you have this table and photos. OCP is a typical pottery of the Chalcolithic age. Then you have BRW. It is called black on red ware. ब्लैक ऑन, दो BRW होते हैं, एक होता है ब्लैक ऑन रेड वेयर, एक होता है ब्लैक एंड रेड वेयर. फर्क ब्लैक ऑन एंड ब्लैक एंड. द ब्लैक ऑन रेड इज दिस. देयर इज a red pot on which you have black design. So that black on red ware is the typical pottery of Harappa. There is other pottery of which I don't have a photo here called black and red ware. उसमें जब पॉट्स को क्या करते हैं, हम उल्टा करके फायर करते हैं. वाइल फायरिंग अ पॉट दे मेक अरेंजमेंट इन सच अ वे उसके माउथ के लेके हाफ पार्ट बिकम्स ब्लैक एंड अदर पार्ट बिकम्स रेड. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड ब्लैक एंड रेड वेयर. हाफ ब्लैक हाफ रेड. दैट ब्लैक इज नॉट अ डिजाइन वाला ब्लैक, इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ फायरिंग of the pot. So black and red ware is also a pottery of this same Chalcolithic age. So Chalcolithic has two potteries, OCP and black and red ware. ठीक है, both of them are called BRW, black and red ware, black on red ware. Understand the difference? Then in the later era, in Vedic age, we have PGW, painted gray ware, the gray pottery which is painted, and in Mahajanpad era we have NBWW, northern black polished ware. We shall see them later. तो आपको टोटल यू शुड नो ओनली 5 potteries, बाकी आपको जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है. So if I give you match the following table, can you do that for these 5 potteries? And then this is a list of all the sites. Again, I am just trying to be comprehensive for the sake of it, but you don't have to memorize everything. Ahar, Manas culture, Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, Kaitha, Malava, Savalda, Jurve, Prabhas, Rangpur. Ganeshwar Jodhpura is important because, as I said, it supplies copper to Harappa. That's Jurva is important because Jurve culture is most well studied culture. Of all the Chalcolithic culture, there was a person called, he got even Padma Shri for that, Professor Dhaulikar. Professor Dhaulikar, he has studied Jurve culture in detail only because it is studied in so much detail, data is available. So Jurve has become more famous. It was a very vast culture. So Jurve culture is also very popular amongst the historians. Jurve culture. बाकी तो सारे culture है ही. And the one site that has come up recently in debate in last 2-3 years is Sinavli. Sinavli site was known earlier also. It is located here, north of Delhi. It was excavated in 2007-2008, but it was excavated once again in 2015-2016-17. And that site belonged to OCP era, ochre color pottery. And that site has yielded now 4 very interesting things. Abhi 4 months ago, all these things were brought to Delhi. There was an exhibition in NGMA. आपने देखा था वो? I have some photos. Rather, this photo is taken by me only. All these 3 photos. नहीं, these 2 photos. ये मैंने लिए थे वहाँ पे चुपके से. लेकिन ये फोटो तो ओरिजिनल न्यूज़पेपर से उठाया है. But यहाँ पे they have found 4 very interesting things. One is chariots. हम महाभारत में पढ़ते चैरियट है, वेदों में पढ़ते चैरियट है, रथ है. Where is रथ? We are not found रथ so far. So this is the first evidence of oldest रथ in India. Then we have found coffin burials. फोटो यहाँ पे नहीं है coffin burial in coffin with proper copper design. We have found ribbed sword. This sword with rib. Rib का मतलब क्या होता है? Midrib होती है. Midrib. Once you have midrib, उसका मतलब क्या है? उसका जो blade है, it is very sturdy. If you don't have midrib, blade is like this. अगर ब्लेड मिड रिब स्टडी रहेगा मतलब यू कैन यूज इट फॉर ऑफेंस, अटैक के लिए. तो मिड रिब वाले स्वॉर्ड्स आर स्वॉर्ड व्हिच आर यूज्ड फॉर ऑफेंस इन इट्स ऑफेंसिव वेपन. तो दीज आर वॉरियर, रथ है, स्वॉर्ड है, दे हैव शील्ड है. तो ये लड़ाकू लोग थे. इट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बिकॉज ऑफ 2 थिंग्स. फर्स्टली इट इज कॉन्ट्रास्टेड विद हड़प्पन. हड़प्पन के हथियार ही नहीं है. अभी जो लेटेस्ट किताब आई है, मैंने आज जानबूझ के लेके आया हूँ मैं, वो भी पब्लिश पिछले महीने ही हुई है. Although it is not very scientific, I found many faults in the book. But this book by Patnaik, Harappan civilization, Ahimsa. Ahimsa in Harappa. Why? The Harappans don't have weapons. It is unusually peaceful civilization. इतने बड़े शहर बना लिए, इतना बड़ा व्यापार कर लिया, लड़ाई झगड़े क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो आप, मार काट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? दे आर वेरी रेयर. इट इज अगेंस्ट ह्यूमन. एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड पीपल हैव वेपन्स आल्सो, नॉट ओनली इम्प्लीमेंट्स. हड़प्पा वेपन बहुत रेयर वेपन्स. क्यों? आर दिस स्पेशली पीस लविंग पीपल? दिस इज अननेचुरल, अनह्यूमन रादर. सो ये बहुत बड़ा पजल है हड़प्पा के बारे में. नेम ऑफ द बुक ही रोट इज हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन अहिंसा. ऑल द किताब में कई सारे फॉल्ट्स हैं, वो हम बाद में बात करेंगे. बट द पॉइंट इज दैट इन कॉन्ट्रास्ट टू दैट, फॉर द फर्स्ट यू सी इन वैदिक रिलीजन, इंद्र भगवान आते हैं, लड़ाई करते हैं, युद्ध चलती है, मारकाट चलती है. तो फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम वी फाउंड द एविडेंस ऑफ वेपन्स. सो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट डिस्कवरी थी 2019-20 में. एंड इट लेड टू ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ डिबेट्स. वी डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली कि सनोली a वैदिक साइट, बट हमें ये पता है इट इज अ लेट हड़प्पन साइट विच इज अ कैलकुलिथिक साइट, कंटेम्पररी लेट हड़प्पा ओसीपी. ये तो पता है. अब आर दिस वैदिक पीपल और नॉट, वी डोंट नो. वी डोंट नो. बट फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम रथ मिले और तलवारें मिली हैं. So this site is important. That's all. Okay. So this is about the Chalcolithic. Let us discuss two questions. We will not be able to solve it completely because ये सारे sites ने किए नहीं है. Some of the sites belong to Harappa, some belong to Vedic, post-Vedic era, Mauryan era also. But at least let us identify the sites which we know already and try to see कि जवाब बन सकता है. जवाब तुमने दे दिया वैसे, ठीक है. Consider the following pairs. 2021 question. Burza home, Chandraketugarh, and Ganeshwar. Now Burza home we have seen it is in Kashmir, a Neolithic and megalithic pit dwelling, dog burial, and possible supernova. Right? So it is not rock cut shrine. Chandraketu God we are yet to see. It is a site from the Mauryan post Mauryan era. वहाँ देख लेंगे. And then we have Ganeshwar Jodhpura. It is copper hoard supplying copper to Harappa. So at least this thing we know to be true. This thing we know to be not true. तो अगर भाई ये गलत, so we are at least able to come to 50-50 in this question with the help of present knowledge. Right? This side we'll see later when we come to Mauryan post. Similarly, come to the next question that was asked this year 2024. You have a new type of question beginning last year. 3 column questions. है ना? They are not difficult, rather उससे काम बड़ा आसान हो जाता है. You have more data to eliminate things very quickly. Right? But still, you have one site that we know, and that is in Amgaon. It is in Maharashtra. It is calculated. कम से कम इतना तो काम पता है. So at least one site we know from the present. बाकी sites जो है, the syllabus we are yet to cover. उस समय देख लेंगे. चंद्रकेतु गॉड हैज बीन रिपीटेड. यहाँ पूछी थी एज अ टेराकोटा साइट विच वाज करेक्ट थिंग, यहाँ पूछिए एज गलत. सो साइट्स भी रिपीट कर रही है यूपीएससी 2-3 साल के अंदर ही अंदर. एटलीस्ट दीस साइट्स वी शुड नो. So we'll see all of them as we go to appropriate ages. Okay. So as I said in the beginning, this topic is not very favorite of UPSC. They have recently started to ask questions on this. बस 2 ही सवाल पूछे और पूछे ही नहीं. But this is new trend. That's why we have to give 2-3 hours to discuss all these prehistoric sites and developments and all the major sites. If this year they ask, we should be ready. ठीक है. So first part of the chapter syllabus is cover prehistoric era. Any doubt so far? Online. Is there any increase in your base understanding from what we discussed today? आपने जो किताब में पढ़ा था एनसीईआरटी में या फिर जो पहले फाउंडेशन कोर्स में किया, उससे कुछ आपको लग रहा है, बेहतरी लग रही है, कुछ समझ में आ रहा है? ऐसे चेहरे गिरा के क्यों बैठे हो? ऐसे एकदम कहाँ बिठा दिया? The things will see. If the things are abstract, they might be boring a little bit. I know that. As we move along, they will become interesting. I भी ठंडी होगी. आपकी नींद चली गई? पक्का? ऑनलाइन एनी डाउट? वो तो पूछ लो. यस सर, यस सर, यस. Let us go to Harappa. Harappa is very controversial. And one of the reasons is that because it is purely based on archaeology, every theory that we produce is bound to be tentative, bound to be somewhat speculative, and open to multiple interpretations. So, kya kare? Let us start with Harappa. Its discovery, extent, and nomenclature. Now, nothing in the long recorded history of India gave even a faint hint of it having a beginning like Harappan civilization. This is an important statement. We know that Harappa was urban civilization, riverine civilization to some extent on northwest. It was contemporary to China and Mesopotamia, but सब लोग भूल गए, हम भी भूल गए. Then, if you don't know that Harappa is the old history, then जो अपने पास किताबें हैं, जो सामाजिक मान्यता है, as per our understanding, in the 18th century, 17th century, 19th century, what is the point of beginning of Indian history? If you go to texts, we have Puranas. पुराण में मनुवंतर होता है, मनु आता है, ठीक है. So that is one Puranic story of the beginning. If you go to 19th century British Indological studies, what we come to know, they start reading Vedas. Max Muller translates Rigved into English largely. And then he claims the Rigved is oldest of the Vedas and it belongs to 1500 to 1000 BCE. So it is not Puranic origin, but Rigvedic origin. बट वेद लिखे किसने? वैदिक आर्यंस ने. कहां से आए? बाहर से आए. उसके पहले क्या था? नहीं था. उसके पहले इंडियंस वेयर हंगरी एंड पुअर एंड बैकवर्ड पीपल. एंड जैसे इन 18th सेंचुरी वी कॉन्कर्ड इंडिया, वैसे ही हजारों साल पहले हमारे भाई आए थे, दे कॉन्कर्ड इंडिया. सो इट इज अगेन अ डिफ्यूजनिस्ट पैराडाइम. इट इज अगेन द colonial story that they are now seeing back in the time. And they thought that there is Vedic invasion, Aryan invasion, and they brought this civilization to India. उसके पहले यहाँ कुछ नहीं था. Aryans आके सब बसाए यहाँ. It is a British narrative. और उसके पहले कुछ तो होगा. Robert Bruce Foote found Athirampakkam Pallavaram. And मतलब there were some tribal people, but perhaps they could not progress. So civilization was gift to India by our forefathers. इस बार हम दोबारा ले आए हैं, ले लो, अंग्रेजी सीख लो. That was their viewpoint. But जब 1924 में John Marshall announced Harappa, and Harappa was found to be older than Vedic Aryans, they were shocked. उनको हजम ही नहीं हुआ. They're not willing to accept कि how can Indians have development before we give them? How can there be developed society, urbanization that is contemporary to our forefathers' urbanization in Mesopotamia? जब हम सुमेरिया थे, अक्कड़ियन थे, तब इनके भी शहर थे, एंड उनके शहर और बेहतर थे. तो हो ही नहीं सकता उन्होंने हमसे कॉपी किया हो, यही किया हो. सो दे केम विथ थियरीज की हड़प्पन सिटीज आर एक्चुअली नथिंग बट डेरिवेटिव ऑफ मेसोपोटामियन अर्बनाइजेशन. हमारे लोग इंडिया गए और वहां चिपका दिया. तो द पॉइंट इज दैट अगेन द सेम colonial perspective. It was a shock. My main point is that as we went with more and more discoveries, the timeline of India's history went backwards and backwards. From Puranic to Vedic, from Vedic to Harappan चलता रहा ऐसे. That is one point. Second point, that this is archaeological history, so things are supposed to be tentative, and discoveries primarily happened in the colonial era, so they give it additional twist to suit them. That's my second point. And third point, in the long annals of Indian history writing, nowhere we have seen any mention of Harappa. There are some possible mentions. जब अलेक्जेंडर इंडिया आया था, Alexander the Great, Alakshendra, right? Or Sikandar Mahan. So when he came to India, he brought with him lots of historians. One of them was Aristobulus. He seems to have noticed some coast towns which are deserted in the northwest of India. Would they mean Harappan civilization? We don't know. It's possible. It's possible, but we don't know. Then we have Charles Mason. He talked about it, but he did not understand कि भाई ये कोई उसको लगा कुछ होगा, क्या पता. Then we come to 1850s. In 1850s, in 1849, 47, 48, British have captured Punjab. रणजीत सिंह को गुजर के 10 साल हो गए. Within 10 years, first Sikh war, second Sikh war, Punjab is gone. British captured it. Immediately they start constructing railway from Karachi to Lahore, from Sindh to Punjab. And in that they need ballast. रेलवे लाइन में बलास्ट चाहिए, वेट चाहिए उन्हें. अब ईंटें वहां पे लगाना महंगा पड़ता है. सो देयर इंजीनियर्स फाउंड दिस हड़प्पा एंड मोहनजोदड़ो कि भाई यहाँ तो बहुत ईंटें हैं, फ्री की ईंटें लेके चलो. So they literally took those ite and built the railway line. Half of the city was repurposed for railway. वो सारे पुराने घर उठा के, उनको पता ही नहीं कि ये कुछ पुरानी सभ्यता है. They have had no idea this is the ancient civilization. They thought कोई ऐसे शहरों का 2-4 साल पुराना. So much modern looking it was. But these cities, before they could be documented, half of them vanished. But some of them ultimately told a person called Alexander Cunningham. Alexander Cunningham is India's first DGASI. He's called father of Indian archaeology. And he was primarily interested in Buddhist history. Payan, Yuan Sang, especially Yuan Sang की किताब लेके बैठता था. Yuan Sang कहाँ गया? मैं भी वहां जाऊंगा. So he wanted to retrace the path of Yuan Sang and find out all the places that he had mentioned and discovered the old stupas. He thought Mohenjo-daro makes. Have you seen photo of Mohenjo-daro? There is a stup in between. That stup belongs to Kushan era. So he was interested in Kushan era stup. He went to Mohenjo-daro. He ordered some excavation. He found some Harappan seals also, but he could not think of any other possibility in 1870s, 1880s, 1890s. So he thought of, हाँ कुछ कुषाण era होगा, एक बुद्धिस्ट स्तूप मिल गया. So he was not able to interpret even after finding. He was very puzzled कि ये seals क्या होते हैं. तो देखे, he couldn't fit it with any Indian known language. But still उनको वो क्लिक नहीं हुआ. तो बात वही खत्म हो गई. During World War I, John Marshall came to India as new DG ASI. He was very young. He was trained in some classical Greek archaeology. He came to India and they wanted to start excavation. World War I आ गया. They put moratorium. पैसे खत्म हो गए. युद्ध लड़ना है. 10 साल काम और डिले हो गया. It is after World War I ultimately digging started. And यहाँ पे we have two main people. One person is Dayaram Sahani. Other is Rakhaldas Banerjee. Dayaram Sahni was in charge of excavation in Harappa on the banks of Ravi, and Rakhaldas Banerjee was in charge of Mohenjo-daro on the banks of Indus. Mohenjo-daro Sindh में आता है, हड़प्पा पंजाब में आता है. It's very different. They are two different states, provinces altogether, and are separated by hundreds of kilometers. तो हुआ ये कि nobody even at that time is thinking that these two places would be connected to. They are just two independent places in which people are interested, which are separated by hundreds of kilometers. Harappa is interesting because of itself. Mohenjo-daro is interesting because of itself. दोनों तरफ काम चल रहा है. But once they collect the data and they get confused कि भाई how can both the places have so much similarity. उस समय जॉन मार्शल कहाँ बैठा है? शिमला में. खुद नहीं गया. मार्शल ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया तक्षशिला में वगैरह. दैट्स अ डिफरेंट स्टोरी. सांची में किया, डिफरेंट स्टोरी. बट हियर ही डिड नॉट गो हिमसेल्फ. उसने कहा अच्छा क्या सिमिलर है, देखिए आओ जरा यहाँ पे. तो आर.डी. बनर्जी, दयाराम साहनी, बोथ ऑफ देम एंटायर रेटिन्यू विद देम, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ पीपल और कलेक्शन जो कुछ है घोड़े पे गधे पे लाद के शिमला पहुंच गए कि अब कंपेयर करो. और ये साहब बैठे अपने बेडरूम में. अच्छा ये हड़प्पा का है, अरे ये तो बहुत सिमिलर है. So it was in the boardroom of John Marshall in Shimla that they were able to connect the dots. The Harappa and Mohenjo-daro belong to same civilization, and they were blown off. कि भाई ये कैसे हो? Two cities of the same civilization separated so much apart. इतना बड़ा area. एक सिंध, एक पंजाब. How old is it? Not sure. They were not sure. Is it Vedic Aryan? Is it post-Vedic, early Vedic, pre-Vedic? They had no idea. So what happened that next year in 1923, John Marshall went to London. अब British का empire है. They have huge empire and they have their people across the world. It is in the same year, I'm not joking, they found 23-22 में तुतानखामेन का मम्मी, पैरो वगैरह सब वही, मतलब इसी एरा में. There was a person called Jonathan Woolley. Jonathan Woolley was another archaeologist. He was equivalent to DGASI, not in India, but in Mesopotamia. वर्ल्ड वॉर वन के बाद, आफ्टर वर्ल्ड वॉर वन, दैट एरिया वेंट अंडर द कंट्रोल ऑफ ब्रिटिश एज अ मैंडेट सिस्टम, लीग ऑफ नेशंस, आपने पढ़ा होगा। तो दिस एरिया बिकम ब्रिटिश एरिया, दे स्टार्टेड डिगिंग देयर आल्सो। वहां पे दे गॉट अ सिटी कॉल्ड उर, यू आर, उर। उर इज अ वेरी फेमस सिटी. It was discovered by this person called Jonathan Woolley, and he was able to also put date because in Mesopotamia, the script is deciphered. He knew it belongs to Sumerian, Akkadian era of 2000 BCE, 2500 BCE, 3000 BCE, etc. तो वहां पे दे डोंट हैव एनी प्रॉब्लम क्रोनोलॉजी, यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि स्क्रिप्ट नहीं है, एंड कार्बन डेटिंग इज येट टू अराइव, इट इज 25-30 years इन फ्यूचर. तो इंडियंस आर नॉट एबल टू डिकोड कि ये कब किस जमाने का है. So in London, this John Marshall and Jonathan Woolley meet each other. They exchange notes. John Marshall says, "देखो हमारे seal ऐसे मिले हैं." That Jonathan Woolley is blown off because he had found similar seal in Mesopotamia 3000 साल पहले. भाई ये seal अगर हड़प्पन seal है, and if it is in Mesopotamia at this level of chronology, मतलब they are contemporary, they are trading with each other. So from that relative connection, John Marshall was able to identify, अच्छा हड़प्पा इतना पुराना है. It is pre-Aryan. It is 2000-2500 साल BCE. And then he published an article in London Illustrated Weekly. में बहुत अच्छी लगती है. दुनिया में बहुत कम बार ऐसा होता है कि किसी को अनाउंस करने का मौका मिलता है, मैंने नई सभ्यता ढूंढी. आई हैव डिस्कवर्ड अ न्यू सिविलाइजेशन एंड आई हैव दैट ऑनर टुडे. आई एम डिक्लेयरिंग टू द वर्ल्ड दैट इंडिया इज अ वेरी ओल्ड सिविलाइजेशन. दैट आर्टिकल इज वेरी फेमस. John Marshall. So that is how in 1923-24 to the world the discovery was announced. It also had some impact on India's freedom struggle. अब तक अंग्रेज हमें कहते थे हम आपको सभ्यता सिखाएंगे, अब हम कह रहे हैं हमारे को ऑलरेडी आती है. ठीक. एनीवे, so this is the story of discovery of, so John Marshall called it Indus Valley civilization because both Harappa and Mohenjo-daro are on the banks of Indus or Indus tributary. So major sites at that time were on the banks of Indus. So it was called Indus Valley civilization. However, the Illustrated London News, it altered India's civilizational antiquity by pushing back Bronze Age urbanism to 3rd millennium BC. However, calling it IVC today is perhaps not appropriate, and for valid reasons. Firstly, we have found even more cities today. We have had many more discoveries, especially after partition of India. Partition was a very unfortunate incident in which what happened is that what India claimed to be the cradle of Indian civilization, जहां से हमारी शुरुआत होती है हमारे संस्कृति की, हड़प्पा मोहनजोदड़ो, वो इंडिया में है ही नहीं. We don't have access to them. Our historians can't go and study them. They don't get visas. It is the French and Italian and Americans go and study. We can't study. Pakistanis don't allow us. So the origin of our cities are not in our country. We lost our own cradle. And Indian historian community did not like it. We were so angry. So Pandit Nehru started to fund ASI much more कि भाई let us have this project. खूब पैसे खर्चे करेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, पूरी मशक्कत करो, कोशिश करो, आइडेंटिफाई सम सिटीज ऑन आवर साइड ऑफ बाउंड्री एटलीस्ट. तो 50s and 60s में many people did extreme amount of efforts to survey and excavate many things. We discovered Rakhi Gadi, we discovered Kalibangan, we discovered Dholavira, discovered सब कुछ मिलना शुरू हो गया. तो on our side of the boundary in 50s 60s we discovered many more cities. Today the largest city is not Harappa, not Mohenjo-daro, it is Rakhi Gadi. So this is all the effort of 1950s and 60s कि भाई हमारे तरफ कुछ तो हो, हमारी कल्चर आफ्टर पार्टीशन. तो बट उसका एक हुआ बाय प्रोडक्ट. नॉट ओनली वी फाउंड मेनी गुड सिटीज, यस, बट देयर वाज वन मोर थिंग दैट these new cities, many of them settlements were not in Indus Valley. They were in other places, in Kutch, Saurashtra, in Ghaggar Hakra Basin, in some other places. And Pakistanis on their side also continue some research, some activity to some extent. So they kept on finding new sites, जैसे कि मोहम्मद रफीक मुगल वगैरह, बड़ा काम किया उन लोगों ने. So now we have understood the total extent of this civilization. It starts from Balochistan, it comes to Gujarat, Maharashtra, इट गोज इनटू जम्मू एंड नॉर्थ ऑफ अफगानिस्तान, सब जगह इतना बड़ा एरिया, इट्स मच लार्जर देन टुडेस पाकिस्तान, इट इज मच मोर बियॉन्ड सिंगल इंडस रिवर वैली. सो कॉलिंग इट वन, क्योंकि हाँ, नाइल रिवर, नाइल सिविलाइजेशन, मेसोपोटामिया, टाइग्रिस यूफ्रेटिस, येलो रिवर इन चाइना, generally it was assumed कि all old civilizations are like riverine civilization. It is exception. It is much more than Sindhu. So we have found many more sites in the basin of other river, that is Ghaggar Hakra. घग्गर हाकरा क्यों बोलते हैं? घग्गर इज नाम ऑफ द रिवर बिफोर इट एंटर पाकिस्तान, बाद में हाकरा है उसका नाम उस तरफ, जो कुछ है एक ही रिवर घग्गर हाकरा. द पॉइंट इज दैट वी हैव फाउंड मेनी मोर साइट्स ऑन द बैंक्स ऑफ घग्गर हाकरा आल्सो. So it is not single river civilization, it's a double river civilization because lots of sites are on the banks of Ghaggar Hakra also, which today is dried up. Today it's dried up. तो इसको क्या हम इंडस घग्गर हाकरा संस्कृति का है? That's also very complicated name. Now then there is a problem. That's a very debatable question कि क्या घग्गर हाकरा नदी ही सरस्वती नदी है? Because Saraswati river is mentioned in Rigveda. It is on the banks of Saraswati that the seers and rishis of Rigveda composed Rigveda. तो हमें नहीं पता कि घग्गर हाकरा सरस्वती है कि नहीं है, बट सम पीपल से इट इज सरस्वती जो बाद में सूख गई, and it should be called Saraswati. Maybe it is Saraswati, maybe it not. We don't know what the people called it. We have no idea. But some people say कि इसको सरस्वती नाम से पुकारना चाहिए, and it is Indus Saraswati civilization or Sindhu Saraswati civilization. Now this name is little bit complicated because it comes with an idea that the term Saraswati, which is a Vedic term, can be used in Harappan era. So it opens the Pandora's box कि क्या हड़प्पन एंड वैदिक पीपल जानते थे दूसरे को, क्या सेम लोग थे, कनेक्शन क्या था, नहीं पता हम, we don't know. But the moment you use word Saraswati, it means you are claiming Vedic people knew Harappan people. So this term is generally avoided by academic historians. What do they prefer is, and there is one more reason, that lots of sites are beyond Indus and beyond Ghaggar Hakra also. Some of them are in Gujarat, some of them are in Pakistan, some of them are north in Manda. You look at the extreme sites, the easternmost site is Alamgirpur in UP, Delhi ke east mein. It comes to western UP. The southernmost side is, in some books, it is Malvan in Gujarat. It's not Malvan of Konkan, it's a different Malvan. And some people say Daimabad in Maharashtra, but Malvan in Gujarat. In the westernmost area, you have Sutka Gendor. Sutka Gendor is a port site that is near Gwadar Port. Gwadar Port जानते हो बलूचिस्तान में? उसके बगल में है, दस्ती रिवर किनारे. It's not yet excavated. Pakistan is not interested. So there is a site which is identified but not excavated, Sutka Gendor. And then in the north, it's Manda in Jammu. There is one site which is exceptional, that is Shortughai. Shortughai is an outpost. Cultural zone के बाहर एक outpost है वो, to procure lapis lazuli and camels. It's not contiguous in the cultural zone, एक extra outpost है. तो Shortughai इन ऑक्सस रिवर के किनारे, हम उसको थोड़ा पहले साउथ में, उसको नहीं मानते हम. इट्स हड़प्पन साइट, यस, बट इट्स हड़प्पन आउटपोस्ट. हड़प्पन कल्चर वहां तक नहीं है. तो नॉर्दर्न मोस्ट साइट इज मांडा. सो मांडा इन जम्मू, अलमगिरपुर इन यूपी, मालवण इन गुजरात, का गेंदोर इन बलूचिस्तान. ग्वादर मतलब ऑलमोस्ट ईरान शुरू हो गया, उस तरफ बंदर अब्बास है, राइट. सो इतने बड़े एरिया में साइट है, तो हाउ कैन यू इवन कन्फाइन इट ओनली टू इंडस एंड सरस्वती, इफ एट ऑल इट इज सरस्वती. So the convention in archaeology is that let us name it by the first type site found. And first type site found is Harappa. So you call it Harappa is a neutral term. It's safest. IVC is discarded. Although हम use करते हैं क्योंकि हमें आदत पड़ गई 100 साल से, but it is discarded. Sindhu Saraswati is problematic, but 4 months ago, NCRT published a new NCRT. CBSE published it. Of 6 standard social science. 7वीं 8वीं का आएगा अप्रैल मई तक, बट 6ठी का आ चुका है किताब, एंड दे हैव स्टार्टेड टू यूज द टर्म सिंधु सरस्वती सिविलाइजेशन इन सोशल साइंस बुक एज वेल एज इन साइंस. सो आई थिंक नाउ वी कैन यूज इट. अब सरकार यूज कर रही है, हम क्यों यूज कर सकते? कर लो. इट्स नॉट अबाउट वेदर वी अग्री और नॉट. द नेम इज नाउ बीइंग यूज्ड इन स्कूल्स बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. But technically correct name should be neutral name, that is Harappan civilization. Is it clear so far? Any doubt about it? Now let us move to some important characteristics. Sure to is an correct. Now some basic features before we start our chapter. It is a riverine civilization, and in riverine they used to use irrigation for agriculture. But what kind of irrigation? Primarily flood irrigation. In agriculture, they were aware of wheat, rice, barley, cotton, date, but no maize. ये typical MCQ में गलतियां होती है, समझ लो वहां maize नहीं था. In mature Harappan, there was no maize. Then it was a Bronze Age civilization. They knew many other metals like gold. Maize क्यों नहीं था वैसे बताइए? Why was maize not there? मका मका जानते हो? मकई क्यों नहीं था? मक्के की रोटी नहीं खाते थे वो. मक्के की रोटी क्यों नहीं खाते थे हड़प्पन? Because maize has come from Latin America after Columbus. It has come to the old world from the new world after Columbian exchange. जैसे आया आपके पास तमाकू, टोबैको, पोटैटो, वैसे ही maize, tomato, potato, maize, all these things have come after this, right? मतलब pre-16th century world में, in old world, in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, you cannot have maize, you cannot have tobacco. समझते हो कोलंबियन एक्सचेंज क्या होता है? व्हेन कोलंबस वहां पे गया उसके बाद जो एक्सचेंज हुआ है उसकी बात है, बायोलॉजिकल एक्सचेंज. एनीवे, तो ब्रॉन्ज एज है, सो दे नो गोल्ड, सिल्वर, कॉपर, बट दे डोंट नो आयरन. गोल्ड सिल्वर पता था उनको. एक एक देयर स्मॉल विलेज देयर कॉल्ड अल्लाहदीनो. इट्स नियर कराची. स्मॉल विलेज अल्लाहदीनो, ALLAHDINO, अल्लाहदीनो. इट्स छोटे से गांव में भी वी हैव फाउंड अ ह्यूज स्टैश ऑफ गोल्ड ज्वेलरी. इट्स अ हड़प्पन विलेज and we have huge stash of gold jewelry. Perhaps some Amir Admi in small village. Why only that? In Hadappa citadel area, you have a coolies barrack of coolies, जहाँ पे मजदूर लोग काम करते थे, उनके सोने की जगह. It's near the river. तो वहाँ पे एक कूली के, एक मजदूर के सोने की जगह के नीचे छुपा हुआ हमें बहुत बड़ा गोल्ड स्टैश मिला है. शायद किसी ने चोरी किया था, छुपाया था, पता नहीं हमें, बाद में भूल गए लोग. So point is that we have found gold a lot, we have found silver a lot, we have found copper a lot, bronze but no iron. Then area wise, it was the largest ancient civilization compared to Nile, Mesopotamian or Chinese civilization. It was the first urban civilization of India, which is known for extensive town planning, which we shall see in some time in detail. The Harappan civilization belonged to great tradition, that is literacy was widespread. This is speculation. This is speculation. Literacy was widespread. It appears that many people know how to read and write, not just few classes of people. Why? How can we say that? How can we claim that? No. Seals may be more, but they may not be used by everybody. Correct. Signboard. In Dholavira, we have found one signboard जो कि रास्ते के सामने एक दीवार पे ऊपर लगाया है. So the written words are being displayed in public for public reading. Signboard का इस्तेमाल, तो that is an indication कि शायद आम जनता पढ़ना लिखना जानती थी, शायद. So literate tradition. So public use of seal spots and signboards. Public use is important. However, only information available today is from archaeology. Thus, it is a proto-historic place. The trade and commerce was well developed, yet we have found no coins. We have found seals and sealings, but not coins. And it is very puzzling. How can you have such a complex exchange without having money economy? They still seem to have barter economy. Seal and sealing कोई पैसा नहीं है. They are not monies. They are ठप्पे. They are like consignment. They are seals. So we have not found a single item which can be called as money. So it seems that even at the height of urbanization, they still depend on barter. It's possible. And then It was followed by many different religious traditions, yet no specific temples. We have not found a single temple, but you know that there are multiple different sites have different cultural traditions. समझने वाली बात समझो इसको कि अगर the extent of civilization is such a huge extent from Jammu to Afghanistan to Balochistan to Gujarat to UP, larger than today's Pakistan, do you imagine that they have one religion and one language? Even today in that area, you don't have one religion, one language. Even today in 21st century, multiple languages, itna diversity, itna bada region. You cannot communicate to create one single language, one single. So I do not expect Harappans to follow one single ethnicity, one single religion, and one single language. They must have had huge amount of diversity. That's what obvious, but we don't have access to it. We have some access to it, but not much. जैसे कि if you see कि religion में different regions are different objects of religion. कि religious diversity तो है वहाँ पे, कितनी है क्या है नहीं पता. And then controversy whether they know horses or not. But we'll say that they did not know horses. We'll go by NCRT. That horse debate is a separate debate. We shall see something of it when we come to a Vedic era, not now. Then one thing before we start studying the origin and features is Harappan script. Harappan script is still undeciphered. So we should know what are the basics of Harappan script and why it is undeciphered. And what are the things that we know about it. मैं कल रात को एक पेपर पढ़ रहा था. Somebody in TIFR publishing something about Harappan script. Harappan script is very difficult. Why is it difficult? If anybody who has studied linguistics here, nobody linguistics background कोई नहीं है. अच्छा. So let me discuss some basic things. So far, total of 3,000 inscriptions are found, and 90% of them have come from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro alone. So 3,000 inscriptions, matlab, they are different objects, some seals and sealings, some copper tablets, some pots, something else, sub jod jaad ke from different places. You have total 3,000 inscriptions. But the problem is that they are relatively smaller number of symbols, around 400, actually 419 to be unique, 419. 419 symbols are there, and in all variations. So 25 main symbols and variations jod jaad ke 419. That's all. And they are collected from 3,000 inscriptions. What do we deduce from that? 400 is too much to be alphabetic. Like English A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It is alphabetic. 400 to nahi ho sakte. But they are too less to be pictorial. Chinese है 2000, Japanese kanji to bhul jao. हजारों है. The point is they are too less for pictorial and too many for alphabetic. So what we call is logosyllabic. So this is a script that is logosyllabic. It's a mixture of both words and symbolic signs. Matlab, some of the symbols may be direct words, complete words, and some symbols may be just some kind of a sign. It's a mixture of script. So this is one thing, what kind of script it is that we can guess. It is a guess. The second thing is written in Ostrophodon method. और लेफ्ट में और राइट में, जैसे कि आप उर्दू लिखते हो अलिफ बे पे ते से जिम चहे दाल जाल रेड, तो आप राइट से लिखते हो. एंड इफ यू रीड हिंदी अ आ ई ऊ लेफ्ट से लिखते हो. दिस इज मिक्स्ड. मिक्स्ड, व्हाट डज इट मिक्स? यू स्टार्ट राइटिंग लाइक दिस, जगह खत्म हो तो ऐसे लिखो, फिर ऐसे फ्रॉम बोथ डायरेक्शंस. तो बाय डायरेक्शनल, सो इट इज कॉल्ड एज अल्टरनेटिव राइट एंड लेफ्ट टू राइट. इट इज Bostrofedon. दैट इज वन थिंग, दैट मच वी नो. बट इसके बाद भी ना, it's very difficult to decode for multiple reasons. First of all, it does not resemble any other script in the world that we know. There is no, आज की जो Indian scripts है, it could be Tamil, it could be Devanagari, it could be any other Indian script. Most of them are derived from one single mother script. Its name is Brahmi. But Brahmi script, although oldest, it is very different from this script. So is Brahmi its derivation? We know, don't know. So चलो ब्राह्मी छोड़ दो, जो बाद में आती है इस एरा में, इस एरिया में. What are the contemporary scripts in the adjacent areas? Mesopotamian script, it is deciphered, it doesn't match. Between Mesopotamia and Harappa एक culture आता है Elamite culture. Elam, इन ईरान। तो इलामाइट भी डिसाइफर्ड है, एंड इवन दैट उनका नेबर की स्क्रिप्ट है, दैट इज नॉट वेरी क्लोज टू इट, दो टोटली डिफरेंट स्क्रिप्ट्स। तो नो अदर कंटेम्पररी स्क्रिप्ट इज क्लोजर टू दैट, एंड नो अदर लेटर स्क्रिप्ट इज डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम दैट। तो कौन सी स्क्रिप्ट पता नहीं है हमें। सेकेंडली, देयर इज नो बायलिंगुअल इंस्क्रिप्शन। इन केस ऑफ इजिप्ट फॉर एग्जाम्पल, उसका जो हायरोग्लिफ है वो कैसे मिला? बिकॉज when Napoleon invaded Egypt, at that time he took some scientists in 1790s and they found a Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone एक ऐसा पत्थर था which had inscription, which was bilingual, biscriptural, आज की भाषा में and पुरानी भाषा में। So you know कि इसका translation, तो the moment you have one inscription in two languages, one of which you know, it becomes easy to reconstruct the old language. So Rosetta Stone was found in case of Egyptian hieroglyph. We have not found such stone in case of Harappa so far. कोई stone ऐसे है ही नहीं या दोनों भाषाएं। And then there is no long inscription found. It is also interesting. The longest one is 20 symbols or so. Most average symbols, script is the 5 symbols. So now if you want to use some kind of computational model, you need to have a longer data set. It becomes too difficult to run that model based on, or any model based on this small frequency. It's not easy. So even for computational linguistics, it becomes difficult, extremely difficult. And then, most importantly, we don't even know कौन सी भाषा बोल रही है. Which language is this? पहली बार ये तो भाषा छोड़ो. There is a professor in Harvard called Michael Witzel. उन्होंने 1990 में पेपर लिखा था, ये भाषा ही नहीं है. It's non-linguistic script. मतलब इंडियन झगड़ते रहते हैं, इज इट आर्यन और द्रविडियन, आर्यन और द्रविडियन. वो बोल रहे ना आर्यन की भाषा ही नहीं है. तो इट टुक लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट्स, पिछले 25 साल तो उसी में चले गए रिफ्यूट कि भाई ये भाषा है. नाउ नाउ इट इज वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड, एवरीबडी अग्रीज कि दिस इज अ लैंग्वेज, बट विच लैंग्वेज इट इज अगेन वी डोंट नो. इज इट सम काइंड ऑफ आर्काइक संस्कृत? दोज पीपल हु वांट टू कॉन्फ्लेट हड़प्पा विद वेदा, दे से ये संस्कृत भाषा है, दे ट्राई टू इंटरप्रेट इन दैट वे. और इज इट सम काइंड ऑफ तमिलियन, ओल्ड तमिल? द्रविडियन पीपल, द्रविडियन आइडियोलॉजी जो होती है उसमें देयर इज अ थियरी कि जब हड़प्पा डिक्लाइन होता है, हड़प्पन्स गेव इन टू साउथ इंडिया एंड दे क्रिएटेड संगम लिटरेचर. तो वो भी थियरी है, प्रूवन तो है नहीं. तो दे ट्राई टू से कि नहीं, हड़प्पा लैंग्वेज इज द्रविडियन लैंग्वेज, सम ओल्ड तमिल लैंग्वेज, एंड दे हैव सम एविडेंसेस फॉर दैट. उनके अपने एविडेंसेस से प्रूफ है यहाँ पे, मेनी ऑफ देम. So we don't know it is Aryan language or the, we have no idea which language. My guess is that it is not one language. They must have multiple languages. The point is 90% of the seals come from only 2 places. अब what is the guarantee ये सारे सील एक एरा के हैं? हड़प्पन एरा तो 1000 साल का है. 1000 साल में भाषा तो इवॉल्व होती है. आज 2024 है, आज से 1000 साल पहले क्या था? 1024 टर्किश इन्वेजन हो रहे थे, तब की हिंदी आज की हिंदी फर्क है कि नहीं है? So do you expect Harappan language to remain static for 1000 years? We don't. But we don't have any data कि कौन सा सील कौन से एरा का है, वो भी नहीं पता हमें. तो जिस समय खोद के बाहर निकाला था, एट दैट टाइम कोई ऐसे उठा उठा के निकाल के लिया है 1930s में, 20s में. तो दे हैव लॉस्ट द लेयर ऑफ क्रोनोलॉजी. वी हैव नो आइडिया. एक चीज है, एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, that there are two things rather. There is one famous Tamilian linguistic, his name is Iravatham Mahadevan. He passed away, but he was a great scholar, Iravatham Mahadevan. He has created concordat he has compiled the frequency tables of all the symbols in Harappa. अब ये जो काम है ना, बहुत, he took 20-30 years of efforts to create this frequency tables called concordance. एक बार concordance बन गया है ना, तो अब हमें बस रुकना है एक इंस्पिरेशन के लिए. किसी को कुछ भी इंस्पिरेशन आ जाए, एक सिंबल तोड़ दो आप, सारे तोड़. इट्स लाइक डोमिनो थियरी नाउ, डोमिनो गेम. हमने सारा टेबल्स बना के रखे हुए हैं, कंप्लीट वर्क इज डन, कंप्लीट कंपाइलेशन, फ्रीक्वेंसी एनालिसिस सब कुछ हुआ है. एक कहीं तोड़ दो, सब टूट जाएगा. इट्स अ प्रॉपर. अगर आपने वर्ल्ड वॉर 1 की हिस्ट्री देखी कि वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 की वगैरह, वहाँ पे एनिग्मा वगैरह मशीन होता था, तो वहाँ उसमें क्रिब चाहिए, क्रिब. इफ यू हैव वन क्रिब, एवरीथिंग विल कम फॉलिंग डाउन. वी आर जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर दैट वन सिंगल इंस्पिरेशन. हो सकता है कल हो जाए, हो सकता है 10 साल 100 साल ना हो, पता नहीं. But we are quite hopeful because concordance is ready, and in last 20 years they have deciphered some such other languages. हड़प्पन को एक भाषा थोड़ी ऐसी जो डिसाइफर नहीं हुई है. लीनियर बी हो गई, linear A, linear B, Mycenaean Greeks में. So we have some other languages being decoded in last 20 years. ये भी टूट सकती है, क्या पता. Just रुके. That is one thing. And second thing, which is I find, which I discovered recently over last few weeks only, is that Hadappans were in trade with Mesopotamians in Iraq वगैरह. तो कुछ हड़प्पन्स यहाँ से वहां गए थे, and they settled there, either as translators, either as vyapari. So in Mesopotamian script, in Mesopotamian records, they mention Hadappans. We know that they call us Meluha. It's possible, right? ये तो सब जानते हैं. This region is called Meluha. There is one language translator in the royal court in this era. वहां पे मेसोपोटामिया में उसका नाम उन्होंने दिया हुआ है. His name is Shu Ilshu. शू इल्शु. अब ये शू इल्शु और शू इलिशु जैसे भी कहो आप, दिस मे नॉट बी द ओरिजिनल हड़प्पन वर्ड, बट ये आदमी मेलुहा का है और मेलुहन भाषा बोलता है और ट्रांसलेट करता है इराक में, ईरान में, इराक में, मेसोपोटामिया में. इट मस्ट, जैसे कि हम गंगा का गैंजेस बना दिया, वेरुल का एलोरा बना दिया, मुंबई का बॉम्बे बना दिया, वैसे ये कुछ मेसोपोटामियनाइजेशन हो गया. ओरिजिनल वर्ड क्या है हमें नहीं पता. देयर इज अनदर पर्सन हु इज अ रिबेल. लड़ते लड़ते वहां, मतलब कुछ वहां का लोकल सेटल था आदमी, बट रिबेल्ड अगेंस्ट लोकल अथॉरिटी इन मेसोपोटामिया. हिज नेम इज नॉट कंप्लीटली गिवन. सम टेक्स्ट विच इज लॉ एंड देन इब्रा. इब्रा, इसके एंड वाला पार्ट इब्रा बचा हुआ है. अनदर नेम, मतलब आई वाज सो एक्साइटेड टू सी कि भाई ये सब नाम हड़प्पा के लोगों के, प्रोटो हिस्ट्री नेम्स आर अवेलेबल. There is a village in Mesopotamia which is of settled Meluhan people. Name of the village is Guabba. तो गुआब्बा नाम का गांव है on the banks of Tigris Euphrates, which is a settlement of Meluhan people in Mesopotamia. So we know people used to migrate, but from Meluha, Shu, Ilishu, Ibra, गुआब्बा के अंदर के लोगों के नाम कई सारे अवेलेबल है. अभी नाम हमें, मतलब दिस इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर एग्जाम, बट दिस इज आउट ऑफ क्यूरियोसिटी, that we know names of some Harappan people in some other version from Mesopotamia. But the script is not yet decided. Now we come to the mainstream story of origin of Harappa. There are multiple theories of Harappan origin. पहली बात तो, why is there a debate about Harappan origin? There are a couple of reasons. First reason is, as I said, when the discovery of Harappa happened, उसके दो तीन consequences थे. The first consequence was that British were unwilling to give us credit of creating civilization. कि भाई ये तो पिछड़े लोग थोड़ी करेंगे. So whatever must have happened from Mesopotamia. वो उनका कॉन्टेक्स्ट था. बट वो भी कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्यों आया, उसके पीछे एक टेक्निकल कारण था. दैट रीजन वाज दैट एंटायर फोकस वाज इन हड़प्पा एंड मोहनजोदड़ो, एंड दिस सिटीज सीम टू हैव अपीयर्ड सडनली विथ नो ग्रोथ, नो प्री हिस्ट्री. नीचे जितना खोदते जाओगे आप, यू डोंट फाइंड स्मॉल विलेज. देयर इज नो स्मॉल विलेज विच इवॉल्व इनटू अ सिटी. सडनली सम पीपल केम एंड डिसाइडेड चलो शहर बनाते हैं, विथ फुल प्लानिंग शहर फ्रॉम स्क्रैच बनाया. अगर फ्रॉम स्क्रैच विथ फुल प्लानिंग यू आर क्रिएटिंग सिटी, मतलब यू हैव आइडिया ऑफ सिटी एंड यू हैव कम फ्रॉम समवेयर एल्स. अदरवाइज गांव से शहर जब बनता है तो कुछ पार्ट तो खराब पुराना होता है, विच इज नॉट सो प्लान्ड, right? So sudden appearance also was one reason that the theories of sudden origin were created, because cities appeared to be suddenly created, so theories of sudden origin were created. The second reason was that there was no radiocarbon dating, as I discussed. So the dating of Harappa was done by cross-referencing with Mesopotamia. तो वहाँ सील जा रहे थे, लोग जा रहे थे, ट्रेड हो रहा था, तो और उनके शहर हमारे से पहले है, उनके शहर ऑलरेडी जाने, उनकी भाषा पता है, तो वो भी कारण आ गया. So for n number of reasons, and then their colonial rule, British don't want to give us credit. So for n number of reasons, ultimately they said कि भाई this is a Mesopotamian origin. It was a diffusionist theory. भाई सब हमें आता है, आपको कुछ नहीं आता. So British colonizers provided diffusionist explanation since due to the use of Mesopotamia for dating, cross-cultural contacts were known. Credit of all Harappan achievements were given to Mesopotamia, Iraq, who came to India themselves, or Indians copied idea from them. Either लोग यहाँ वहां से आके यहाँ बस गए और हमने वहां से आइडिया चोरी कर दी. अब दिस व्यू इज कंप्लीटली रिजेक्टेड फॉर मल्टीपल रीजंस. एक तो हड़प्पन cities are not like Mesopotamian cities. They are dissimilar. The bricks are different, the planning is different, the object material are different, everything is different. अगर कॉपी करते स्क्रिप्ट भी अलग अलग है, कॉपी करते सारा कॉपी ना करते, तो हाउ डू यू कॉपी एंड नॉट कॉपी एट द सेम टाइम. द सेकेंडली, देयर हैज बीन ट्रेड कॉन्टैक्ट बट नो एविडेंस ऑफ डिफ्यूजन. बस वो हमसे पहले है, इट इज नॉट सफिशिएंट. जस्ट बाय बीइंग अवेयर ऑफ एन आइडिया यू डोंट कॉपी इट. क्या आपको लगता है कि आजकल जो बंजारा होते हैं उनको पता नहीं कि भाई हम एक जगह बस सकते, घर बना सकते? नहीं बसते, वो नहीं बनाते घर. इट्स नॉट ओनली दैट आइडिया हैज टू कम, द नीड, द डिजायर, जरूरत, द कॉन्टेक्स्ट आल्सो हैज टू बी क्रिएटेड. तो इसको हम मान भी ले कि उनकी आइडिया पहले थी, इसको भी हम मान ले हमने उनकी आइडिया देख ली, इट डजंट प्रूव सफिशिएंटली कि हमने उसको कॉपी किया. जरूरत तो हमें होनी चाहिए. एंड थर्डली, वी हैव नो आइडिया कि लोग वहां से क्या बसे, हमें कुछ मिला है यहाँ पे. We find many Harappan artifacts in Mesopotamia, but we hardly find any artifact of Mesopotamia in Harappa. उनका तो यहाँ कुछ मिलता ही नहीं है, तो फिर कहाँ का एक्सचेंज. एंड देन moreover, the very idea of monogenesis, the very idea of diffusion as a paradigm is a colonial construct. It is now discarded. हो सकता है दो अलग जगह शहर, अब शहर बनने में क्या आइडिया है यार, बड़ा हो गया शहर बन गया. So city as an idea need not have to have one fatherhood. In different regions, different people may create their own cities independent of each other, and then they trade also. So original शहर की idea हमारी थी, ये क्या बात हुई? So for multiple reasons of fact and ideology and logic, this theory of which is completely now discarded. We can't prove it, and the theory is ludicrous also. Then we have similar such theory of Aryan origin. It is exactly opposite. यहाँ पे बात यह है कि some nationalist historians want to say कि Aryans have not come from outside, वो indigenous है. अब वो चलो डिबेट हम बाद में देख लेंगे, but the point is that in case of such kind of scenario, they want to say कि भाई हड़प्पन से Aryans थे. Either Aryans, Rigveda reflect the early Harappan era, or Rigveda is Harappan people only, but it cannot match. They don't match. The idea of living pattern life that you see in Harappan civilization in archaeology and Vedic literature is so dissimilar to each other. ये शहर है, ये सेमी पेस्टोरल पीपल है, ये एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट एंड ट्रेडर्स है, these are semi pastoral, they don't have full cities. This मतलब बहुत ही कल्चरल डिफरेंस इतना ज्यादा है. अनलाइक अर्बन हड़प्पन, आर्यंस were semi nomadic pastoralists. There is very little secondary and tertiary economy. Then the 3-4 things, तीन चीजें हैं जो कि वैदिक लिटरेचर में खूब पाई जाती है, हड़प्पा में हार्डली मिलती है. एक है काउ वर्शिप. काउ इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एनिमल फॉर आर्यंस, बट इन हड़प्पा यू हैव सो मेनी सील्स, सो मेनी पेंटिंग्स, देयर इज नो काउ. बुल है, काउ का स्कल्पचर ही नहीं है. सेकेंडली, हॉर्स. वैदिक आर्यंस आर हॉर्स राइडिंग पीपल. इन केस ऑफ हड़प्पा वी डोंट हैव हॉर्स. हॉर्सेस तो कभी इंडियन थे ही नहीं, बाहर से ही आते थे, लेकिन फिर भी देर आर 1 or 2 माइनर केसेस, थैंक यू, माइनर केसेस वेयर पॉसिबली देयर कुड बी 1 हॉर्स और 2 हॉर्स. बट आपने मूवी देखी हड़प्पा वाली हो, ऋतिक रोशन की, उसमें इतने 4-6 घोड़े आते हैं, मतलब इतनी देख के हंसी आती है. इसे लिखा उसको कुछ पता ही नहीं है, अब क्या करें. वी हैव नॉट फाउंड एनी प्रूवन ट्रू हॉर्स का रिमेन इन हड़प्पा. और अगर चलो कल एक मिल भी जाता है, एक से क्या होगा, दो से क्या होगा. पॉइंट इज हॉर्स इज ऑल्सो वेरी सेंट्रल टू वैदिक सिविलाइजेशन. वो यहाँ पे प्रिवेलेंट नहीं. एंड तीसरी बात, प्रथास. We have not found Ratha from any Harappan strata, which is very central to the material culture is different. There's difference in material culture and then DNA studies. Although they are also debatable, we know that from Rakhi Gadi, we have found lots of DNA. And based on that, we have some idea कि भाई Central Asian लोग जो थे, they have a genetic marker R1A1, and that is generally you see that it is not found in the Harappan skeletons. तो आजकल वो चीजें होती है कि वो दे टेक एडीएनए वगैरह. So we don't need to go into technology of that, but point is DNA also is not matching. So for multiple reasons, like literature, material culture, and DNA, it is very difficult to reconcile कि Hadappans Aryans एक ही है. So this theory that Aryans created Harappan cities is also not very tenable. Then what is the theory? Theory is simple. It is indigenous evolution and it is evolution. It is gradual movement. इसमें सिंपल बात यह है, now we have enough data. Initially 100 साल पहले डेटा ही नहीं था. Now we know that there are about 1000 plus Harappan sites, 1000 plus. उसमें से more than 50% are on India's side. And if you do surveys, हजार के हजार हमने साइट खोल के बाहर निकाले नहीं है. Hardly 100 sites are now excavated. 900 के ऊपर से एक्सपेक्ट किए नहीं, पैसे ही नहीं है, ताकत नहीं है, समय नहीं है, जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि आप निकालोगे तो खराब हो जाएगी. When you need उतना सा काट के बाहर नहीं छोड़ दो. ये अब archaeology has changed a lot. Now we don't just, if we know there is a site, it does not mean you have to bring it out. रहने दो. When you have some statement problem statement to identify, तब जाके उसका उतना सा ट्रेंच खोलेंगे, छोड़ देंगे, स्टडी करके बंद कर देंगे, बिकॉज निकालोगे तो खराब हो जाता है. So there are almost 1000 sites of which only 100 are excavated, 900 are not excavated even today. जब डेटा आएगा तो पूरा चैप्टर चेंज हो जाएगा ये. But my point is that even from what we know that although cities are very iconic, very important, very remarkable of Harappan civilization, do you think cities are numerous? एक शहर में अगर 2000, 10,000, 50,000 तक लोग रह रहे हैं, तो उसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए आपको 50 गांव चाहिए, 100 गांव चाहिए, 200 गांव चाहिए. So even by number, the villages would be more than cities. So now we have started to do all that research. What are all Harappan settlements, of which very few are cities, which are remarkable, but majority are villages, which is but natural. Even today it is so. And then you start getting more data. We come to know there is a gradual evolution. अब वो कैसे हुआ? There were some farmers, मेहरगढ़ कोयटा के ऊपर है, कोयटा या क्वेटा है ना, उसको वो वहां पे कोयटा कहते हैं, हम इंग्लिश में क्वेटा कहते हैं. तो कोयटा, from there gradually farmers created small villages and then they gradually moved up down into the Indus plain and where they had alluvium plain and then they created new cities. वो पूरी कहानी कैसे है वो ठीक है, but we know that from Mehergarh to Harappa there is a continuous evolution of thousands of years now. And then we come to know कि अच्छा अगर ये बात है तो you have three phases: early phase, mature phase and late phase. In the early phase, we have formative signs of urban beginning slowly evolved over 1000 years from 3500 to 2600. Then you have mature phase 2600 से 1900. It is a peak of urbanization of almost 500 years and it's very flourishing. And then we have late phase decline of 200-300 years. And don't you find it very interesting? It is always difficult to create and easy to destroy. They took 1000 years to create and 200 years to decline. Now the origin is very slow and gradual. Decline is 200 साल में शहर सभ्यता खत्म हो, 200 साल में. So that is actually more interesting to me, how decline dramatically happened. But to build this civilization, they took almost one. And Mehergarh comes even before that. Mehergarh is 7000 BC. This is Neolithic era. That is pre-Harappan. So from Mehergarh first village to the early era, you have 3000 अलग साल, 2500-3000 साल लगे वहां. And then you have other things. Now, one hidayat that when we mention Harappa mein ye tha, wo tha, and when we do not qualify by saying early or mature or later, we just say Harappan. It by default means mature phase. Keep that in mind. When I say Harappa mein kya tha, matlab mature Harappa mein kya tha. We are not referring to early or late phase. We are by default referring to mature phase. That is the most emblematic thing. Uski baat karte. Okay. So that's what we have to study, the mature Harappan phase. We have one notice for all of you. There is a Telegram channel of our class, our batch, and you are, sir, please announce, kindly message your name, email ID, and course name. Your name, email ID, and course name to at level up IAS support टेलीग्राम पे, ताकि मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर आई थिंक ऑलरेडी एडेड टू टेलीग्राम ग्रुप, बट कई बार प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि सम ऑफ यू हैव द प्राइवेसी सेटिंग, तो वी कांट ऐड यू फ्रॉम आवर साइड, वी कांट इवन डिस्कवर यू फ्रॉम आवर साइड. तो अगर आप एक मैसेज करोगे, आपका नाम, ईमेल आईडी, फोन, कोर्स नेम एट लेवल अप आईएएस सपोर्ट, देन दे विल ऐड टू द ग्रुप एंड देन यू विल बी अपडेटेड विद ऑल द टाइमिंग चेंज हुआ है, कभी कोई छुट्टी है, कभी कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो, ऑल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कम्युनिकेशन विल बिकम ईजी. इट विल ऑल्सो कम ऑन पोर्टल, बट आई डोंट थिंक आप पोर्टल बार बार लॉग इन करते हो दिन भर, तो यहाँ पे आसान हो जाता है. ठीक है. टेलीग्राम. नाउ कम बैक. एनी डाउट सो फॉर ऑनलाइन? वी हैव unusually silent batch this year. Okay. Now I will start with a very interesting thing which you think you know, but perhaps most of you don't have any idea. That is Harappan urbanization के features. If I ask you one feature, कहते हैं हाँ urban थे, citadel and lower town and crisscross roads. आगे बोलो. हम्म. वो तो ठीक है, वो तो एनालिसिस हो गया आपका, फिजिकल फीचर्स की बात. So what happens is that whenever you study any city, बचपन से हमारे मन में हाँ शहर थे, सिटाडेल था और लोअर टाउन था, क्रिस क्रॉस रास्ते थे. कितना, अरे 90 डिग्री में क्या इतनी अकलमंदी की बात है यार. इज इट सच अ ग्रेट थिंग? नॉर्थ साउथ तो बरियल तो चल रहा है हनमिसुरी की तरह से. तो व्हाट इज सो ग्रेट इन दैट? देयर इज ग्रेटनेस, आई एम नॉट डिनाइंग दैट, बट ग्रेटनेस के उसके अलग इम्प्लीकेशंस है, इसलिए वो ग्रेट. आप सोचो कि हड़प्पा में क्या क्या है. let us see, you will see very easily. We'll go firstly in the public area, citadel, and then we'll go into the private area. Public area and private area. First of all, cities have walls. Walls do not seem to be very high to stop the invasion. They seem to be built to stop the flood, because many cities are on the banks of river, right? So flood protection के लिए walls है. So again, our theory of ahimsa is held true. Then you have network of roads cutting at right angle like chessboard, crisscross, and grid. Mohenjo-daro had main street of 9 meters, secondary street of 1 meter, and lanes are just etc. etc. तो इसका मतलब, now what is 9 meter? 1 meter मतलब क्या है? मतलब 1 meter is enough to go to allow the passage of ox cart. छोटे छोटे ऑक्स कार्ट जो होते हैं 1 मीटर में आ जाते हैं. इफ यू गो 9 मीटर मतलब इट इज 2 lane, 3 lane, 4 lane road. That is one thing. Secondly, the roads have round at the corner for easy turning of the vehicles. So they must have had some traffic of vehicles on the city streets in some cases. That is one thing. Secondly, once you have this crisscross pattern, it means that you have sectors like Noida or Chandigarh, right? So you have sector, you have zonation. And once you have zonation and sectors, what does it mean? That is the proper city planning usage के लिए. पहली बात तो each sector and each house would have proper address. 5/42, 6/48, जो कुछ है. So you have that bata system there perhaps also. And secondly, each sector is self-sufficient. They have houses, they have market, they have everything. So sector जो आजकल के दिन में होता है कि भाई हर सेक्टर नोएडा का अपना मार्केट होगा या भी ऐसे थोड़ा थोड़ा है. So self-sufficiency of sector. So within main blocks, you have all these things. Then the upper town, which is Citadel, is on the raised platform. You can see over here that this is Citadel. It's on a raised, की height ज़्यादा है. And this platform is created artificially. तो उसके नीचे पूरा मिट्टी और ईंटें डली हुई है. Thousands and lakhs of bricks just to raise this upper part. And then you have rest of town over here. Secondly, it must have been area of some elite class. As all the important buildings are located here, there were also shared community spaces, assembly hall, stadium, markets, etc. You have all these things of community places and important buildings in this part. It's like downtown, South Bombay, South Delhi, or Luton, Delhi. Then, generally, the lower city was unfortified in many cases, if not all, and it was meant for common people. There you have mixed usage. Mixed usage. You have residential zone, a commercial zone, and in every zone you have residence and commerce both. It means Harappans did not commute a lot for the work. घर के आसपास उनकी दुकान या इंडस्ट्री होती थी. Secondly, what I found most astonishing when I read the reports of such sites is that हर घर में they have found some implements, some spindle holes, for example. So every house was also a small industry, cottage industry जो हमने देखा था पहले work from home type. So it was like घर भी है, काम भी वहीं पे, यहाँ पे नहीं तो आसपास में. And तीसरा, the polluting industry, like brick kilns, potters, and smelteries were always outside the city area. So they had idea of safety and health also. So you go, it's not that it was planned. That is okay, planned hai. But what is that plan? What is the thought behind that specific plan? That is something which is wonderful. जैसे कि polluting industries should be outside the city, right? Then the most interesting thing is sanitation and hygiene. That I found extremely wonderful. स्वच्छ भारत की शुरुआत यहाँ पे होती है. I am not joking. अब देखो कैसे. पहली बात तो Harappans built the first planned cities with urban sanitation in the world. It is the most wonderful, remarkable concern for sanitation and health. Mohenjo-daro was probably the cleanest city in the ancient world and much cleaner than most modern Indian cities. They were first to build public baths for ancient world. You have public baths, सब लोगों को नहाना है. Then you have proper drainage system. So drainage, when I say drainage, it comes with lot of engineering marvel. First of all, water should flow. पूरे शहर में need to create proper gradient and slope for water to keep flowing. Secondly, drains need to be cleaned. So for that, you need to have manholes. Somebody, so there must have been some municipality who must have employed some people for cleaning, and then they would go into manholes and clean it. अब घर के अंदर से from kitchen till the main drain you have a service drain, छोटी लाइन होती थी. ये हर घर के थ्रू पानी वहां तक जाता था. So you have service drains, manholes, and all these drains are covered with burnt brick. ये तो मैं जब पढ़ा तो I was shocked कि मेरे दादाजी का गांव है कोंकण में, and I hate that गांव because घर के बाहर नाला खुला हुआ है. एंड बचपन में जाता था, मैं गुस्सा आता था कि यार घर में जाने मुझे आई हैड टू क्रॉस नाला टू एंटर द एंट्री ऑफ द हाउस एंड देन आई रोम अक्रॉस इंडिया. पूरा देश ऐसे ही है. इन मेनी विलेज आई हैव फाउंड कि आउटसाइड द एंट्री ऑफ द डोर यू हैव नाला एंड आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड क्यों. बट है Harappans did not do that. They covered their nalas with burnt bricks. Why burnt bricks? Because they are more stable and not sun-dried bricks which would get dissolved in water. And then sewage from houses did not flow on street drains directly. It first entered the cesspit in which it deposited solid matter and then the water overflowed into the main. अब देखो हड़प्पन घर है ये मेन नाला जो कि बंद था and these are service drains and यहाँ पे बीच में cesspits है. तो पहले सारा गंदा वहां जाएगा, वहां वो रुकेगा and overflow water will go into service drain so that you can keep cleaning it very naturally. And then drains were not carried outside the city but emptied in soak pits. तो शहर के अंदर सोक पिट्स थे, वहां पे ट्रेन जाएगा, वहां पे जमेगा एंड इट विल बी रेगुलरली क्लीन्ड। तो बस आज के इफ्लुएंस है तो शहर के बाहर फेंक दो ना, दे डिड नॉट डिस्ट्रॉय द नेचर। तो दैट इज द लेवल ऑफ प्लानिंग। मतलब क्या है? दिस इज प्लानिंग। इफ यू वांट 20,000 40,000 people to live, this is the amount of labor that they have done. So these are the cleanest cities in the world at that time. I मतलब, and then garbage, system of garbage disposal for every house. उनके यहाँ दीवारों में शूट्स होते थे कि आप ऐसे कुछ खोलो, वहां पे स्लोप है, गार्बेज बाहर बाहर गार्बेज बॉक्स, घर के बाहर गार्बेज बॉक्स, गंदा सारा कूड़ा वहां जाएगा। एंड देन देयर वेर पब्लिक डस्टबिन्स ऑन द साइड ऑफ द स्ट्रीट्स। मतलब आई वाज शॉक्ड। Second thing, safety concern. To ensure civil regulations, there were public police checkposts along the main street, small single rooms placed at regular intervals, maybe for some kind of policing, some kind of safety, etc. And there was also city lighting provision for night time. So, क्या क्या बताएं? Then you have uniform bricks and timber. वो तो ठीक है. We have English bond ratio of the brick is similar across the Harappan cities, 1:2:4. That is fine. Next interesting thing is domestic. Now this is for public. Why is this important? Because wherever you live in the city, upper town, lower town, this zone, that zone, you still have access to good municipal services. Houses, smaller or larger, all of them get civic services of hygiene and sanitation. Cleanliness. ये बहुत, आप अमीर हो गरीब हो फर्क नहीं पड़ता। शहर का गरीब आदमी को भी सिविल सर्विस मिलेगी, इतनी सारी सिविक सर्विसेज मिलेंगी। That is the thought India had. Egalitarian approach. And these are our cities. आज नहीं तो झुग्गी झोपड़ी में कुछ सर्विस नहीं है, पीने का पानी नहीं है, टैंकर आ रहा है, और दिस इज नॉट हाउ इट वाज। सो व्हेन आई से हड़प्पन अर्बनाइजेशन, and it is marvelous, it is marvelous for these reasons. Then you come to domestic architecture, no ornamentation but stark beauty. This is another point which is also very, it eludes logic of, this is something that everything is very efficient, everything is so well designed, well ordered, but where is beautification, where is ornamentation, where is exuberance? There is no. सब घर typical factory made है. There are no flourishes of individual creativity anywhere. तो थोड़ा सा it is more utility oriented than creativity oriented. That is one thing. इसको अच्छा कहो बुरा कहो आपकी इच्छा. Then फिर भी सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है? That these houses that they were built, they were perhaps not luxury, not aesthetically oriented, but they were comfortable. Not only that they are comfortable, more important than that, they were self-sufficient housing units. Like today you have apartment complexes, उसमें toilet होगा, पानी होगा, bedroom होगा, kitchen होगा, hall होगा, सब कुछ. In many cities, most of the houses came with inbuilt toilets. अब ये तो मतलब I have read that इन मेरे दादाजी का गांव में तो 4 घर में कॉमन टॉयलेट था वहां पे. गांव में जगह तो इतनी जमीन है फिर भी नहीं बनाएंगे टॉयलेट. दिस इज 1990s की बात कर रहा हूँ, बदल गया वो. बट द पॉइंट इज दैट हड़प्पा में हर घर के पास अपना टॉयलेट था. एवरी हाउस हैड वाटर सप्लाई. हर घर नल भी है वहां, हर घर जल भी है. जो कुछ स्कीम देखो वो सब वहां पे है. एंड देन दीज आर सेल्फ सफिशिएंट अकोमोडेशन यूनिट्स. ये बहुत मॉडर्न कॉन्सेप्ट है. एवरी हाउस शुड हैव ऑल दिस. वेरी मॉडर्न कॉन्सेप्ट, वेरी मॉडर्न सिटीज इन दैट वे. Then classed if all houses, though they varied greatly in size, were of similar designs. That is true. Some of the houses are very big. Sometimes you will see that they have 3,000 square feet houses, 300 square meter ke houses. And they are like palatial mansions of city merchants. And some houses are very small of 30 square meter. 300 square foot. 300 square foot से 3,000 square foot का difference है houses में. But still, all of them have class difference, but municipal services. Glass differences हो गए. हाँ, features of the houses: no door or window opening on the main road. They opened on the rear or on the side. This I think everybody knows. Why is it so? Privacy and pollution. गाड़ियां जा रही हैं तो धूल आएगी. एंड सेकेंडली प्राइवेसी. खिड़की है तो साइड में, सामने कुछ नहीं. रोड साइड एवरीथिंग इज क्लोज्ड, कंप्लीट वॉल. डू यू हैव स्मॉल एलीज ऑन द साइड, दरवाजा वहां खुलेगा, खिड़कियां वहां पे होंगी, रोड साइड इट इज क्लोज्ड। देन इनसाइड द हाउस ओपन, दिस इज लाइक हमारी परंपरा यार शुरू से, घर के अंदर आंगन होना चाहिए। अब आंगन में दोपहर में हमारी माँ खाना बना के, दादी वगैरह चार पलट के बैठेगी, और क्या बुनाई गिरेगी। तो the point, I am not being patriarchal, the point is that we have found lots of spindle holes in those courtyards in Harappan houses. So my thing is that अगर आपके पास 8-10 कमरे हैं in some houses, it must be joint family, so there would be some kind of gender division of labor, and a woman folk in the house in the afternoon would come in the angan, sit in the courtyard, and then do some bunai. We have found lots of spindle holes there. So the picture has not changed over centuries and centuries. Then not a single piece of furniture has survived. That is, and that is very unfortunate that the wooden things have not survived. There must have been wooden things, and it also appears कि कुछ घर ऐसे थे, the walls were of bricks, but the chhat was of lakdi, and the chhat has not survived. It's okay. Then water and sanitation inside the house. Nearly all houses have bath area showing personal hygiene. ये भारत की परंपरा है, आदमी हर दिन नहाता है. Nowhere in the entire world there is any other civilization which emphasizes हर दिन नहाना चाहिए. I am not joking, but it is India and Indian culture since Harappan era. And all these bathing places were prepared of burnt bricks, obviously not by clay bricks or not dried bricks. Private toilets with slope to throw down the lane. तो आई वॉज वेरी मच क्यूरियस कि मैं इनका टॉयलेट होता कैसे था। तो मैंने उसका फोटो निकाल के ले आया हड़प्पन टॉयलेट का। यू कैन सी दैट दिस इज हड़प्पन टॉयलेट। एनीवे, एंड नॉट ओनली दैट, वी हैव फाउंड they had a personal hygiene fetish of sort. They in nearby toilets we find baked clay cakes, baked clay cakes. वो क्यों होते हैं? They are like scrubbers or loofah. तो टॉयलेट के आसपास या फिर बाथरूम के आसपास यू हैव मिट्टी के लूफास, स्क्रब योर बॉडी, वो भी मिले हम, hundreds of them. And then many houses had their own wells in Mohenjo-daro, so we have private wells and public wells. Public wells गली में कॉमन होते थे, and near public wells you have found small clay cups, hundreds of them. तो पब्लिक को पानी पीने के लिए भी कॉमन है, कॉमन क्ले कप्स रखे हुए हैं। जैसे आज क्या होता है, वो हम चाय किसमें पीते हैं, कुल्हड़। तो हंड्रेड्स ऑफ कुल्हड़ आर फाउंड देयर इन नियर पब्लिक, तो मतलब पब्लिक वाटर की सुविधा भी है। तो डोंट यू थिंक इट इज क्वाइट इवॉल्व्ड? हाँ, सो व्हेन यूपीएससी, अभी तो प्री में पूछेंगे ना, इन मेंस इफ दे आस्क यू द फीचर्स ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन, डोंट जस्ट क्रिस क्रॉस पैटर्न, ठीक है, दैट इज सो चाइल्डिश। You start with that, don't end with that. It's about when they have multiple lanes, 2 lanes and 4 lanes, it means they had civic sense of traffic regulation in urban areas. That is the point. When they have zonation, it means residential planning and industrial planning. Unclean industry should go outside. When they have public drainage system, sanitation, it's about cleanliness and hygiene, social hygiene and personal hygiene both. When they have appropriate civic facilities for everybody, it talks about अमीर हो गरीब हो सबको सब मिलेगा. These are the points you need to bring out. ठीक? But anyway, let us do some survey of sites. अभी 2 बज गए हैं, रुके करें, ठीक है, आज तो रुक जाते हैं, tomorrow 9 o'clock only.